Yep, I think we're real now. All right, thank you. Okay, thanks. We are.
All right, we are live from Build. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Classic. It wouldn't be day one of a conference if you weren't sorting out technical difficulties.
True story.
All right, so I'm Pierce. I am the product lead for VS Code. And who am I here with?
I'm Sam.
Awesome. And what team are you on here at Microsoft, Sam?
I am a solution engineer on the GitHub team.
Wow, exciting. So what does a solution engineer do?
A solution engineer helps customers understanding all different technical aspects of all the GitHub products.
Okay, so you know all the GitHub products in and out then, so I can ask you all of the questions about how all this works.
You can.
Okay, good. Awesome. Just to kind of, this is the kickoff for the stream. We just had our vibe coding. We had 4 games we built live on stage. That was super fun. My game, of course, didn't work naturally, but we had I built a nice little 3D corporate nightmare Frogger game, so that was a good time. And then we're going to be doing streams like this basically all week, right? All day, every day. So if you don't want to pay attention at your job and you just want to see, like, we're vibing out, we're seeing what's new inside of VS Code, inside of GitHub Copilot, inside of GitHub. So we're going to be trying out different things, but all of us, we're going to have different speakers come in. We all have different passion projects, different technologies, different frameworks we use. So what are you going to be building today?
So today I'm going to be working to transfer one of my applications I built. So to kind of set the stage, I kiteboard and I wing foil in the mornings between 6 and 8 a.m. when the wind is good. But I have to get up at 5:15 to check the wind to see whether or not I should bother and go. I don't want to wake up at 5:15. So I built a quick little Node.js app to check the weather and see whether or not I should wake up. Problem is,
what's wind foiling? Is that the thing where you're like, where the people like go way up in the sky, like off the waves, or is that something different?
That's kiteboarding, yeah.
That's kiteboarding. Okay.
You can do the same thing in wing foiling too.
Okay.
Just, different how you.
Is that the one where you like have to like do that?
Exactly. That's it.
For the people on the stream, they're gonna enjoy that. Okay, super cool. So you got to get up early. You got to make sure that the weather's right. So how is this app gonna help us?
Well, right now it doesn't help you because it's literally just a Node.js server. So you can see kind of here's like a prototype I quickly built out. So I'm looking to see if the wind is consistent between 3 and 5 a.m. Ring an alarm, but it doesn't ring an alarm right now. It basically just has a trigger inside the Node.js app.
And what are we looking? Are we looking for like this slope of this graph to keep going up? Do we want it to be stable? Like, what does ideal conditions look like?
You want at least more than 15 mile an hour for around an hour, and it says down here. Down at the 3 to 5 a.m. wind analysis. Hey, look, it's not alarm worthy this morning. It was poor conditions.
Yep.
Lucky because I'm out here in Seattle, not at home.
Yeah.
So you can see I'm also verifying it like every day. So I built out a Node.js prototype, right? It's running on an NPM server.
Okay.
But now I want it to be on my phone so it can actually ring an alarm.
Awesome.
I have never built an Android app.
Let's do it. In a past life, I used to work at a place called Xamarin, which was cross-platform mobile dev in C#. So it's been a minute for me since I've done an Android app. I did a demo earlier today, and it was native iOS and Swift. Been playing around with Swift a little bit. I love .NET MAUI, but I actually haven't built an Android app in a minute either. So we're gonna do it. we're gonna figure out how this goes live together. What are you thinking for like how you turn this into an Android app? Are you thinking like React Native? Are you thinking .NET MAUI? Are you thinking native Android app?
I'm not thinking. I'm gonna let Copilot do it.
All right, we're gonna figure it out with the model. I love it.
Yeah, and there is a spec MD. Like I used a spec MD to originally kind of build this out and help me do the research and analysis to figure out how I was going to get the wind in the beginning. So I've already got a spec MD file, and you can kind of see. Let's close the Copilot chat over here. You can see I'm around visualization, right? I've gone through. I've figured out how I'm getting my data source, figuring out how I'm going to fetch the script, create a visualization, and now I'm kind of in the monitoring and automation step where I'm figuring out if the data is actually correct every day. But right here, future mobile integration. That's what we're going to do live.
So you basically, the way you partner with AI is you like to build out these plans. It looks like you build out this spec document, and this is kind of what you're partnering with the model to actually go implement.
Yes, that's exactly how I like to do it. Especially when I'm demoing, talking to customers about it. Like I get a lot of questions about how I take a legacy application.
Yep.
I have COBOL, insert legacy code here. How do I transform it? You have to have some type of spec MD or some other documentation to help the model understand what you're doing as it like kind of maps through the application and figures out what everything's doing. You can't just keep it all in chat.
Makes sense. Yeah. I kind of have a similar workflow. I maybe have like an intermediary step actually, because I usually start with an idea, right? Like if I'm doing Greenfield, and like I'll usually do like a Perplexity research query or something like that with agent mode and in the Perplexity MCP server. Then I go kind of feature spec like you have here. I have like a particular format where I have like acceptance criteria and things like that. So it's maybe depends on the project, right? Like I might do this sometimes, but I might not do this every time. And then I actually have a step after this where I'll take basically one of these. I don't know if this is what you're about to show, and I'll turn one of these into like a plan, and basically we'll implement the plan step by step. And that's how I like to do it, because to your point, like the more context and direction you give the model, the better the results you're going to get, right? Like if you can just throw stuff in the prompt box and sometimes it will work, right? But like that's not how real engineering works. And that's where like being a developer is important, because you know kind of how to prod the model of like, yeah, you might want to think about this, you might need to do this. And especially with these plans, you can really like spend a lot of time iterating on the plans, and then you just feed it to the model, right? And the model largely does what the plan says to do, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Awesome.
That's what I plan to do, because you asked me how am I going to go about this. I'm like, I have no idea how I'm going to go about it. We're going to talk to Copilot and we're going to build a plan together.
I love that. Okay, so we got a question in the chat. What data visualization library are you using for that graph?
What data visualization library? I'll be honest, I don't know. I vibe coded all of this with Copilot.
I love that.
Before this. So I would need to probably go look at my package JSON and see, looks like I'm using Puppeteer. I'm using Puppeteer to scrape the data, CSV writer to write it to a CSV file simply, and node
Nice.
fetch. So let's ask Copilot.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right? I'm going to shrink this so it's a little easier to see. What library are we using for the data visualization in this app?
You know, something that I'll also do as I'm building out the project is sometimes, obviously, your project grows to a point that you can't chart JS.
That's it.
You can't fit everything in the context window, right? For the model. And so another thing I'll do is I also have like custom instructions set up so that I will basically extract details like this of like, here's my tech stack, here's what all the files do, here's what the files in different folders do. And basically you have like almost like a markdown doc that describes everything. And are you about to show me what you did?
I have a bit of that in the README,
Okay.
not a ton, right?
Right.
Like it's got alarm worthiness determination, accuracy, the project structure. Because as I was iterating through this, I was trying all different data sources.
Right.
So in the beginning, I had just a ton of different files, and I was like, which ones can I delete at this point? We've tried this site, we've tried that site, and none of these are giving me good, accurate data. So I had a lot of stuff I had to figure out that could be deleted.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So we got our Node.js server. Let's start on this Android app. How are we going to start this off?
Yeah, let's just start. We're gonna pop over here and open up chat.
The thing I love about these streams is you always see how everyone uses like the product slightly differently. Like we all write code in different ways. We all partner with agent mode inside of VS Code in different ways. And so it's cool to see like just how even on the, in the stream we just did, even people from the product team, how we're using the product differently. It's pretty cool. Even though we're all on the same team, we're like partnering with it differently. And I have coffee on this stream, which is very, very, very dangerous because I'm known to spill things. All right, so you're kind of just saying, hey, this is what I want to do.
Yep. And then I'm gonna talk about planning it.
All right. And I noticed you moved over to Claude 3.7 here. Is that your preferred model for these sorts of things?
I use GPT 4.1 as like my daily driver.
Okay.
However, I wanted to use Claude 3.7 on this just to see how little I can one-shot it.
Yeah.
I want to do more one-shots since we're live.
Yep.
But I use GPT 4.1 as my daily driver. And also, I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to Android applications. So I don't want to be double checking as much.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think I was just saying, like in the last stream, like I like to kind of poke around and try different models. Like typically for like planning tasks, I like reasoning models, right? Like there's 3.7 thinking. You can't use it in agent mode, but that's pretty good. And then for like backend stuff, I really like 4.1. For anything UI, like Claude and Gemini have really good UI taste. So I do like using that. All right, so we've kind of prompted here. It's going to help us turn this into an Android app. So it's right now, what is agent mode doing? It looks like it's going and gathering context to figure out what it needs to do.
Yeah, it's looking through all of the files in my workspace, trying to figure out what we're going to do. It looked at my spec.md file. So honestly, I think we're trying to stay in agent mode for this. Otherwise, you're right. I would have switched over to ask, and I would have said, hey, let's think about planning this with 3.7 thinking mode. And then I would have probably taken the output of that, written it to a file, and then started agent mode.
Yeah, I'll sometimes use edit for that as well, because if you have the markdown file open, just be like, write the changes to this file, right? And it'll do it. And so that's another good way to do it. All right, let's see what's happening. We're getting some stuff streaming in here.
Ooh, so it's telling me to use React Native.
All right, we can do that.
I like it. That's
it's been a minute since I've done some React Native, so we'll figure it out together. You know, it's kind of interesting because, chat, I'd love to know if this has been your experience as well. I think when agent mode and kind of LLMs just first came out, my opinion, I guess naive opinion, was that it was going to be really good for stacks that had a lot of training data, and it was going to be really bad for things that were newer. And I felt like I would not, like, it would basically like centralize all the stuff on a few stacks, right? And the interesting thing is, like, sure, certainly the models are better at certain frameworks and languages than others, but like, I actually find myself playing with more new tech, right? Like, you probably would have never built this Android app if you didn't have this, right?
Oh, absolutely not.
And so, like, it's kind of interesting because it's kind of counterintuitive. You end up actually exploring more stacks that maybe you don't normally work with, and you can immediately jump in and be productive, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I would have probably tried to think of some way to like stand up the server and host it and have it like ping something.
Yep.
And avoid doing anything with an app. And then, yeah.
All right. So what's happening here? So it looks like
it's going to have me create a new project directory.
Okay.
It wants me to install dependencies. Then next step, make sure that, the node server's not still running.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So what's that little button you were just hovering over? What's
so that's going to insert into terminal.
Okay.
And I'm just debating how to do this in the live stream so it's easier to see because my screen is incredibly squished. But let's do it. So it's going to make directory, make a new WinDApp server, npm init. Cool. Then it wants me to install the dependencies in this new folder.
So I see Puppeteer, Cores, Express. This is interesting because I didn't see React Native there.
I agree. Then it says create a server.js file, set up an Express server.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so we were like in step 6 in the plan and doing that. So we're going out of order. That's okay. You know what I would do? Say like output this to like plan.md or something in my directory, and then we have the file. And the cool thing about that is, like, say you were to start a new chat, right? All the context from your thread here with Copilot would go away, but if you have it in a file, right, we can always refer back to it.
Versus scrolling back up in chat and missing it because we're,
exactly
talking and not paying as much attention as we should be.
As one does. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is, like, the model definitely biases towards the most recent thing it did, right? And so even if the plan is still theoretically in the context that we're sending to the model, right, it's way up in the history, and the model definitely preferences the last thing that happened, which definitely makes sense. I mean, like, if the last thing I did was read X file to understand what it does, it makes sense. The next thing I would do is to write to that file. So that, like, recency bias is generally a positive, but can result in some negative behaviors.
All right, while it's doing that, I think I'm just going to go ahead and set up the back up here up top. I'm going to do the npx React Native, add that into the terminal. We'll multitask with Copilot.
I like that.
Ooh, cancel. I need a CD up because I shouldn't have been in that directory.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were in that other.
That's what happens when you don't follow directions completely, right? I start to get out of order.
But I mean, this is cool. You're like, you didn't know how to build this app, and it looked at your stack and basically said, I think based off this, React Native's the right choice for you, which is cool. And then we've kind of built out this plan. We're gonna go do some installing, as one does when you start something new. At least you don't have to put aside like a couple days to set up your machine like you did too. Like, that was even like 5 years ago, right?
For sure.
I remember when Xamarin was acquired by Microsoft and we first started working here. I mean, even then, Visual Studio like had just started shipping, not on a disk, I think. And like you had to like set aside that's an afternoon to install Visual Studio back in the day. Now it's all cloud driven. You can get that thing up and running fast. Okay, so we're gonna install stuff.
All right. So let's bring that back into context. So now we got our plan MD file. It's back into context. I'm going to double check myself because I haven't been paying attention. So am I ready for phase 2 yet? Can you double check my work?
I kind of like that. Like, did I do what I needed to do to move forward?
Well,
That's not a technique I typically do.
Well, we went a little out of order here, right? So let's just double check and make sure that we're ready for phase 2. And then once it finishes that, I can typically prompt it to just keep working for me.
Yep.
And that's when I can kind of go on autopilot and multitask and do this in the back end, which is kind of how I do a lot of my vibe coding is do my day job and vibe code on the back end.
Well, I was saying I had a session earlier, and I'm super psyched for the new coding agent too, because you can kind of just like, while you're like something's happening, you can already think about like the next task you want to do, right? And I know for me, like probably many of you, I'm stuck in meetings most of the day, right? But I do have like 2 or 3 minutes in between meetings, and I can kind of go review stuff. And kind of my workflow recently, like internally, as we got coding agent kind of into our hands, has been like in between meetings going and kicking off the coding agent, right? And then like pulling down the PR, reviewing the PR, giving some feedback, like maybe it needs to iterate, maybe it's good, but that's kind of been my workflow, jumping in between meetings over the last few weeks, which has been pretty fun.
Absolutely. I'm super pumped. Like, once I get this published, a lot of the people that I wingfoil and kiteboard with, they're like, yeah, we want to add features. I'm like, cool. I'm going to put it on GitHub, and you just go submit what you want, and I'll have coding agent do it.
That's super cool. Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, certainly there's still a time element, and like you have to think about how you build these things for sure. That, as a developer, it's still super important to have that context. But it does feel like for me, like I'm building more than ever, and you're almost constrained by your own creativity more than anything else, right? Like I find that that's often where, the bounds of what I'm able to build is actually hitting a wall. It's like, oh, I'm just not thinking about creative enough scenarios, which by the way, you can also ask the model to do that, like brainstorm some more stuff for me. It actually works pretty good most of the time. All right. So looks like we didn't create our React Native project. Is that what we're doing now?
I could have sworn I did, but.
All right, let's see. We got.
Switch to NPM for identical behavior. You know what? Let's just ask Copilot.
So you know what else you can do? See that little sparkle icon? You could also click that. Like, nope, go down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you can click that, and that will also like insert stuff into terminal. You can ask questions about stuff. So we are in ask mode right now, so you're going to get like, this is why we're having to go and manually run these commands, because in agent mode.
Oh, that's the problem. Oh my gosh. When did we switch to ask mode? That was an accidental thing. Okay.
I mean, my preference, like I honestly find myself staying in agent mode like 98% of the time. And then, yeah, you're like, what's happening? It's not doing what I expected. And you're like, oh, dang, I'm in ask mode. I need to move over.
I'll start working on the plan we came up with.
It's not even necessarily like, I think the other thing that I like often forget when I go to other modes away from agent is like, you don't realize the importance of like code-based search and that tool. Cause like, I don't even set context really that often anymore. I just let the model figure it out. But then you go back to ask mode and you're like, oh, I have to explicitly set context. Like,
there we go.
It's tough.
I'm like, why am I inserting into terminal still? You're absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Also, by the way, like we're in like for those not at the venue, like we'll post some pictures online, but we're in like a dunk tank situation. Like it literally looks like we're about to like fall into water if someone was to throw something at like a target or be slimed, one of the two. But it's super cool. Like I love this concept of bringing in different people, building cool stuff. Be a good time this week. I think Burke at some point is going to stop by. Probably like 20 minutes. Dude has to eat. He's been in sessions all day. Okay, so we're starting on the plan. We're checking to make sure the app is running. We're collecting details. Looks like we're reading package JSON.
It's going through a lot of the stuff we went through in ask, but now it's actually continuing
Automating
working on
it.
it itself. Yep. I can't believe I didn't realize I was in agent mode.
I should have caught that sooner. We should have something like in VS Code that's like, are you sure? don't you want to be in agent mode? I love
that
that.
explains why things just didn't keep running. Usually, when I'm doing this, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
it happens for so long, I have to click continue. Like,
Yep.
continue, keep
Yep.
agent running.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I forget what we're at now. I think it's like 15 or 20 tool calls. And then we like prompt to make sure that like actually we're, are you still there basically? Because the thing is the model, like to my point I was saying earlier of like biasing towards recent things, sometimes it starts going down this path, right? And you're like, this is not what I want you to do. And so like it's a nice like kill switch of like, are you sure you want to continue down this path? 15 tool calls is a lot, right? But it also speaks to kind of the power of these models when they're really like cooking and doing good work. Like to your point, like they could just run for an indefinite amount of time in some cases and actually solve your task. Just checking the chat. O3 model, that's a good one. I use the O3 model a lot for planning. Like I said, reasoning models are really good at that sort of thing. Hey, chat, can you see like our keyboard and not literally our keyboard, but you can see like when we're typing, you can see our screen, everything's all good to go. Oh, I'm seeing hands.
Yeah, I should keep my hands up here. I literally am not doing much.
Okay. So what are we doing now? Are we like introspecting the project to understand what it does? Is that kind of what's going on here?
Right. So we're working on the plan, right? So it looks like it's actually going to make the win data available to the mobile app. It's going to create a simple backend API. That's what it's working on right now.
All right. So in the initial app you vibe coded, it was just all kind of one thing, like the front end, back end. We were just making.
Yeah, there was no such thing as a back end. It was pretty much, if we go examine, which is what Copilot's doing right now.
Yeah.
We go examine the code. So we're going to do what Copilot's doing. There's not a whole lot here, right? We're just scrape wind, basically scrapes the wind data from a site.
Right.
And then this just, this HTML page turns it into a visualization.
Love that.
There's not a whole lot going on.
So we're going to make it into an API, and then we'll call that API from an Android app. It will be interesting because I haven't done React Native in a minute. It's sometimes tricky with APIs, right? Because you you have your API, but then the Android emulator, right, can't talk to the API because it's like a different cordoned off thing, right? And so sometimes it doesn't do a good job talking to the backend, and you have to kind of tunnel in. So we might have to set up a tunnel for this backend at one point, and then basically you replace the backend service you're hitting from your Android app with the tunnel URL, right? I got in trouble in the last session for calling it an URL. It's URL, but that's what I call it. It is
URL.
URLs. So yeah, like we may have to do that. That's already something I'm kind of mentally flagging when we get to that point of like when we start integrating the API. If it can't hit the endpoint for some reason, maybe we'll need to set up some sort of dev tunnel here. Do we ever find that we have to start a new conversation or switch model midstream if things start to go off track? Yes, definitely for me. Like I will try, like in this case, okay, we got a sorry your request failed. Like I might try again with 3.7. It might just be an internet failure with the model provider, or I might try to switch to a different model. I think it's hard because like every single tech stack, I think there's models that are better or worse at that tech stack, right? But I do frequently change model kind of mid conversation. And people always ask me, they're like, well, is the thread history, like if we just changed to 4.1 now, like, is that all going to also go to 4.1? It's like, yes, we'll send the thread history as well. So it can kind of pick up where you left off. Now, if you were to start a new chat now, then there's no context, right? And so you're kind of starting over, which is good and bad. So this is kind of the challenging thing sometimes about agent mode and any of these prompt first things is you really have to kind of almost work differently than you're used to. Like you have to learn like, oh, I think this is going down the wrong track. I need to start a new thread, or I want to change a model. And so that's kind of a learned behavior. And I think that is kind of the good and bad of things like agent mode is you kind of have to learn the right place to do that. Favorite MCP? Oh man.
Ooh.
I like Context 7. That's really solid. So basically, I think it's actually a side project for like another company, but essentially they go and they index a ton of doc sets, right? And the model has all of it has training data cutoffs, right? You often have problems when you're using newer frameworks. Even then, like if you're using a lesser known framework, it may not be in the training data. And so you often like struggle with the model sometimes on some of these things. So context 7 actually like indexes doc sets, right? And for languages and frameworks. And actually, I think you can go index whatever doc set you want if you just give it a GitHub URL. And then you can basically use that context in the model. And so that's super useful. I really like the Xcode build MCP. I just sponsored the author of that one on GitHub. That one's pretty cool because you can basically stay in VS Code, never leave VS Code, and build like native iOS applications. So it uses like the Xcode CLI and a whole bunch of other stuff behind the scenes. Taskmaster and sequential thinking. Yeah, sequential thinking I see in a lot of the samples. That's a good one. Chat, what MCPs are you using? There's probably some that we should be using that we're not familiar with. It's buzzing at this venue. We're in like, for those that are at home, we're in the middle of like the booth area, which so there's always people kind of walking around taking pictures of us. We're kind of right on the edge of the booth area, and there's like a big stage right over here where there's sessions going on. So it's pretty cool because you have people kind of coming and going and watching us as we're building out stuff here. We got a big monitor outside the room, so people are following along on what we're building. So where are we at? I wasn't paying attention. What's happening now?
Should have started off with GPT-4.1. It's flying so much faster than Claude 3.7.
Yeah.
I was trying that out risky. Basically, I'm trying to do an NPX React Native and create the template, but I think it's throwing a fit because I think React needs a blank, probably needs a blank folder, like a blank workspace to do this command. We're gonna try it one more time, but it says, hey, make sure you have a stable internet connection. If not, delete the partially created Wind app. So
yeah, so I mean, this to the point about models earlier, like you know, they have different levels of capability and speed, right? 4.1 is we're rolling out as the new default model inside of VS Code, and I think internally we're seeing it to be very, very capable. You know, people seem to like it. It's also got really fast time to first token, so that's that time after you hit like enter, like until we start getting stuff streaming into the chat. I think it's by far the fastest of all the models we have inside of VS Code right now. So like there's the speed element, but certainly like there's, you know, speed isn't everything. Sometimes you're like, I want to use, you know, a model that's going to think more. So like a reasoning model, sometimes you're like, oh, well, this model isn't the fastest, but I like the outputs way better. So there's trade-offs there, right? Just because you're getting, you know, every interaction faster doesn't necessarily mean you're building the system faster. So yeah, kind of interesting to see like the different models people use.
all right, I think we're just gonna try and create a new workspace with the plan file.
All right.
And then we'll run this.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I think the other thing about, like, Burke and I were talking about this, and we had like a podcast recording earlier. Like, I feel like you also, there's my friend James Montemagno. I feel like you also, like, the weird thing about AI is like you'll make like a ton of progress right away, and then you'll hit like a roadblock for like 2 hours and be so mad. Or like the opposite can happen. Like you can have a roadblock at the beginning, and then like you get unblocked, and you just make so much progress so fast. And so it's kind of like not a linear thing, right? Like you kind of have these spurts of like productivity. And so that's often actually reflects how real life development is too, right? Like you make a lot of progress, then you get stuck on some dumb issue. You forgot a brace somewhere, curly brace. And next thing you know, 3 days later, you find a curly brace and you're like, how did I waste 3 days on this? You know?
Right.
What's going on, James?
Not much. How's it going, Pierce?
James is like, right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they can see you now.
You can see me now, yeah.
All right.
I'm in the stream. You can also do this if you want more code.
Yeah, I want more code. We don't want our face.
There you go.
That's even better. Why didn't we do that sooner?
There you go. Life hack.
Life hack.
Yeah.
James is always nervous, like giving me StreamYard stuff. I always do it wrong.
Actually, there's a coffee cup here.
Oh, we got a coffee cup right here on the desk. We got a ton of AV equipment up here, so that's always good with me. James, what am I famous for?
He's basically famous for no matter what he does, if there's a soft drink or energy drink or coffee around, it will be on your laptop or Pierce's laptop. How many laptops a year do you go through, Pierce?
I'm better now. I'm on that Mac Mini Life, so you know I'm actually okay at the house. There was a time at Xamarin, I think I probably went through 3 laptops a year, you know, And the expense people here are like, you can't do that. Like, you must be doing something with these machines. That's not right that you're expensing that many machines. But I'm better now. You know, we live and we learn, right, James? We're trying to grow up. But I definitely still spill things. I got to get a carpet cleaner for my house because we got a coffee stain right underneath my desk. Shout out to Bissell, yeah. Not sponsored on the stream, to be clear. Not a personal endorsement, but it's pretty cool. We have the steam cleaner for the couch. Pretty clutch with the pet hair and the kids. We got 2 kiddos, right? There's milk all over the place, right? Stuff being spilled constantly.
What's going on with Sam over here? What's the catch up for people just joining?
So for catching up, everybody, Sam we got a wind. What is it? Not windsurfing. What am I supposed to say?
Kiteboarding and wingfoiling.
We got a kiteboarding weather prediction situation. He needs to know when I actually am going kiteboarding. Like the weather has to be right, wind has to be right, like all that stuff, right? And so we had like a nice little like front end app, and he's like, well, I kind of want this on the go, right? And so we asked GitHub Copilot and VS Code. We said, okay, how do we turn this into a mobile app, right? And the stack for this was, it's a web stack. We had Node, right? And so Copilot told us to go down the React Native path, so we're exploring that right now.
I think I've decided to bail on React
We're
Native.
bailing on React Native. All right.
I think after I'm getting all these errors with npmx and init and it being deprecated, I think we're gonna go a different route.
Do a different route. And I'm just like, I think the best thing to do by BT Dubs is when you're starting a new project, like do it old school. There's nothing wrong with a file new. Love a file new. And honestly, like the models are not so great at scaffolding new projects anyways. It takes 2 seconds. It's probably faster to do it without AI. So whatever you pick here, we should just scaffold it the old school way.
Tell the AI to scaffold it with the commands to scaffold.
That could work too.
So I'm doing a little bit of planning right now. It's giving me options like Kotlin or Java, right? Dart, or a progressive web app, or Cordova and Capacitor.
No, don't use Cordova. I think it would be interesting to do.
What about Dart?
Yeah, Flutter.
I feel like Flutter Dart's some new hotness.
That could be
right?
interesting. Yeah, we could try that out.
The cons it's saying is you'd have to learn Dart, but that's what you're here for, Copilot. So,
yeah. I've had decent success with Flutter and the models in the past. It does okay. So we can give that a try. I think the other interesting thing is like you can, because anything that has a CLI to it, you can basically use from agent mode, right? So like in the past, you would have to go to like a different IDE or experience to use these things. But if there's a terminal, if there's a CLI, then the agent mode can drive it via the terminal, right? And so you can stay in VS Code, your favorite editor. You don't have to go anywhere else. All right, we got a +1 for Flutter in the chat.
I love it. Would you like to proceed with initializing? Yes.
They do have laptop keyboard liquid protectors, says Eric from chat. Yes, but there's no, you can't replicate actually using a keyboard without one of those things. I don't have my phone with me. I have no case on the iPhone. The $9.99 I pay Apple every month is worth it. Just to get that phone replaced. Right now, I literally have a hole in my phone. I don't know what it is. I don't like cases. I don't like protectors. I don't want any of it, right? I want to use the device as God intended, as Steve Jobs intended the device to be used.
All right, so it wanted me to jump out to a website, download Flutter. I'm like, no, thank you. So fastest way to install is through Brew. I have Brew installed, so let's just rock some Brew, and we'll install Flutter that way.
That sounds good. And then the thing I do like that they have is they have this doctor command, which makes sure your environment's set up correctly.
I like this. Yeah, anything that helps me because I have no idea what I'm doing with Android apps is great.
Exactly. Well, you're planning on just having an Android app, but now because you're using a cross-platform framework, you can have an iOS app, web app, desktop app.
I'm gonna blame this on you now. This app was just for me. Now everyone at the spot's gonna be like asking for it.
Love that.
Well, that is an upside, right? We can go back and take a look. I'm sure it said that was a pro, right? Yeah, great for both Android and iOS.
Yep. And I mean, hot reload's great too, especially like in agent mode. I actually haven't tried Flutter hot reload with agent mode, but you can kind of like, as the changes are streaming in from the model into my file, it's like hot reloading. That's a really cool experience. I like doing that with web. Wait, what happened with React Native? So what did happen with React Native? Why? If someone was like, I had a meeting and I came back, what's going on? You're using a different stack. How did we get here?
So as I was trying to set things up with React Native, I kept running into issues. And then I would ask Copilot, help me work around this issue. But basically, it would all ran into kind of problems running the npx React Native at latest init, trying to initiate the WinDApp template. And it kept pointing me to the documentation, right? And I didn't really want to open the documentation and read it to try and prove a point. So, yeah, basically, I couldn't get past the init command.
Okay.
Which I'm sure if I opened up the getting started and just read, there'd probably be something simple. But we're trying to avoid cheating here, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Like there are certain tasks I think, the models are really good at, and there's certain tasks they still kind of struggle with. And I do think ENV setup is still like a major one where it's like things can go wrong very, very, very quickly. But it's interesting, once the code's there, it like knows what to do. But like getting to that place, whether it's environment setup or even scaffolding, like I was telling you, like sometimes I feel like it's faster to do that without AI.
But if you don't know how to do it in the first place, right?
That's
like
true.
Playing with new languages like we're doing today, kind of you need the help, right?
Why Mac OS? I use Windows and Mac. I'm on both. I have a dev box, like a Microsoft dev box, and so I'll hop over to Windows and use that. Little WSL action I like to use. Mac, I don't know. Like I switched when I was working at Xamarin because I was doing a lot of native iOS development, and obviously you have to have a Mac to do native iOS dev, and so that was kind of like my history there. And then I don't know, like these choices are so personal, right? You start using something, and it's kind of hard to start using something else just because you're so used to it. But I kind of jump around. I like to use both.
For sure. I had the option when I joined. It was Mac or Windows.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I made the switch around 10, 12 years ago because I had to compile iOS apps to demo the solution I was, showing people. And I've been using Mac ever since. I still use Windows on a daily basis all the time, especially for my wife's business. But
love that.
Yeah. Sometimes I wish I had Windows, especially when I have to deal with Power BI and I have to go like boot up a VM.
Yep.
But yeah, preference.
I mean, even like I've been using a lot more Linux, mostly in code spaces recently, because that's pretty cool. Because like if you're working on a lot of different stuff, you can just boot up a code space and you're off to the races. So I'll do that quite frequently. All right, so it looks like we installed something.
Flutter's finally downloaded and installed.
Always a big risk downloading something new on the conference Wi-Fi.
Nah, I'm hot wired in. I got an Ethernet.
All right.
All right. Flutter Doctor's running. Looks like everything's set up perfectly.
Oh, perfect.
It says Android Studio is not installed.
That's okay.
We'll see if we ever get that far.
Well, we could run it as like a Mac app or something like that for now, or a web app even, right? And then you don't have to probably faster iteration cycle anyways than going to the native tool chain.
All right, so we're done. Flutter's installed, so I just told it to please continue. I'm really not prompting anything useful. Like if we talked about prompt engineering, I would get an F for sure.
So Michael is also saying like we were using the wrong command for React Native, and that we should just be using the docs. So something you actually can do now in agent mode, which is pretty cool, which I do quite frequently, is you can literally copy pasta a URL into agent mode, and we'll like actually go resolve the contents of that URL and add it to the context that we sent to the model. So like that's something you can do. You'd be like, use this doc and help me figure out what to do. Like that works in agent mode. And if you're an ask or edit, you can use #fetch. Does the same thing. All right, so we got it installed. We ran Flutter Doctor. We did a scaffold. Is that what happened?
Yes.
All right.
And I keep like I need to get better at actually telling agent mode to continue doing things for me instead of doing it myself.
Well,
it asked me, hey, do you want to keep doing this?
Let's just run this app too. Like let's do Flutter run, and then because it looks like it's scaffolded. Let's just make sure like it runs and everything works. I got Burke queued up here. He's about to come on live in like 1 minute. I think technically now. Yeah, this is a perfect time to jump in. Actually, Burke says he's just going to leave me here just for the next like 6 hours. Just hang out here in BD. Yeah. Yeah. We could all use an app, couldn't we?
All right.
Just you?
We've got the Flutter demo page up and running.
All right, this is actually a good time for you to jump in, Burke. We got a Flutter page. We got our new app actually up and going here, and we're gonna start building this Flutter app. So I'm gonna jump off the stream. It was cool hanging out with you guys for the last 45 minutes. I'll be around tomorrow. I think I'm gonna show a little bit of native iOS with Swift. I got an AI cycling app I'm building. Yeah, of course I do. That's like my go-to demo. So we're going to be building that tomorrow. So definitely check on the stream. We got a lot of mobile apps, it seems, that we're going to be building this week. I wasn't anticipating that, but yep, mobile's always fun. All right, I'll see y'all later. Have fun with Bert.
Oh, wow. This is like a whole thing.
Yeah, we're moving. We're moving. You missed the part where we were kind of struggling a bit. Now we're getting lots of commands. Agent mode's firing.
All right. I have a question for you. What's going on here?
What's going on?
What are you doing? Start all over.
Okay. So we have an app. Basically, instead of waking up at 5:15 to check the weather,
Who does that?
exactly. I have this app automatically checking the weather. However, it was just a Node.js app that I vibe coded last week, and it's on my computer. That doesn't help me. I wanted to change my alarm, so I either wake up if the wind is good, or I stay asleep.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, whoa. Why do you care about the wind? What are you in Iowa or something?
I go kiteboarding or wing foiling in the mornings between 6 and 8 a.m.
No, you don't.
I do.
Are you serious?
I am.
Wait a minute. Kiteboard, is that the thing where you
Yep.
have like a board and you hold on to the thing?
Yeah, and you go flying in the sky.
No, you don't. Do you catch air?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How does this work? Like, do you have to get out there and be towed by a boat? And
No,
like,
the
start
wind
going?
the wind carries you.
Dude, I don't even care about this anymore. I just want to know how this even works.
How
How do you get upright on the thing?
you have to dive the kite, and then it pulls you up onto the water, and then you're riding with the wind. Think like windsurfing. But
Okay. I've
know.
never done that.
Imagine windsurfing,
I've never
but
done
flying
surfing.
a kite, and then the other one is where you hold it in your arms. It's like windsurfing 2.0.
Oh, whoa. One of them is an actual kite, though, right? Where you're holding onto the thing and there's an actual kite pulling you.
Absolutely.
Now that looks amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
But it could just pull you up into the air, right? Like,
It could, for sure.
right? And then what? Then you're
Um,
like the guy with the
well, then
balloons.
You hold on to it. As long as you stay holding on, you just kind of float back down gently. But if you let go, yeah, you'll fall out of the sky.
That's we're laughing about falling out of the sky.
All right.
What's up, chat? What's up, Michael? Yeah, it does. I don't know, man. I don't think it does. Sounds terrifying. I'm gonna be real.
So let's see where I can. I must have accidentally installed this in the wrong directory.
So
Somewhere.
you vibe coded a weather app, and
I-
now you're downloading the entire Android SDK, as one does.
No, not doing anything with the Android SDK. We installed Flutter, and I accidentally installed I accidentally installed it in the wrong folder instead of listening to agent mode and having agent mode do it. So you can see I've got this Wind app Flutter up here with the rest of my projects instead of being in the correct folder. So that's why the commands weren't working.
Oh. Directories are important. So now, wait a minute. You're gonna make it fix it, or why not just open in the right directory?
I guess I could, but then
I don't know, man. I'm new here. I don't know what's happening. You love Linux. I love lamp.
all right.
I actually have a lamp in my bag. I'm not even joking. I brought a lamp with me. Are you guys deploying this on Vercel?
I have no idea.
Can you deploy a mobile app to Vercel? I don't think that's how Vercel works at all. Is it? It might be. I don't actually know. I think you're building a native mobile app, right? What's up, Devin? Devin's out there. Hey, buddy. All right. What do we got here?
All right, so now it's going to make sure it CDs me into the right directory, and we're going to create this thing properly.
Okay, so we're initializing the application. Oh, I understand now. You're porting a Node app that you built to a mobile app,
Yes.
which you said.
No worries.
Holy crap! They should get me out of here.
No
They should
worries.
Fire me.
All right, scaffolding the basic screen files. Now we're going through all this again. Now that we're in the right directory, that was my fault because I went and manually typed it. instead of having agent mode, instead of trusting in agent mode.
You didn't trust.
It
Well, it's hard to know
happens.
because sometimes it does like BS you, and you have to call it out and be like, no, we're not doing that. That's wrong. But then sometimes it tells you something and you say it's wrong and it's actually right. And that's what looks like that's what happened to you.
I do not see any errors.
It appears the Wind app Flutter directory was not created successfully. I'll be the judge. Whoa.
Why is it not created?
There's a real live
Where's the folder?
James in my face.
Well, it's
No.
in right here.
It's there. Don't worry. Yeah.
I don't see it in the Explorer.
I don't see it either.
Is it not?
Let's just kill this terminal and start a new one.
Create. Yeah.
Like,
Just-
I feel like you're still in the React Native app. You know what I mean? On the Explorer side. Like,
Right.
Where's the folder that I put the Flutter in?
So we should be in Wind app, and then
Wind app Flutter.
yeah, and then it should create it right here.
But it should be in your file explorer, but I don't see
There we
it.
go.
There it is. Now it's there.
It's weird.
Flutter pub add HTTP. What? Oh, that must be like some dependency or something. I'm just coming up to speed. Have I been wasting my time with Maui? That's the question. James is here.
I don't think so. I've been doing some Maui vibe coding later this week, and I'm going to be doing stuff. I don't know. If it's working well for you, awesome.
Yeah,
Hey, you can talk to the chat, Burke.
I am. I just did.
You can't hear me.
No, they can hear you.
Oh, can they hear me?
No, they can't hear you. Okay.
At all? No.
Yeah, Rick, you haven't wasted your time in Maui. There's some, we were talking about this the other day. There's all these mobile frameworks out there, and I asked you about one. And I said, is it a good framework? And you're like, yeah. There's a lot of good frameworks. Yeah.
A lot of great frameworks out there. You pick what you love and what you know.
Looks like we're moving to some directories and adding some dependencies.
There you go. Now we're cooking.
Yeah, now we're off, I think.
No, we're cooking with gas, as they say. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, it wants me to log how I'm feeling right now. I'm going to log how you're feeling right now. How are you feeling?
Uh,
Sam, is this your first time doing mobile app dev?
this is my first time doing any mobile app dev.
He's never done email. Would you say neutral, slightly pleasant, very pleasant?
Let's put it this way. I wish I had just vibe coded the Node.js live. That would have been.
You still good?
I already did it though.
I'm looking for regretful in the menu here. I don't see it.
It's all right. It looks like we're working now. We're finally getting main Dart, home screen Dart. We're finally getting code created.
Do you know Dart?
No, I know nothing about mobile app creation. I have never done any mobile apps ever.
We're the perfect two people to do this because neither have I. I know JavaScript. I can build a website.
Yeah, exactly. That's what so I had it up earlier. You didn't see it, but I did show the live running app originally and how it, I have it all prototyped out. It's actually checking the weather and, giving the alarms.
Is it impressive? Does it look good?
I don't know about impressive. I'm not a developer full time. I think I might offend some people if I said it looked impressive.
Just tell Claude to make it look impressive, and it actually will.
All right. You can now run your app and navigate between the screens using the app bar icons.
All right, how do you run it?
Let's run the app.
I think it's
Take
just
a look.
Flutter run.
Let's run the app and take a look. I don't know how to run it.
It's Flutter run.
Copilot is going to tell. I need to kill these Copilot instructions.
PS aux. It's grep.
So these are Copilot instructions that I threw in for the NPM server because I got tired of having to kill my NPM server every time. I would do changes. So I need to.
CD and then Flutter run. But you're already in the right directory.
But these are leftover Copilot instructions from my old Node.js app, right? So I should probably delete these for this branch that we'll eventually create. Because right now I'm on the main branch still. I haven't done any proper development techniques.
I mean, that's the whole vibe. That's the definition of vibe coding.
We are vibing.
There are no proper development techniques. We're throwing all of that out the window.
All right, cool.
These guys must be chefs. They're always cooking and present their work with a local host. Okay.
All right, cool.
Tamed craziness. Are you an AI?
Welcome to the wind trend checker.
Yeah.
All right.
What's up?
Great. We have the app running.
Is it running?
Yeah.
No way. Let me
We're
see.
running. There's nothing in there.
Oh, I thought it was a mobile app. It's that it ran it as a web. Oh, because Flutter does
Flutter does
everything.
Chrome, and so right now you missed the. I had to choose an option. There was option 1 or 2. I could run it as a Mac OS app or Chrome.
Well, why not like an iOS app?
I said Mac OS. I meant iOS.
Okay,
It did say Mac. I think it said Mac OS for
What's
the
the
choice.
difference?
But regardless, we're doing it in Chrome because we're live here. Once I get back, I'll go dink around with Mac OS.
Okay.
Great, we have the app running. Let's start. Let's start with the next phase.
What is the next phase?
I don't know. Copilot wrote it down for me. Let's start with the next phase if we are done.
You've
with
literally
phase
offloaded
1.
your entire brain to Copilot for this one. I like
Absolutely,
it.
for sure. So here's the plan. You missed this part earlier. I showed that I created a spec MD file when I first started building this out to help me research and figure out what sites and where to get the data and help building out a visualization. Like step 7 in the spec MD file, which I'll show right here. Step 6.
Whoa, that's a long file. You didn't write all that.
No, of course
Maybe
not.
LLM write that.
Of course,
right? Okay.
Copilot wrote it all for me.
Yeah.
It helped me build it. I didn't do anything with this other than provide pokes and prods.
I like it.
Anyway, future mobile integration. That's where we were at today. And I asked people before this. I was like, "What do you guys think? Should we do this?" I have zero knowledge of Android.
You're mighty brave because you're doing it with people watching you in a glass box.
Thank you.
This is the perfect time
All
to
right.
try something you've never tried before.
Data fetching service is created to get WIN data from your backend. The home screen now fetches and displays WIN data.
Well,
You can now run the app and see the load spinner error message, or if you update the app. Okay.
well, we'll be the judge of that.
All right. So we should be able to.
Lies.
Hold on. I have two browsers open. I
Okay.
think that's the old one.
Oh, that actually looked really nice. That was an impressive first attempt.
That was my Node.js app. So
Oh,
there you
that
go.
was good.
See, no wireless devices found. Chrome, Mac OS.
You don't look at the iOS simulator installed or whatever.
I
wonder
don't
if
have
I
any of
did
that installed right now.
Oh, and you're using GPT-4.1 also.
I am.
Interesting.
We were using Claude, but
I
it was.
saw it. I saw the thing.
Yeah.
It did the thing, and then it failed.
Well, that's fine because we're not there yet.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
So let's. Loading spinner error message, or if you update the API URL. So now that we're coding, I'm going to switch back over to 3.7. 3.7 was going so slow for kind of just planning and figuring things out and getting things started. Let's have 3.7 help us with the code.
All right. Why are you going back to 3.7 though? Did you lose faith in 4.1 already?
So 4.1's really fast, but I feel like it and this is maybe you'll know, but Pierce was saying like there's around 15 prompts. Let me type this in and we'll talk.
All right.
All right. Proceed with phase 2 and bringing in the code and transforming.
Tech with Vitor, will you create a public repository for this project? No, because we're going to monetize it directly. Just put Stripe in front of it, and we're going to retire. We're never coming back here. Yeah, I think we probably will.
This thing will end up being public for sure.
Yeah, it'll be public.
Yeah, for sure.
For better or for worse.
And I'm probably not going to publish the results of just today. I'll end up putting it into an app. It's already in a GitHub. It is published. If you went and look for my GitHub handle, you'll find it, and you'll find the original Node.js app.
Let's see. Is the backend running?
There is no backend right now.
Then where's it supposed to get the weather from?
So it pulls the weather live. It scrapes a wind website, and my old one was just dropping into a CSV. Like I said, it was just a quick prototype to see if this would work.
So now you're like scraping a web page as an API. Can you do that? Does that work?
You can use Puppeteer. Puppeteer will scrape it. So the Win site doesn't. I have a membership to it, so it's not like I'm. But they don't have APIs available.
Right.
So I had to scrape the site. Anyway,
it seems like there should be a public API for wind data, though. That's like what am I paying taxes for if the government's not providing?
There is a public
free
one.
wind data?
There is absolutely public ones, but they're not as good as the private one that I have. a membership to.
It's just better.
Yeah. So what were we talking about? Oh, why did I switch? As what we're talking about?
I'm sorry. That was like 2 timelines ago, man. I don't remember what we're doing. Back up. Start all over. No, it was so the thing ran. There was a spinner, and then you said that's because we haven't done something.
We haven't actually added the code in. So this is what Pierce was talking about earlier. There's a certain there's a certain number of like prompts and that it'll go through in agent mode before it stops and asks you to continue.
Yeah. When it says it's been working for a while, please continue.
Yeah. So I feel like GPT-1 will stop sooner, right? It'll like work, do
It does more steps faster is what happens.
Yeah, versus Claude, it'll run forever.
Yes, literally.
And I've been getting a lot of questions. We've been talking a lot, so I needed to offload some of my concentration.
To back, yeah. You've been at this for an hour.
For an hour, I would say we're not very far.
How do you feel after being here for an hour?
I'm finally starting to feel comfortable. I wish I had just voted to go with Flutter in the beginning and not try to mess around with something I had no clue about.
The first hour was brutal.
The first hour is pretty brutal.
I showed up for the fun stuff.
So you can see we're actually now looking at, this is what I should have expected to see a while ago is, hey, here's my wind visualization dark mode, which is, go back over here. This is this page.
Yeah.
It's taking that, it's looking at the scraping, right? We talked about how the original app scrapes from the wind site. It's grabbing those, and now it's putting it, let's create the model classes and data services for our Flutter app. Great, thank you, because I have no idea what I'm doing with Flutter.
Yeah, I have no idea. Is it Java? Chat, is Flutter is Dart, and Dart is Java, right? I assume if it's Google, it's Java.
No, I don't think it's Java.
Yeah, that's like all Google does is Java. I swear, everything is Java.
Let's go then.
Let's see what the chat says. Validate me, chat. What is Dart? Well, it must be some like language that can compile down to Java or transpile to JavaScript because we're in the browser. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, let's see what chat says.
No, let's create okay, it's creating the model classes.
Yeah, so now again, this is what I expected to see a little bit ago, right? Here's my wind visualization and the scraper because my original app, you can see we got a lot more files here. My original app was just 2 JavaScript files and then the CSV data because I didn't even want to build a back end.
Yeah.
Because why? It's going to end up being an app.
You gotta love JavaScript. That's all you need. 2 JavaScripts and a CSV.
Again, it was a prototype just to see if I was getting the right data from the right place.
Yeah. So yeah, Java. Dart is Dart.
Dart is Dart.
But yeah, it's like Google loves Java, right? Am I crazy? Why don't you create a .NET Maui project? Well, you've got people freaking out. You should have used Maui, man. No, it's okay. He just didn't choose Maui. He chose Flutter for
Maui was not on the not on the choice list.
Yeah.
I did not see Maui way back up here.
We're at a build conference, I think is the problem. That's Microsoft's mobile framework. Sorry about that. Juan, we're sorry. We messed up. Here
you go. Here was my options. It was not presented as an option. If you want to build an Android app without React Native, here are some alternate approaches. Yep.
Dart, Progressive Web App, Cordova. Whoa!
I threw that one out to Pierce, and he was like, "Don't you dare."
That's a throwback. Wait a minute. This might help. If you copy paste your package JSON in the air into Microsoft Copilot in a new tab, you want us to open another Copilot? Bring another AI into the mix?
I'm already terrified enough to open more screens while I'm live streaming here.
Yeah, I hear you.
I was like, oh man, I don't even want to open and build it. Open up a new project. So we're staying in this one. I think we're off to the races here. Things are actually happening.
Feeling pretty good about it?
I am.
Thing is, we got to sit here and let Claude cook.
Claude does take quite some time to run. This is why I was in GPT 4.1. It's fast. It's exciting.
So fast. That's sort of like the double-edged sword of Claude is that it's really, really good in agent mode, but then also there's this issue where it's like, come on, man. The other day, somebody posted and they were like vibe coding, more like vibe waiting.
It is true. I brought that. I said earlier, I was like, I think I want to start in 4.1 because it's faster, it's exciting. But it's like,
No, it's very true. 4.1's my go-to at the moment. And I used to be Claude all the way, but I do like 4.1 a lot.
I'd say 4.1 is my daily driver for sure. And what I usually do is 4.1 most of the time, and then I'll flip over to 3.7 if I feel like I want it to go longer because I'm multitasking, or if I get stuck. Like sometimes I get stuck and I need to switch models to try and get out of whatever it is.
Yeah, it's almost like asking a different person. Like,
exactly.
Well, we can't figure this out. What does this guy think? Let's see him. Pedro, Microsoft live streaming and a Mac programming in Dart. What a time to be alive. Or it's our last day on the job. Or your last day on the job. I'm joking. Yeah, no, Microsoft doesn't care, believe it or not.
Yeah, we went through this
Macs
earlier,
and-
actually.
okay, yeah.
When I joined, I had a choice between Mac and Windows. And I said I made the switch like 10 years ago. I've just gotten so used to it because 10 years ago I had to actually compile iOS apps and show those off. So
Yeah.
I remember the 3 months of painful experience trying to learn the Alt-Tab to Command-Tab.
Oh, that's right, because it is Command Tab.
Yeah.
So at home, I use a PC that I built myself that has like, I don't know, 96 gigs of RAM, and it's got a big GPU, and it's got a 12 core, 24 thread, or maybe strike that, reverse it, however that works. Because like there's an excuse to build a PC now, right? Because like you got to run models and stuff, so you have this excuse to spend money that you don't have. And Jessica Dean's here. And then I have a Mac that I use when I'm on the road traveling for stuff like this. Hey, Jess. Good to see you.
So what I
about
really
the-
want is I want to have a Windows server at my house and then have my Mac as my
Like an
work.
actual server?
Yeah. Why not?
But isn't a server is just a computer?
It's just a computer.
Yeah.
But, that way I don't have to, boot up a VM to use Power BI and do other things.
You know what'd be dope though is if you had a whole closet that was just like full of these beefed out GPUs. Like Nvidia's got this thing that they're making that's like a supercomputer that they're gonna sell. They announced it. I forget. Chat. What's the name of the thing that Nvidia is creating that you can buy? It's like $4,000, and it's a supercomputer. It's like a consumer grade supercomputer.
I'd love to hear more. Are they going to talk about it, tonight at the happy hour?
But did they have a happy hour?
I think NVIDIA is sponsoring the happy hour tonight.
I think we're working. I don't think we get to go to that, bro. That's not how this works at all.
You sure?
Yeah. Chat. If you could please Google that. There's an Nvidia supercomputer that's like $4,000 or $5,000. You can buy that mug, and then you have a supercomputer. I don't know what happens after that, but you own a supercomputer, and right there, that's worth it.
All right. We finally got to what I think is a stopping point. Well, not a stopping point, but a stopping point for this model because it's a little bit too slow for live
You're moving
excitement.
on. Now you must
So we've summarized the conversation history, right? Help proceed with phase 2. I need to focus on implementing the settings functionality and integrating the backend API. I'm going to move to 4.1 just to make this go faster and be more exciting.
Let's do.
I'm not worried.
We use a lot of models. We don't care. There's no wrong way to vibe or right way.
There was a wrong way to vibe earlier. I was in ask mode for at least the first 10 minutes of this.
You're right.
So there is absolutely a wrong way to vibe. I made sure to accomplish it in the inaugural kickoff of solo vibe coding here at Microsoft Build.
Is it called digits? Is it digits? Prashant, let me look that up. And I'm validating right now. NVIDIA digits. It might be digits. Let's see. The world's smallest AI supercomputer, Project Digits. That's right. A Grace Blackwell supercomputer on your desk. Yes, that's it. No, it's not the Spark. It's definitely the digits because it's all bedazzled, which I don't understand. Like they bedazzled the supercomputer for whatever reason. All right. Your win data model is already correct. If you want to proceed with the next step,
please proceed with integrating local storage.
Are you already on to that step? Is
Yeah.
everything working?
It's still not.
Wait a minute. Chat, you may be right. It may be Spark. What is happening? It's Project NVIDIA DGX Spark is the name of it. Project Digits Spark is the name. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting the vibe flow.
No worries. I'm now that we got 4.1 cooking, we're gonna go back and we'll be a little bit faster. So it's telling me the next thing I need to go on with is implement local storage, then connect the backend, and using this model in your UI. So the UI is not showing anything yet because I haven't done that step.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
Do you really use the minimap?
The minimap.
Yeah. Do you use the minimap?
What is the minimap?
The minimap is this thing taking up like all this space in your screen.
Oh no, but I'm not even looking at the code.
That's true. You don't care. You don't care what's in there. You literally don't care.
I mean, this is annoying that that's up. So I should have closed that. We don't really need this.
I mean, at what point do you just close the editor altogether?
I'm probably at the point where I should. I don't even look at the code.
What is the point?
I don't. Cool.
That's vibes. I don't want to know what's happening. I don't want to know what you're doing.
I think the only time I really start looking at the code is when things start going wrong and builds break again, I'm only looking at the code and Copilot's doing the same thing and it's going fast.
Yeah, but at this point, neither you nor I have any clue about how this thing works. So what would we do even if we...
Well, you'd have to ask Copilot to explain it to you.
So still, in which case, you still don't need the code. All right. So next steps could include reading these settings in your window. Oh, it's like trying to move on to next steps of the application. Truly vibing, indeed. Do y'all vibe? Chat, do you vibe? So listen, I tweeted this morning about a bunch of different stuff in the keynote. Okay.
Okay.
Now some of these things that we had were the open sourcing of GitHub Copilot Chat and VS Code, the open sourcing of WSL, MCP on Windows, Grok in Azure. Which chat of those things, one of those tweets went viral? Which one do you think it was? Of all those announcements, which one do people seem to care the most about? Would you like to guess? I'll let you guess. You remember your options are open source chat extension for Visual Studio Code, open source WSL, MCP on Windows, or Grok in Azure. Those are the choices.
Grok in Azure.
Lock in your votes. That's what you think?
Why not?
Okay. Well, let's see what chat thinks here, and then I'll tell you. Because it was not what I thought, and the takes are spicy, man. Like not everybody is happy about it. I'm getting quote tweeted with some fairly harsh memery. Doesn't feel good. All right. Now what's wrong?
Nothing. Saying it's good.
Oh, okay.
However, let's start debugging because it's telling me it's good, but it's not, right? It's telling me the wind analysis logic uses the user's minimum. Okay.
And that's not true?
We're not seeing anything in the UI.
No, we don't see it there. So we got, let's see, Grok, WSL, extension open source. I'm going to give y'all another 30 seconds to lock those votes in, and then I'll tell you which one the people seem to care about the most.
Ooh.
Press R.
It's not actually
Yeah, it says press R on the terminal. Chat wants you to press R on the terminal. It's actually really...
Chat's teaching me. Chat's teaching me how to.
Now just paste all that in. Just copy all that in and paste it in. No context.
Chat's telling me you don't know what you're doing at all.
Is the opening the console forbidden in Chrome? I don't look. I'm the MC. Yell at him.
Why would I do that when Copilot will go fix it for me?
Yeah, tell Copilot to go
now,
look in the.
This is a question that came up earlier with
Yeah.
Pierce. Like, what's your favorite MCP server? I don't know if there's one out there yet, but I would love an MCP server that will deal with Chrome dev tools, so I don't ever have to inspect anything again.
Playwright will do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Done.
It will open. It can inspect the page. It can look at all of everything that's happening in the guts. I call it the guts. All right, y'all. The answer is the thing that seems to be most controversial, the most controversy, was MCP native support for MCP on Windows. Why is that? Why is that so controversial? I don't know. All right, did you paste the error in?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now it wants to add another package.
We already added this though, I believe.
Well, let's add it again. Can't. The beauty is to put guardrails before you start. Let's set up the tone of the context. Yeah. The more instructions you give the model, the better your chances of
absolutely
getting something that works out the other end.
Don't worry, you're going to see people that actually really know how to code show up here in the next, couple sessions that'll probably set up Copilot properly.
The rules are you don't get to leave
until I get this
until
working.
the thing works. I don't know if they did they not explain that? Like, that's why the doors are locked, man.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We'll see how this works out. I mean, I'm hoping we just get something in the UI, right? That'll be a win if we can pull that off in 15 minutes, considering the stumbling blocks I've had along the way. And most of these are user errors, right? You guys will see a lot more people that
Persistence. I think what I think this goes to show is that it really does help to know what you're doing. Probably the best combination of vibing and results is vibing something you understand.
You know what someone explained? They explained it this way: like if you give someone a power drill,
Yeah.
that doesn't make them a carpenter.
That is very true.
But it does make a carpenter hang cabinets a hell of a lot faster.
That is very true. Wow, that's really good. Although you can't say hell because it's a family show.
Oops.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Is that a swear? Yeah, MCP on Windows. Why? I'm not exactly sure. Although, I mean, that is a pretty powerful thing, right? Like it opens up all sorts of possibilities. Native in the OS, come on.
Absolutely.
Windows as a client, when Windows is the client, it's kind of incredible. All right, what'd you do?
We inspected a lot of things, searched a lot of text.
You cleaned.
Yeah, did a clean, Flutter pub get, Flutter run.
I feel like clean is a call for help. That's a cry for help from the AI. That's like I don't know. Clean the project.
Let's see.
Couldn't resolve the package shared preferences. Yeah, I can't find that freaking package, man. Let's see what it wants to do now. High pressure game show. No,
Yes.
this is the well, yeah, and the fact that you don't get to leave. No rest.
Let's do one more Flutter run, and then I do prefer Claude for debugging. Like when I start running into errors, GPT 4.1 for sure for going fast. Claude tends to get me out of trouble with debugging.
I like how you ran it and it didn't work. So the solution in your mind was to run it again. That's the most developer thing in the world. You ever heard the joke about you have like a developer and a project manager and an IT, like an infrastructure person, and they're on a road trip, right? And they're in a car and they're on the road trip and they're driving down the road and the car, like, you know, it breaks down. They almost crash. They pull off to the side of the road. Everybody's like, right, terrified. And the project manager's like, look, here's what we're going to do, right? I'm going to write up a spec for what might have gone wrong here, right? And then we'll get all of the stakeholders here to talk about what we need to do to get this fixed, and we'll get this car back on the road, right? And the infrastructure person's like, no, I think what we need to do is just replace the back plane, right, on the car. We'll just replace the whole back plane. I've got the order into CDW. It will be here in 24 hours. And that's what we're going to do. And they look back at the developer and they're like, what do you think we should do? And the developer's like, I think we should just try it again.
I like it.
The AI is stuck in your environment trying to adhere to your requested iterations. I'm suggesting a new browser tab. Somebody suggested opening a tab, because I think this is what people do. This is what I do too, by the way, is they'll open a browser tab to like Gemini or ChatGPT or something and like throw it over there and see what it says.
Oh, yeah.
And see if it can point you in the right direction. Yeah. But it looks like, let's see.
It looks like it's, I mean,
Let's
Claude's
investigate
telling
the
me that
errors.
we're missing something from the PubSec lock, which...
that sounds legit. I mean, the PubSpec is where all the packages are defined. And I actually happen to know a thing or two about Flutter. I'm going to be honest. I've been lying.
Well, I mean, if it's anything like, you know, any of the other package managers, right? So my lock file's out of date somehow. So
I don't know what that means.
lock file being out of date, like it's the lock file is not in sync with your actual main file, right? So your PubSec and then your PubSec lock.
I have a deeper question though. What is a lock file exactly?
A lock file defines exactly what all of your dependencies are. So
Why
that
do
you know.
But that's defined in the package JSON. Why do I need that?
No, the package JSON, especially for like NPM, can do like carets and do semver ranges. So it could be, you know, when it actually compiles, well, or
You don't know what it will be.
you don't know what you're going to get, especially for all your transitive dependencies. So the lock file tells you each specific dependency and the transitive dependency and what version you've got.
All right.
I mean-
$60,000 question. Are you supposed to put that sucker in source control?
Yeah, absolutely. Always check your lock file in.
Okay, because then I feel like Dependabot just slaps me around with out-of-date dependencies.
Well,
And I don't know what
to
to do. It's opening PRs, like, leave me alone. I'm just trying to live my life.
You should be trying to stay up to date.
I'm not. I'm trying to play Overwatch.
Well, the best way it was explained to me once upon a time is think about going to the dentist. If you didn't brush your teeth every single day and then
Yeah.
you went to the dentist, he's going to need to drill.
maybe.
Versus keeping your packages up to date. Like if there's a vulnerability that occurs, upgrading, a year later is a lot harder than if you just upgrade every time a new minor package comes out.
Yeah.
And then you know that there's a major package coming out, so you need to put that in your backlog as an item that you need to work on. And then maybe you could have Copilot coding agent work on that as an issue.
Yeah, it's just like, so this is where I really want an agent. This is exactly where I want it, right? When I got PRs, there's 50 PRs and 48 of them are from Dependabot. And they're like, I don't have time for this, man. I'd assign all of that to Copilot in a heartbeat. Fix those freaking Dependabot alerts. Man, you got a crowd now. What did you do?
We're debugging. I don't know. Let's take a look.
That's
We've been chatting.
It's super exciting to debug, live debugging.
Let's see. So we fixed the shared preferences dependency by adding it properly. So we didn't have the shared preferences dependency in our PubSec YAML. And now we're downgrading FL chart from 1 to 0.55, which supports tooltip BG color. We cleaned up the build and reinstalled.
All of that sounds made up.
Is that from you or chat? Is that the chat or you?
I'm looking at the chat. Does Visual Studio also have this Copilot? Yeah, it does. For sure, yeah. A bit late with this, but listen to you complain about it being slow while it was writing all your code for you. That's so true, man. The thing is writing all the code, and all we can do is moan about it not doing it fast enough or the right way. Look, we don't have time for this. I don't have time to wait on Claude. Stop justifying Claude's freaking behavior. Delete your package log file and npm install. Well, it's not an npm project. So
well, we do have an npm. He is right. There is an npm in here. I basically put both apps together in one repo to avoid having to open
mono repo.
Additional. Don't worry. This is not how.
Bro, you have 8 minutes to land this plane.
We will see what happens. Like I can see people out there looking scared, just like me. Cool. So let's continue to test our app, make sure all the features are working. Let's focus on a few key aspects. So it's verifying the theme change, checking the win data, uses user settings.
All of that sounds very official. I'll be honest. I don't know.
See, this is where you kind of get yourself in trouble is you jump to a different terminal and do things behind Copilot's back.
I go, yeah, and then it doesn't know what you did. It's like, I want to start the project. It's already started, bro. It's already started.
See, we're still getting errors.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Here's what I would do. What do the errors actually say? Look at them.
Trying to use a constructor or factory.
Okay. Have you just wholesale pasted the error into the?
We did earlier, and then those were completely different errors. So now we're working through.
We're working through that.
We're actually not working through these errors.
I would
yet.
literally take that and paste that error wholesale, no context, into the window. And the other thing I would do is I'd start a new chat session, because the longer that thing gets, the tougher the time the agent has, because you're stuffing the context window. It's got to deal with everything above you.
That is very true.
And all of the tabs that are open, plus all of the context that it's gathered. And yeah, that's a pro tip, chat. Like, clear that chat out as often as you can. Otherwise, your context window is going to be like bloated and.
I mean, we're still working through things. It's still coding for me.
It has. It's not. You know what? I feel like it's never going to give up. At no point will it be like, I don't know.
It's true. If this was me on my own trying to learn Flutter, this would have ended at least an hour and 15 minutes ago. For sure.
Should have used Maui.
Should have used Maui.
I can say that it's build. Yeah. I tell you what, start all over.
No, we're not gonna
do it in Maui.
No way, no way. As soon as this finishes up, we're gonna debug this last section with probably 4.1.
And then you're gonna go sleep for 2 days. Yeah.
Now I'll be back here tomorrow.
Are you? What are you doing?
I actually get to moderate in 2 days.
Really? What are you gonna moderate?
Martin Woodward is gonna be coding.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You just got you're moderating him vibing.
I will be taking your position.
I'm actually vibing tomorrow as well. And chat, look, I got to show you this because this is happening. I lugged with me all the way from Tennessee an actual lamp.
Oh
I've
boy,
been carrying this thing around for days.
you got to hold it up to the camera so they
There-
can see
there it
this. This is
I brought a lamp. Okay, now check it out. I have a bulb, or as we say in Tennessee, a bub. I have a bub. It's an internet connected light bulb.
it is a TP link.
Yeah, it is a TP link.
Yes.
No, it's actually not.
You just had that box.
That's just the box. It's an LIFX bulb and a TP link box. Stay with me. And I'm going to code an MCP server that controls the light bulb.
Oh,
Yeah, so that the agent can then turn the lights on, change the colors. Why, you ask? Because I can, right?
love it.
Yeah. And I also have a site that I'll give you, and you can just change the lamp color as I'm vibing, which I also vibed. But I previously vibed before the vibing that will happen tomorrow. All right. What's the word? Where are we?
We are we're testing now. We're finally ready to run the command in the terminal. Let's make sure that
I like
shut
that
down.
you've burned $1,000 in Azure Compute. trying to do
So
this.
true. All right, unable to find utility Xcode build. It's going to tell me I don't even have Xcode build because I haven't installed Xcode build probably on this machine.
Why? What? Let me ask a serious question here. What on earth does Xcode have to do with anything that we're doing right now? You're not building a native Mac app, are you?
Flutter allows you to do Mac.
Yeah, but you're
or-
not. You're building a web app, right?
No, this is supposed to be a mobile app that can be in Mac or Android.
Oh,
I wanted to
that's-
do it in Android because I have an Android
My
phone,
bad.
but Flutter we ended up switching to Flutter, which allows you to do both.
I'm clearly not paying attention to anything you've said in the last hour. Ask it to summarize context and open a new chat.
Yeah, let's you're right.
And actually, we do that for you behind the
Let me just help you.
schemes.
Okay, so you have your other Copilot here. The problem here is that you don't have Xcode installed, so it can't run Xcode.
Exactly.
build, so you just need to run it on the web. Just tell it to run it on the web.
I hit 2 though, didn't I? Or did I hit 1?
No. It ran one. It ran one for you automatically. Copilot. Yeah. So this would be a good custom instruction. Always run it on the web. So I
Yeah,
have Xcode
never
installed.
run it on Mac OS because I don't have Xcode
You
installed.
could install Xcode, but then that will take the rest of the day.
We have no idea
to
what we're
do,
doing.
so.
Chat, listen, I'm about to get out of here because I've been here for 45 minutes and that's all I signed up for. I'm leaving. I'm going to go watch my favorite streamers on Twitch in the hotel room play Overwatch. Are there any other Overwatch players in the chat? Where are you at? Don't forget to add Codebase when you open it. That's a good tip. What's that? Yeah, are you in? Am I out? You're in?
15 minutes left with Sam.
Oh, another 15 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I got started at, didn't I? No, I got started at 2:45.
Start at 3.
I'll stay with him. I got it.
We also have a trash can behind
So we had someone live here come in and assist that actually knows Flutter. Let me know that we were running into.
Please click keep all the time. Yeah, that's you should keep more often than you're keeping. Yes, right about that too. Why is there errors? I thought AI writes perfect code. It does not. Spoiler alert.
Let me add this as a custom.
Pistol Mirage, do you play Overwatch? Who's your main? Who do you main? Who do you main? And are you playing the new stadium mode? I'm curious.
All right, so the issues that it was running into looks like it was from the FL chart library when it was running on the web, right? It was trying to do it for running on Mac OS.
Ah.
So again, someone said it in the chat right here. I'm dogging on Claude while it's written everything. I haven't done anything. Literally have no idea what I'm
That's
doing.
true. You're complaining about code you didn't write, but
Well, isn't that what a lot of people do?
I mean, oh, you're a Hanzo main? Oh, never mind. We're not friends anymore. I'm just kidding. I'm a Reinhardt main, so I'm and Roadhog. So I'm a huge fan. Sorry, I'm having a side conversation over here with the chat.
That's all right.
Okay, it has nothing to do with vibe coding.
I mean, I probably should be like moving around and showing how things are actually changing in the code instead of just leaving it on the pub spec YAML.
Yeah, that's not terribly interesting. YAML. I like how people were like, XML is not great. Here's YAML. That was the solution to that problem.
All right, so did update my Copilot instructions to make sure that we always run in Chrome.
And
We can go take a look at it.
how we doing?
I mean,
Got a lot of green there. I like the green.
lots of green.
Green is good. You know what? Yesterday I bought one of those giant Reese's candy bars. It's called like a Nutrageous or something. It's called a Nutrageous. That's what it's called. It's literally like this big, and I ate half of it at 4 a.m. and the other half is sitting on my nightstand, and I just want to go back and be with my Reese's candy bar. I'm
Let's keep
stuck
all
in the
these
hot
files.
box.
Stuck in the hot box.
Stuck in the hot box with this Flutter nightmare. But personally, I hate YAML. I always prefer JSON. Yeah. Significant white space. No one likes it. It's never been a good idea. Not once. Yet we keep doing it. How do you know if your YAML is malformed? Don't worry, it is. Oh man, that's the same joke about Vim users. Like, how do you know if somebody uses Vim?
I don't know.
Don't worry, they'll tell you. So, just wait for chat. Somebody from chat's about to say they use Vim. In 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Here it
Somebody is Copilot available for Vim?
Yes, actually, I think it is. I actually think it is.
NeoVim.
Yeah,
NeoVim.
NeoVim. It's for NeoVim. Yeah.
But is NeoVim Vim? I mean, come on.
Time to scrap Flutter and go with Vite plus React.
Oh, you know, that is my original app. I mean, there's no React in it, but it is Vite.
Yeah.
So the original app was Vite.
Vite is such a remarkable piece of technology. Like, you take for granted like how good Vite is, how fast it is. That's one of the most impressive pieces of technology that's ever been created, in my opinion. Chat is Vite. Literally, it's Vite. It's underrated. It doesn't get enough credit.
I actually take that back. I vibe coded another app that we could have worked on, and that one was Vite. This one was not. We talked about this one earlier on. This one is just Chart.js.
Gotcha.
That was another one I was gonna.
So you lied to my face.
I did. Sorry. I'm like Vite. Yeah, I literally vibe coded Vite this week.
I just did it. By the way, y'all, Sam and I, we do not know each other. We just met.
Just met. He just sat down in the seat next to me. I'm like, let's rock.
Now we're best friends. Vite is excellent. That's what I'm saying, right, Michael? Like, it's just a remarkable, because remember what was before that? It's Webpack. And I don't want to dog on Webpack, but I do want to say that I never understood it. And I found myself in trouble a whole lot. And Vite just, like, things that just work, in the land of things that just work, Vite seems to just, which is what I need. I'm not smart enough to debug problems.
So if you look at what actually happened here, there seems to be an issue with FL Chart. It actually needed to use the newer version. So when we downgraded earlier, apparently that broke some things.
Okay. So you're back on it.
We've got less errors. That is success. We're down to 2 errors. That's great.
What is SWC, Nicola? I know what POG is. Poggers. Pog and Poggers. My kids.
SWC?
Well, POG is like, I used to think POG meant play of the game, but it doesn't. I don't know what it means. It means like dope, I think. So basically there's a manual on debug. We're manually just feeding things back through.
I'm not touching anything. I haven't typed in probably
2 years.
Let's scroll back up and see when I last typed. I did hands off the keyboard to show that like this is really vibing. Let's go back up. I think the last
up and the
last time I
up.
typed was let's work on debugging this. We are still getting errors. That was quite some time ago.
And they stay there. And they stay there. That's the vibe coding song.
I am clicking though. So anytime it tries to run a command, you do have to click to confirm. So you're not just going to be running willy-nilly commands.
There is a setting.
You can tell it to just do it for the session, which I
Do it for the vibes. I
But-
actually don't know where that setting is, though. P. Boggs would know if he was still here, but he left. He left us. He took off. Hey, James, go get me a donut.
I do prefer to
Do they have
click
donuts?
on whether or not it's going to run.
Actually,
a
I just
command.
want something to drink. If you could just get me a drink, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm watching my figure.
All right, we're going to update again. We're still updating this. Looks like issue with the media query API this time.
Okay. I mean, all of these things. Look, the thing is, like, if the AI is making it up, it's so good at making things up that, like, it sounds legit. We have no way of knowing. It's just, yeah, right here is like, see,
But
exactly.
Think about the amount of time it would take me to look through this and figure out if AI was hallucinating or not.
There, you can't, and that's why context is extremely important. Somebody once explained it to me like this. It was like one of the engineers at Microsoft who works on the Azure extension for GitHub Copilot. And when you have these agents, what you want them to do is like call these tools or look at documentation when they need to do so. In other words, like if it doesn't know what to do, it would be nice if it would just call a tool to go out and look at the documentation. Okay, so it's like, why doesn't it do that? Well, because that isn't how LLMs work at all. LLMs are really, really confident, right? Like they're like a senior dev who's like, I know the answer to this, and feels like they don't need instructions or directions. And so it's really hard to get them, oh, dude, Rice Krispie treats. It's really hard to get them to use tools to like, what, you're not, you just rejected my Rice
I
Krispie?
can't eat a Rice Krispie treat live with a microphone in my mouth.
Why not? This,
Show me.
that's ASMR. Hold on. Rice.
All right.
Rice
So we're
Krispie
down to
ASMR.
one error now. We started with at least, I don't know. There's way too many that filled the screen, especially in this smashed window. We're down to one now. So it's debugged all of this the entire time. So
Okay.
I'm hopeful in the next 7 minutes we get a
We're
live.
down to one error.
We're down to one error. We get
Either
actually
that
run-
or it will turn one error into 10. I'm gonna eat this Rice Krispie treat with that. I don't care.
There's a mute button right here.
No, don't turn it on.
That doesn't mute you. It just mutes me.
Just what mutes me?
The one over by you.
Wait, it literally says cough. Oh,
Yeah. If you press that, you're on mute.
no, I'm providing the ASMR component of the live stream. Hey, we're on TV.
Wow. There is
Wait.
a lot of people here.
There's a camera. There's people filming us there. We have some water.
Water for
This
sure.
we're making ASMR.
Let's try not to spill all over this
vibe
place.
Code. We've got Rice Krispie treats. And we can do a little crinkling. Oh, yeah, we're vibe coding. Oh, Sam, you're being interviewed. Tell them what you're building, because honestly, Chad, I don't really know.
I honestly can't hear you. Say it again. Oh, so just to kind of recap what we did earlier, I built a wind. So I kiteboard and I wing foil in the morning. So I don't want to wake up at 5:15. I want this app to change my alarm. So I built it in Node.js. So I look at the weather, but I don't know how to build anything in Android. I've never built a Android or iOS app ever in my life. So we're using Copilot to do this for me. It was a rocky road in the beginning because I didn't know what I was doing, but we are almost, I mean, we don't have a fully finished application, but I think we've actually got something we can show to cap this
I
off
like how you said in the beginning,
in the beginning.
as if the situation has improved in the last hour. Oh man, this is the highlight of my day for real. Is this is this gonna work?
Is this going to work, right?
Has my whole hour been for nothing?
We will see.
If so, I'm never speaking to you again. This is officially the last time.
I wanted to mention that I love the dark mode theme here because I know Burke and anti-dark mode.
Yeah, that's right. I am team light mode. I don't just
Oh, wow.
I don't do dark mode just because everybody says that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
Pro dark mode.
Yeah, that's all Sam.
Absolutely.
I have no control over Sam. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we've got 6 minutes. It actually stopped finding errors, I think.
By the way, the official recommendation from chat is to rewrite it in Rust. That is not a joke.
No, please tell me that is not.
Just rewrite it in Rust at this point. Did it actually implement fetching of the wind data that you previously did with Puppeteer? Did it actually do that?
Let's go look. So here's the wind data Dart. About settings. Here's the main function. Be honest, I'm not seeing anything in here with Puppeteer.
Oh, it's a negative Ghostwriter.
I think so too.
By the way, you got 5 minutes.
I know.
T-minus 5 minutes.
T-minus 5 minutes. Let's see what we get here. One more error.
It's just one more. Just fix that last one,
I know.
and then you can go home. Simple wind chart. It's the charts, man. The charts are messing you up.
I mean, it wasn't a complicated app for sure.
Listen, are you going to eat this or can I have it?
You can
'Cause
have it.
I'll
Absolutely.
eat 2 Rice Krispie treats.
Go right ahead. Looks
Are
like
you-
we need to make this simple.
Are you going to eat that? I provide 0 value in this whole setup.
I mean, you did let me know I should recode it in Rust. Like,
No, that was Nicolas suggested that. Thank you for your constructive feedback. Oh man,
I'm gonna search and see if we've got anything in here with Puppeteer. No, I definitely did not implement any of my Puppeteer stuff.
There's no Puppeteer.
Nah.
I like how 183 people have decided to spend their afternoon
Watching me struggle.
Yeah.
Learn to use Flutter and Dart. Simple. It exists, but it appears to be empty. Let's add the content again.
Yeah. Why don't you try that again there? Thanks a lot. I think maybe you should start to get rude with it and just yell at it.
You know what? I should have, honestly, now that I've gone through this learning experience, what I could easily do is create a new Flutter project, take the plan, take the 3 files from my Node.js app, and just say, build this mobile application using these specs and plan. And it would probably be faster than the nonsense I'm going through right now.
Why didn't you just do that to begin with? That makes so much sense.
Well, we didn't come straight to Flutter. We started
right.
off with
You took a roundabout way.
we took at least 10 minutes of me using Ask instead of agent
Yeah.
mode.
God bless the broken road
And
that led you to this broken.
oh!
Oh, no way. Are you serious? No way. No way. That did not happen.
Wake up, good wind conditions.
No way that did not happen.
Again, I know nothing about Flutter or Dart other than I understand the package manager.
Chat, did you just see that?
Here we go.
I did not think that was. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. What in the
Let's
wor-
compare.
What in the world?
Oh man, look at this. Look at this. Recent readings, right? Showing me the time from this morning, speed, gust, direction. This is all accurate. So if we go back to my other, this is the one I built, right? Again, I vibe coded this one too, but I actually knew what I was doing. So you can see 6 to 8 a.m. verification analysis. Should I wake up, right? And it's got current data for different days. Here we go.
What? I still can't believe that, dude. We were utterly broken, confused, lost. You were crying, right?
I think there were some tears for sure.
Yeah, it was hard for people to tell from the video, but you were crying, and now it's working.
No errors. You know, we had to struggle through those errors, and let's not forget to click the keep button. I tend to do that. I forget to click keep.
You should commit right now. Stop what you're doing and commit this monstrosity.
Feature Flutter.
Ship it. Yeah, Nick, we're gonna ship it. It's gonna be in the App Store in an hour. 99 cents a month.
And you know what? I have no idea what happened. So Copilot's gonna do that commit message for me.
Dude, you're 1 minute. You have less than 60 seconds. You pulled that off. This is seriously the greatest moment in technology, right? There's like the announcement of the iPhone, and then there's you somehow salvaging this train wreck at the 11th hour. Localhost delivers once again. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And Nicholas says, okay, now rewrite it in Rust. Unbelievable, man.
So I think
What
I
a
will,
payoff.
to kind of recap this, I do think I'll continue down the Flutter path. I'm not going to go back and do React Native and see how far I can get this for sure without a live audience watching me.
Your next prompt should be make it look modern. No, seriously, like Claude, and just say make it look modern. For some reason, Claude really likes that word. All right, chat. Thanks for being here. Nick already approved the PR, so I don't know what PR, Nick, what PR are you talking about? All right. Ship it, yeah. All right, thanks for being with us, chat. I guess we're swapping out. Dude, I don't know how anyone's going to top that.
I think it'll be pretty easy.
All right, chat. We're out of here. See ya.
Oh my goodness, we're live.
Yeah, finally, not without.
Wow. Okay, so let's think about all the things that blew up. One is you had to install Windows updates.
Well, of course, it wouldn't be a demo without having to do Windows updates 3 seconds before
The
we have
demo
to go
gods.
live.
First of all, the Wi-Fi wasn't working, the Ethernet. So then it's like, oh, okay, let's test this. And then reboot, and then anyhow, we're
Yeah,
live.
we're live.
It's happening.
We're live. We'll do it live.
So Shane, I'm very excited here. You are going to be coding something with Azure.
Something with Azure. Yeah.
Okay, what you got
So,
for me?
what is the? You're married,
I am married.
right? And what's the biggest trouble? End of the day, work's over. We get home. Number one question we have is,
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
What are we doing? It's like I thought you had it.
I thought you had it.
Yeah,
Okay, what do we have? And you're
Well,
like opening the
I
fridge.
got an old pie crust, and I got some like what are these Cornishes or
Yeah,
what, you know?
I found a chicken breast and
There
there's
you
like
go.
a half a bag of frozen corn and whatever. So,
Yeah.
so I've always wanted to have an app on my phone or a website or something like that to be able to put in the few ingredients that
Yeah.
I have and just like give me some ideas.
Yep.
Right. I thought that's super useful. It's real.
Yeah.
And maybe I have 15 minutes, I have 20 minutes, whatever the time frame, that would be cool. And I thought I'm a pretty good cook, and one of my favorite shows is those cooking challenges, right? Where you open the
Right.
basket of crap
It's
that
like
you have.
yeah, and it's like
right?
I got frog legs and spaghetti sauce.
I don't know how about you, but I
Yeah.
got frog legs in my office. But yeah, to have those types of things, like
Yeah.
what can I make? And some people are really good at, like, I know my mom could throw together something with like Doritos in a bag of beans or whatever,
Yeah.
and it'd be great.
I call it magicking it up.
Yeah,
a
magicking
magic up dinner.
So I would love to be able to create something that did that for me.
Okay.
And I'm also terrible at front end.
Okay.
Right? So
Perfect
a
combo.
lot of things.
Yeah.
I like. There's some things that I do like. I like Next.js. I think is really easy for me to work with. I've been doing Node and JavaScript for a long time.
Yep.
So I'm going to start with nothing's more daunting than a blank canvas.
There you go.
All right. So we'll start with a blank canvas. Right?
Okay.
I'm going to pop into our favorite coding friend, Copilot. James and I were talking earlier. We're both kind of Claude Sonnet 3.5 guys, you
Yep.
know, when it comes to the model.
I'm all about Sonnet 3.7. It's
Right. I use
Yeah.
3.5 because it doesn't exhaust a lot of my tokens.
Yeah.
I don't hit those limits fast. 3.7 is a tad bit faster, but okay. There's 4.1. Use whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna use this. So I think the first thing I'm going to put in here is create. Let's see. Create a Next.js app where I can use Azure OpenAI to suggest 3 to 5 recipes based on a few ingredients input.
Mhm.
Right. I think that's a good one. I find that the more information that I give,
Yeah.
the better results I'm going to get out the gate. Now, I
Yep.
don't want to be, biblical, right? I don't want to write some like independence,
Yep.
type of thing.
You know what? I've pivoted to almost doing that though lately.
Right.
I'll like write up a spec and I'll include like an outline and mark down bullet points and stuff. A lot of time to get started, you can iterate and stuff, but sometimes I'll just be like, this is what I want, and save
Yeah.
the back and forth.
So I'm going to say, please provide the results in card style.
Yep.
That has the ingredients and steps to make the meal.
Mhm.
I think that's pretty good. Let's say design wise, let's make it modern, style.
Yeah.
Right. Let's just start with that. Let's see where we go. Hands off the keyboard. Let the magic
Right.
happen.
As they
And-
say, let it cook.
Let it cook. Right. So cool. I love this. And it tells me back like, cool, we'll create this Next.js app for you. Use Azure OpenAI.
Mhm.
And let's see where it goes. Since we're working with Azure, it's going to get best practices. Now, my job, I actually work on the Azure developer tools.
Yep.
And
I love that it knows I've asked for Azure. It's going to use the best practices from at Azure, which is the GitHub Copilot for Azure. Cool.
Yeah.
It knows I've asked for Next.js, so it's automatically going to use the create next app from them. And I'll say, great.
I love that, by the way, that it's like, it gives you the command so you don't have to figure it out, but it's going to say like, hey, I can run this for you. Let me do it. You know?
Now, one of the things that I kind of dislike about some of this is I've done the let it cook motion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I might go grab a coffee or whatever, and I come back and this thing is still spinning. I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah.
And even I saw in a previous Vibe session, people are yelling, you got to press R, got to press R. Right. So it says, okay to proceed. I'm going to hit yes.
Oh.
Right. So because I've run the MPX command, it's now I'm in the terminal context. Right. It'd be cool if there was like a -y or whatever. And then it's going to ask me all these other questions that are specific to Next.js.
Okay.
And maybe I don't know that. Sometimes when you ask these questions, it'll automatically make assumptions about the frameworks and things like that. I've asked for Next.js because I'm familiar with the framework.
Okay.
So
what's the elevator pitch for Next.js? For like, I'm an ASP.NET dev.
Yeah,
like,
it's just a really easy, fast framework. It also provides some front end tooling. You'll see as we get a little bit further.
Cool.
Like when the browser is rendering like local, it
Mhm.
gives me automatic debug information right in the browser.
Oh, that's
It's super nice.
Yeah.
And you'll see that when it comes up.
Okay.
And I believe like Blazor and some of the other frameworks that are out there also do very similar things where I can kind of get some information about the components that might be broken
Mhm.
and give me some debug info. So
Cool.
TurboPack, I'm just going to accept the defaults. So now it's going to just install all my dependencies for me, which is great. We're waiting for all this stuff to happen.
I think you're like way in the corner of the camera.
Oh,
so
you want me to
wanna
come
move
over
it.
here and
Yeah, a
see
little
my
bit more.
mug?
There you go.
All right, cool.
You're the star, Shane.
No,
we don't need to see John's belly
stars
the
here.
whole time.
Just GitHub stars. We only want GitHub stars.
That's right.
So the one thing that I do enjoy too is that we know that the Copilot here has executed a terminal command.
Yep.
And you'll see it spinning. So it's waiting for this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's just kind of waiting for this output. Every once in a while, though, I have seen it kind of stall. I found some workarounds for that.
I want to know them.
Yeah. What's really cool is if you see it stall or pause, I'll actually copy the command and I'll run the command myself. And
Okay.
it picks it up. It's like you're kind of smacking it on the head.
Just
Like,
gave it a little kick.
you're like, go. And it says, oh, now I see the commands running. It's like it almost loses a context
Okay.
sometimes. Sometimes that helps. We're doing some things here. Here we go. So success. It's done this thing. Now it's done created our initial app, and you'll see on our files it's there.
Okay.
So now it's going to run npm install. Again, we've asked Azure or OpenAI to be a part of this thing.
Yep.
So now it knows what npm packages we need. It's going to go get those as well. It also knows I need Azure Identity for security.
Okay.
Cool. So I'll hit continue.
I think that's kind of one of the big, selling points of the whole, like, where Azure fits in, where Microsoft, like the value Microsoft adds into the AI stack is actually integrating in the identity and security and all that stuff, right? It all kind of fits together.
Now, here's another cool thing I really love about this. This is so cool that it did this. I wasn't sure if it was going to do it or not. It's added a .env file.
Okay.
Me, right? So it's going to use the keys that I'm going to need from my OpenAI instance in order to use the endpoint. Now, I've already gone and done the endpoint, right, on Azure OpenAI. So I just got to paste those values in there.
Cool.
So I'm being approached. I feel like a goldfish now.
Oh, my gosh.
So
we're being stared down by Hanselman, and Debbie. Hello, friends.
So I love that it's got that already in there. Like, it's awesome. I don't have to think about where I put my keys. How do I manage those?
Yeah. No, I got a question for you, because these env files, super awesome. Great to have like one place. Are those like secure? Do I have to worry about accidentally checking that env into GitHub? Like,
well, the good thing is most of these frameworks, when you're doing like a setup of your initial one, most of them are now including the .gitignore files.
Okay.
And the .gitignore should automatically excluding those .envs.
Nice.
Right.
Okay.
But if you are kind of in the ecosystem and been using GitHub, you kind of know what the normal practices are. I have done as a cleanup before I do my commits. I'll actually go and ask Copilot, hey, can you make sure we're not committing any
Oh,
files? Can you
that's a
double check
great
my
pro
git
tip.
ignore?
Yep.
Just double check my git ignore.
Yeah.
And it'll look at maybe things you've added yourself.
Yep.
Other things that's done, and just to do a double check. Oh, I see you have a Blazor app, a .NET app, a Java app, and there might be certain patterns of those frameworks that it needs to add into your
that's a
git ignore.
great tip. Yeah.
Right? Because we're working in monolith repos, doing various things, and sometimes it's not going to automatically do that.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do as well, which we can show maybe as we get a little further along, is you can have Copilot custom instructions to make sure that it kind of cleans up on itself.
Yeah.
And just say, hey, as you add files, make sure you check my git ignore file.
Cool.
So you won't have to go back and do it. It'll automatically do it.
It's
too.
just part of
Right.
the process.
Right, for sure. So let's
Cool.
see what's going on here. Now it's creating the actual pages that we need in our source folder. It's got our page, our layout. It's going to add all that stuff, which is cool. And we'll just continue to let this thing move along. Now, it's very apologetic. It's messed up something. It says, hey, I apologize for the error. I didn't even know it created an error. But cool, thank you. Apologize twice.
Yeah.
So now it's doing some autocorrection as well. So now it says, hey, let's create a git ignore file to exclude the .env.
Okay.
And the node modules, right? So now it knows also, it'll probably go back and do the node modules too. The other thing I find that it's very good at too is when you're creating new things or adding large features, for me anyways, I notice it likes to create a lot of markdown files around what it's added or a feature that may have been difficult.
Oh, okay.
Right. So recent project, I was having a hard time doing some deployment things. It was a complex deployment and it started making notes for itself almost. And it was really cool because I was using some new practices.
Yeah.
And as you pass it on to other teammates, they may or may not be using Copilot. And now they can look at it and go, oh, I forgot to put the setting in or check the stuff like that.
I really like that as like a markdown being a format that's human readable, but Copilot's super comfortable with. It's structured enough that it can like make lists and check stuff off and all that.
Yeah, for sure.
That was something I first picked up from Pierce, was the thing of making a to-do text or a requirements.md or whatever, right? And it's like basically like, here's what I'm building, go through these steps. And then, so when I was watching him, he was saying like, okay, do the next step. And it would like check the requirements and just go on to that next thing.
Yeah, for sure. So now it's going to run. It says, look, we've got all the things in place. Let's start the development server and test the app.
Oh my
so
goodness.
that's not long for us to get to a point where it's got some things here. So now we can actually see if it's actually going to work. Yeah, I do want to allow that to run. That's cool. Thank you. The other thing too is now while it's running it, it's also going to watch the terminal, which I really love. It says now that the dev server is running successfully. Now it tells us to use the application. Make sure you go and change your OpenAI stuff, right? It says now access the local host. So let's see if we can actually do that.
Let me know if you need me to take you off screen or something.
So cool. Look at this. Like we've got a recipe generator, generate recipes. Let's try it. Now I know it told me to go put in my keys.
Yeah.
But
you didn't do that.
I didn't do that.
Oh my gosh.
So let's see what breaks.
You've been warned.
I'm typing, but I can't see it.
Okay.
Probably because the text is wrong. Like the color is white or something.
Right.
So let's say I'm going to type in chicken, let's say greens, and beans.
That's that new minimalist web design.
It should fail.
Yeah.
Boom. Why? Because we don't have our credential keys in here. So what I would probably do, I don't want to put all that stuff in there just yet. I'll just keep everything. And it's got a 500 in here. I'm going to leave it running. And what I might say is, for testing, can we add in mock data? While can't spell here. While we are working on the design. And I tend to just work with Copilot like it's a pair programmer.
Yeah.
You know, don't try and do like machine speak or anything like that.
That's a great. Normally, I would think, I probably should set up test data, but it's going to be a pain in the neck to do.
Yep.
But it knows the structure, so that's like nothing for Copilot to do.
Right.
Sure, I'll
so
do
now
that.
it's in the page.
Yeah.
And you'll see that like it's going to fetch this API, generate recipes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's going to hopefully go and find out. Should go to our API, should go to the routes. Is where I'm expecting it to go make that change and see if it gives us some mock data. And while it's doing that, you can see here in the request that it's passing to the prompt to generate those 3 to 5 recipes with the name, ingredients. So it's telling the OpenAI what I want,
Mm-hmm.
which is really good. It's exactly what I want. So let's see where it's going. Page, it's still making changes to page. Okay. A lot of output here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. To test the application. Huh, interesting. So it's giving me a toggle button
Mm-hmm.
to switch between my API
Oh.
calls and the real calls, which is very interesting. So
Yeah.
let's see if,
So you can still see the error if you want, but I guess.
well, let's see here. Well, let's see here. Can we run the app? The app to test the toggle. Here's something that I know it's going to mess up on.
Yeah.
So this is cool. The app is already running,
Oh, just yeah.
right? So if I hit continue,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to try and run the app on port 3000, which
Yeah.
is the typical port. It's going to fail.
Yep.
But it's like, oh, wait a second. It's already in use. So let's just run on 3001,
Okay.
right? This would be feedback that I would probably give. It's just, hey, now it's running on 3001. Cool. Now I've got like 2 node instances running. And it even tells me what things to try. Here's the
Mhm.
mock data that I've got. We can open this here.
Oh, that's cool.
So now it tells me I'm using mock data or using the API. That's kind of nice.
It's cool during dev. I mean, I would
Yeah.
think you'd want to have like an automatic, like
Right.
right. But yeah, that's neat.
So I'm gonna tell it like, hey, I can't see the output. Right. I can't see what you've generated here for me.
That seems
Chicken,
like bug number 1. right?
toast and green beans. All right, let's see what so cool. And that gave me those
Okay.
results, right? That's nice. But I can't see this text,
Yeah.
right? So let's see here. See, it looks good, but I cannot see the text in the input box. The style has it too light. Let's see what it says. While that's running, I'll actually kill this other instance here.
Hmm.
All right, so it makes it, and you can see like it's compiling. Well, as it makes changes, that's the other thing that I like about
Oh, next.
Next
it's like
as well. I'm sure other frameworks do it too.
but it's a server that applies like those
Yeah.
hot whatever updates.
So it changes it. Text gray 900. Thank you. Awesome. All right, so now it looks like it's fixed it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's really great. So I can just say like, beef, greens, and I don't know, flour. Let's see what it says. Now it's going to give me the same results because we're using mock data,
Oh.
right? And that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Don't care, right? So I think this is pretty okay. We'll work on the design as we move along and see what
Mhm.
else we can do with it. So what I want to do now is add in the OpenAI stuff and see if I can fix it. And I'll show you how we can do that. So on my Azure subscription,
Mhm.
I'll just use my Azure resources here. We have one of the extensions that got released today or updated today is the Azure AI Foundry
Yeah.
one. And I have a project I've been working on here. So let that load. I'll pick that here. It shows me my models, my agents, the model catalog, the playground, all of that thing there. So I've got a model here that I've already deployed. Let me go to my model catalog. Let me set my default project again. There we go. So I've got a GPT-4o mini
Mhm.
project that I have. I'm gonna turn my terminal off real quick. So it's got my name, my deployment. I've got a global standard deployment I created a couple of days ago. And this is really cool. I've got my key here. It's got my endpoint, which is fine.
That's great that that's all integrated right in, so you don't have to go over to the browser and copy and paste.
I could just very easily go over to the browser and get that stuff as well. It's got a couple of, there's some other things that I probably need to know. There's one other piece of information. I might need to go to the portal, but it's not here. We'll see. At any rate, I can also go to the model playground. Maybe that will not load. It's thinking, perhaps. Choose a model. Cool. There's my model. And in my model playground, this is the actual like place where I can kind of test out what I want. And I could say like, give me a recipe for chicken and greens. And that's great. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for, right? Super fast. And I could adjust and give it some context instructions about how to do it. But this is the model that I actually want to use. And I can actually look at view code and gives me some test code that's there, which is that I could use in my app as well and pull that in.
So that playground's really helpful for doing that, like shopping for models, picking out, is this going to be the right model for me or not?
Right. Does it perform fast enough? Can I take that model, then kind of test the temperature, test the context, and build it and shape it the way I need to for whatever my project is.
Okay.
And I can do it right here in VS Code, or I can go to the OpenAI portal and the Azure OpenAI portal and start to do the same thing there as well, wherever you're comfortable doing.
Cool.
I'm a developer. I like staying in my DevTools.
Yeah.
So it works great for me. So I close that out. Don't save. And what I need to get now from this is a couple of things. I need my target URI. So I will go back over to our env file that it's set up for us. There we go. So that endpoint, I don't mind showing because you can't do anything with that.
Yeah.
No problems there. Let me make sure.
Do you want me to make your screen invisible so you can? Okay.
Not just yet.
Oh, okay.
Not just yet. That's fine. So we need to have that, which is totally cool. The key we'll add in a second.
Okay.
We need to know what the deployment name is, and the deployment name was that GPT-4o mini, right? Is right there. So we would need to copy that in, and then your version that's there should be. I probably don't have to touch the version. I think I'm okay with the version. And the other thing I need to have is this key, right? So I'm going to copy that key. So go ahead and blank me out there.
All right. You are blank.
All right. We'll paste that in our key
Invisible.
spot. No taking pictures out there. Okay. All right. So we're good. We'll take out of that. And I'll make sure I close my env. Oh, save.
Nope.
That's all right. Fine. We'll change it later.
Yeah.
All right. So now that I have that in place, I can actually try and hit the main code. Right. So now make sure our test still works.
That's exciting.
Right. So we'll take off that. And it's going to error out. We might have to rebuild. We'll see here in a second.
Because it doesn't pick up the environment change?
Yeah, exactly. So let's close this out here. Let's go back to here. And what I'll say is, added env Values. Let's restart. Restart and test. So I can close this out. Close that out. Cool. So now I should restart this here.
So Enzo's asking if Copilot's in preview, wants to change from preview or from cursor, but wants to make sure it's in good shape.
Is
Yeah.
Copilot in preview? No, we're GA.
No, yeah,
No, we're
it's
GA.
GA.
Yeah, we've been GA.
Full on GA.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm using it 24/7.
That's right. I use it for a lot of things, not just coding.
Mhm.
All right, so now, hopefully, let's try chicken. Not chicken. We are chicken. Rice and beans. Let's
Yeah.
see here, very basic.
Nixon Flax is saying that there's extensions too, like Cloak for Visual Studio Code that will hide your environment.
Exactly here.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're getting some errors here, and it says that this is all an error. So what I will say is, it says we're getting one issue. This is the kind of in browser error that we would get. What's really cool about this is I can actually copy this. This is cool.
Oh,
right. This
super pro tip,
right.
right?
Super pro tip.
Just give it the line numbers, everything. Just say fix it.
I'm going to send this over, right? And what I like to do is let it know, like, hey, got some errors. Errors with the Azure Open AI, and I just pass it in.
Yep.
Let it cook. And it's like, oh, I see we've got some issues probably, and let's see if we can fix that up for you. And it looks like they imported it incorrectly.
Oh,
That the imports were just wrong.
okay.
So it's a little JavaScript error.
Yeah.
And they should be able to, it should be able to pick it up and fix the routes real quick for us. So yeah, right here they've got a missed import, right? So they're going to uninstall some stuff
Okay.
and then fix it with the latest.
Okay.
And of course, this is a common thing too. Now I'm using PowerShell here. By default, it loves to send bash scripts in here. So on my home machine that I dev on a regular, I actually have Copilot instructions say, whenever you give me a command, make sure it's a PowerShell command.
Yep.
Right. Or it's a bash command if I'm in a WSL or something like that.
Right. That would be nice if it was able to understand the
One of our
context.
engineering managers calls me the Copilot whisperer, because all these things that just common things that happen, I'll just put in my Copilot instructions.
That's a great idea.
Like, set yourself up for success,
Yeah.
but set it up for success as well.
Yeah.
The stuff that you see common, don't accept it.
So
Right.
a funny thing here, we on the .NET blog, we do a lot of stuff with GitHub reviews, pull request reviews, and I wrote a whole style guide in my Copilot instructions.
Yeah.
And it's like, this should be like this, YouTube embed should look like this, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And now when I do a pull request for, review from Copilot, it just
does
fixes
it.
everything.
Just does it. Just does it. And otherwise, you'd be like, oh, that error again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
that error again. It's like, you keep accepting it. Like,
Yeah.
just tell it. This is how it's
give the
supposed to be.
context and
Yeah, and everything is cool. All right, so I love this. I apologize for the confusion. Now it's going to install OpenAI, which is interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. That's probably not the right thing. We'll see what happens. But that's probably not the right thing, because now I'm going to have to give it a hint. If this doesn't work, I will have to go in and look at that example code.
Yeah.
And I'll give it actually example code and be like,
yeah,
here's what it should look like.
Here's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Try this. All right, now it's changing my model a little bit. The parameters, which I didn't really ask it to do that. Like, you messed up. All you did was mess up the.
Right. I have run into that recently. Yeah. Like I wrote a whole workshop with all this markdown.
Yeah.
And I would tell it to fix one thing, and it would go through it. It's like, yeah, I changed everything. I'm like, buddy, you're trying too hard here.
Yeah, you're working. And it's funny because you can actually go back and say, you're trying too hard.
Yeah.
You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. Right. Okay. Now it says, hey, I've done this thing.
I think this mouse is connected to your computer. Is that possible?
No, you're seeing the
No.
mouse on your
Okay.
machine.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. So let's see. Let's try something else. Beef. What else do we have in our little pantry here? We have some flour and maybe we have some beans. I happen to like beans, I guess.
Okay.
We're
Let's
waiting.
see.
This looks promising.
Spinning.
We're cooking, maybe. Oh, failed to generate. Right.
Okay. I asked the chat for some ingredient suggestions. We don't
Okay.
have them yet. But,
Okay.
and then Mohammed's asking, did anything they tried to do today work? And I'm going to say absolutely yes.
Oh, yes.
The last session, they nailed it right at the end, but it was beautiful.
So this just said failed. We just, for some reason, it just was
Just
no
failed.
reason console error. So let's just, I'm going to say it again. Like maybe it was a fire up issue. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Is there something in the console window or something?
Possible. Let's look.
Like there, or also in the, I wonder in the VS Code, like, the.
We do have a console error. Handle submit console error. So these are cool too. So I like to do this. Like we can just like here. Hey boss, you messed up on this. You messed up on this. Failed.
So Sylvain's saying possibly the model version in the environment variable.
Well, it should be able to tell me that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I can go get that while it's running. Let's see if we can fix it. In the meantime, I will go look at something else here. All right, so what I've done now is I went in over to OpenAI's portal, Azure OpenAI portal,
Oh, right.
right. And I'm going to look at what they've got here as some things that I need. So it tells me my model name, my deployment, stuff that I need to have. So I could really just
You could copy that
copy
and
this
tell,
whole thing and be like,
or you
listen.
could copy it into Copilot and say, here's the sample
Yeah.
code I was given.
Right. So what I'll do is like, I'll just do this. Right. And let's go back here, see what it's figured out. It's still working on some things. So we'll see what happens. Oh, duplicate variable declaration. See, they screwed something up there.
No, when it is time, we've got a ingredient list.
Oh,
We got beef, flour, eggs, wine, salt, and pepper.
beef burgundy.
That sounds pretty good.
It sounds like beef burgundy to me.
Yeah. But I want to see what the alternatives
Let's
are.
see, see what it comes up with. And sometimes even after the corrections that it makes, I will still go, I understand you made some changes.
Yeah.
However, here's the sample code.
Let's
I was
take another
given.
shot. Yeah.
Just in case. And it says, hey, I apologize for the error. Now it's going to add some specific logging because we don't have a lot of logging. So it found out like I don't have enough information to try and fix this. Let's see if we can do better. Now, in this particular instance, it says to run the error again. I already know that it's already running, right? So I should be able to come here, hit the refresh button, and we're still good. All right, so we want to use API. So beef, wine, flour, eggs, and what was the other thing we had there?
Salt and pepper.
So well, I don't.
You're always.
I
gonna
think
have
so.
those.
Look, it even suggested salt and pepper. Look at that. All right.
Well, how's it doing that? Is that your browser autocomplete or is that in the app?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, we're still getting an internal server error here. We're still getting errors. Okay, so all I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to here and say, still getting some errors. And now let's look at this. Now we've got some terminal output here.
Oh, yeah.
So what I will now say, hey, still some errors. You can see in the terminal, it'll actually go and look in the terminal console here. But just in case, here is sample code that might help. And what I do is I will also put in the triple ticks.
Yeah.
Okay. And you'll see what happens when I put in this and I hit go. You can see then now it
Nice.
also puts in the scrollable thing as well.
Okay.
Just for readability, not
Yeah.
for Copilot, but also for me.
That makes sense. I've always done it, passing it to Copilot because I'm like, maybe it'll parse it better. But it's true. Just the scroll bar and the formatting's great.
Right. And it said, thanks for the sample code. I see the issue now.
Okay.
We need to use Azure OpenAI instead of OpenAI, right? So that is sometimes just hinting.
Yeah.
Right. A really good example.
Oh, it was trying to use the Open API. Oh, OpenAI.
Remember I said it changed it to OpenAI.
And you wanted the Azure
and I went
OpenAI.
Azure OpenAI.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't think that's right.
Sample code for the win.
Yeah. So
Okay.
always give a sample code. Sometimes too, I'll be hitting an error and sometimes you get on a swirl. It starts to hallucinate and do some things.
I'm going to run out just a second.
So I'll continue to talk. So sometimes the Copilot will swirl and just continue to do some things. So what I'll actually do is go out and find a GitHub issue that has solved my problem or has helped with the problem. And I'll take that URL and put it in the actual query or input prompt, and it's helped out. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Okay, it looks like it's done some stuff. So as I was mentioning while you stepped out there for a second, John, sometimes I will actually go. I was actually having an Aspire problem last week on a project, and the Copilot just continue to swirl. Like it was just trying and trying and trying and trying. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go do some searching on my own. And I actually found a GitHub issue.
Oh,
right. That addressed really close to my error.
Yeah.
And it was closed. And I was like, all right, let me give the link to the GitHub issue.
Whoa.
Right. I'll take the GitHub issue and I'll put it in my prompt to say, hey, here's a GitHub issue that addresses my prompt. They're really close.
Yeah.
I said, please read through the issue and the related links.
Yeah.
It brought in the GitHub issue with some permission. You have to say, yes, it's okay. And it searched through the solution.
Wow.
And then was able to fix the problem. Right. And it was something very obscure, like a port mapping or something like that.
Wow.
Right. So now I'm going to let it run this app again. It's going to kick off. It keeps kicking off the server. It doesn't need to do that. You need to learn. Maybe I'll tell it next time.
Yeah.
All right, so now we can test the application using the API mode. Cool. Let's see if we are successful this time. What port are we running on? We're running on 3002. Cool. Let's refresh this. All right, so where are you going to take off the mock data? And we'll try some beef and eggs, salt, pepper, and greens.
Okay.
Hopefully everything is good. Come on now. Failed to generate again. So we're still having an error here. Let's make sure that we're still getting cards back. So that's still good. All right. So hopefully we have an output in here. So we've got some setup errors here.
Yeah.
Right. And now I'll say like, check the output.
Oh, and remind it that it's still
terminal.
running. So it doesn't try and restart.
Yeah, I'll say that when it tells me to.
Okay.
So I just tell it, check the output in the terminal.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to copy and paste a bunch of stuff. It's all there.
That's a great tip. I didn't know that you could do that. That's
so
awesome.
You'll see, hey, let me see the terminal output to help to diagnose the issue. So now when it says check the back terminal output, it's actually reading this one here. And you'll see we actually did get a response from the API.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Which is great.
So it got farther, but then it had some sort of problem and like just, okay.
So now it's going to add some JSON parsing logic, which is good.
Oh, right.
Okay. So it's messed up a little bit here.
I was wondering about that. You know, like you can request results in JSON format. And sometimes I don't do that often, but I think about it. You know, it's like, would it be a little bit more like deterministic or whatever, you know? But then you run into JSON parsing issues. So.
It's adding regex. That's what I just said.
Oh, now you got 2 problems.
I don't have to deal with the regex.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
Copilot does. This is great. All right, so it's going to also give us some more console output logs, which is great.
Mhm.
And now
I got to say, this is my biggest takeaway so far. Is
Yeah.
just setting up that console, like ensure there's logging, and then telling it like check the logs.
Yeah.
Like,
so now it says, hey, response should be good now. You'll notice it did not tell me to reload the sign.
okay.
It didn't tell me to run it again.
Oh, okay.
Right? It doesn't mean that it doesn't know.
Yeah.
Right. I could change this. And I'm also watching the F12 to see what's going to happen. Oh, look at that. Success.
It's happening. Okay.
Success.
Come on.
Yay. Hooray. So now we have good output.
Okay. We got one more request here.
All right.
Try egg. Well, this is kind of similar again. I don't think you need to say salt and pepper. Egg, salt, and corn flour.
Eggs, salt,
Oh, and butter.
corn flour, and butter.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Can I add a feature request?
Yeah.
I would like to see some sort of color in there. So at least emojis, but maybe also some like images. Is that too
So
crazy?
There you go. Corn flour omelet. All right. So now we're hitting Azure OpenAI
That is cool.
with the things. Now, this is plain.
Yeah.
This is very
That's
plain.
that was
Very, very plain. I think this is a good spot. The first thing I'm going to do is I've learned once I get to a stopping point,
yes.
is I'm going to go here and I'm going to commit. Now,
Yep.
if you notice, there's my little friend here, generate a commit message. Nobody likes writing commit messages, right? So this is really cool,
Boom.
right? Implement the generation feature with Azure OpenAI. It's added the route for the recipes, created mock, right? It's everything I would never type.
Yep.
I'd be like init project.
Yeah. Created.
I made a new
Hello
project
world.
with John.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll commit that. Yep. Cool. Done. That's there. Success. Right.
Woo. Now, when do you have to hit that keep thing?
Whenever you feel like
All
it.
right. All right.
It's all saved anyways. What you don't want to hit is undo.
Ooh, somebody said we need dark mode. So
Okay. We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get to dark mode. I think is a great suggestion. What I want to do now is make my cards a little prettier.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So I might date myself because I don't even know if folks still go to this website or not. One of my favorite places to go to when I was a dev was CodePen.
Yeah.
Right. I love CodePen. It gave me.
I thought you were going to say like CSS Zen Garden or something.
Zen Garden's gone way back. So this is a really cool. I did some searching before I came in here.
Yep.
Right. I kind of knew what I wanted to build. This has got. It's
Ooh,
got
that's
ingredients
nice.
and a method. It's
Yeah.
got a little bit of coloring to it, but also gives me sample code. I don't want to go through the trouble of trying to figure out how to integrate this into
Right.
my next JS app. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab that URL.
No way.
Right. And now I'm going to go into Copilot. And what I'm going to say is, let's make the cards a little prettier and use the design from here. Now, the other thing I want to make sure is I'm using a design that's in the open,
Yeah.
right? So Michelle made this design.
Yeah.
That person did the work here. So what I want to make sure is, can we also make sure that the contributor is given credit?
Yeah.
In the site. So it's actually going to go out. It should, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at that reference and redesign my cards
That's
to meet
wild.
that.
Okay.
To meet that design.
Yep.
Right. Inspiration from that design and add credit to the original designer. Exactly what I want. That's what open
Yeah.
source is all about, right?
Yep.
I don't want to steal anybody's stuff or purposely borrow
Right. Right.
without credit.
I mean, normally when somebody shares something on CodePen, they want people to remix it. They want, but so this is great to credit them.
right.
So that's
So
awesome.
that's all I'm doing is I went out there and I grabbed that. It's look at my recipe card. Cool. It's gonna make the changes.
That's huge too, to enter, because that could have been like you've got a different CSS setup, whatever,
Yeah,
right? Integrating that
Tailwind.
stuff. Yeah.
Like this is just straight up CSS and
Yeah.
HTML. Update the main page and add credit and adjust the layout.
Okay.
Right? That's all I'm asking, right? So now it's going to summarize the conversation history, which is sometimes great. It tells me all the things that it did,
Yeah.
right?
I wonder when it does that. I've noticed that more lately, and I wonder if it's basically creating a digest so that it can be more efficient. Like if
perhaps.
it's summarizing the conversation so that it can pass that back and forth or use that
The
as
conversation history as you're going through this
Mhm.
are the blocks that it uses when you start to add other things. You're going to refer back to things.
Yeah.
This is my belief. I believe it goes back to those conversation history
Okay.
blocks instead of trying to read the whole context.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. So now it's going to try and make this component. So I don't know if I can go back to here. Oh, you'll see it's made some changes,
Okay.
right? It took some inspiration, which is kind of cool, right? It's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Still going.
Now it says, let me create a new recipe card component with the design. It looks like it's already done that.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's still doing some work, right? I like that.
This is neat that you can watch it live though in the design view.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's pretty neat. Still doing some things here. And then we'll take the request. Who was requesting the dark mode there?
Dark mode.
Nixon?
That's Nixon Flex.
Nixon Flex. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do a dark mode. All right. I apologize for the error. Since the file already exists, I'll use the insert. So this is something that I see sometimes where it's trying to insert the changes into an existing file. And it's like, I can't make all these changes. I'm just going to completely rewrite the file. Right. It's just like throws it out.
Yeah.
Throws it out and does something completely new. All right. So that can happen too.
I'm asking for some more challenging things. Like I want jalapenos and cherries and whipped cream.
I think that's good. I think I think those are fine suggestions for us. So it's still working on this recipe card design. I didn't think it would take this much. All right. I've updated the component with the new design. And inspired by Michelle Barker. So I didn't even know Michelle had a last name on the page. And it's cool. It means it went deeper into the links to find out some things. Cool. And this is really great. So now,
it's
right,
looking
it's
good.
got some little animations on there. It's got some steps that are highlighted and design inspired by Michelle Barker. Right. Very cool. We get credit to the
That is
person.
cool. You might over time like have that move to the footer or something.
Yeah.
That doesn't need to be in every card. But
Yeah,
That's
totally.
cool.
So this is really great. I love this. Now let's just make sure we keep. I'm going to go ahead and make sure we make a commit. I want to make sure.
Yes.
Enhance the recipe card. Cool. Commit that. Done. Nice. All right. So would love to have an option for dark mode on the website. This is a challenge. Dark mode. Dark mode.
Yeah.
Bam. All right.
Yeah, especially because I don't. Well, you're using Tailwind, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Tailwind does have those toggles.
It should. Hopefully, and it says right there. Look,
Yeah.
using Tailwind dark mode classes.
That's something I think has gotten better about Copilot. Because it used to just spew tons of code. So it'd be like, oh, you want dark mode? And it would override every single CSS. And now lately it's like, oh, okay, you've already got something cooking. We'll just work with
Get
it.
8,000 lines of CSS that nobody can read.
Right.
Right. So I really love it. It just like applies the edits. It's super great. All right. Looks like a recipe card is taking the beat here. Oh, we see things happening. I actually like that. That's kind of nice.
Cynthia wants some pineapple.
Pineapples.
Huh? I think that's one ingredient. We need to mix it up.
Now it's going to add a dark mode toggle.
Yeah, and it's only toggled the recipe cards, right? We need to toggle the whole site.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Copilot's like, I'm on it, man.
Yeah, it says update the main page with dark mode and support the dark mode toggle. Now it's going to update the dark mode page. So this is another thing that I really like about Next.js. Again, other frameworks might do it as well. is that I can just have it running, and as I'm doing things,
That is really,
it's
really
just,
nice.
I can
Yeah.
see things happening, and it's cool when you have like big screens or multiple screens at the
Yeah.
house. You just have this thing up on one,
Yep.
you know, VS Code or whatever on the other, and I'm just doing work.
Yeah. Especially like you're showing there when you've got like VS Code agent mode is doing its thing.
Yeah,
To be able to watch it live, like,
yeah, yeah. And I wish you could catch it and be like, stop doing that.
Oh, Patrick has an interesting idea. Add a button to randomly generate recipe ingredients. I mean, that's kind of going a little deeper.
Defeating the purpose.
I know. This is going backwards.
Wait a minute, Patrick. I got some options. I'll get to that one. I like
Yeah,
that, Patrick. Is like, just assume I have everything, or I'm going to the store.
Right. Oh, okay.
Right. What if I'm just going to the store and I
Give
want
me
to
some.
give me some recipe ideas? That's a good one too. Let's see where we're at here. Oh, look at that. Here we go.
Oh, you got dark mode.
We got dark mode,
Okay, but
but it's not,
it does nothing.
quite done yet.
Yeah.
I think it's still doing some work. Maybe we need to refresh. Let's see here. Maybe. Okay, so that's cool. Like, looks great. Except the toggle's not working.
Great start.
Like sometimes you feel like you're working with a brand new developer.
Yeah, it's like a junior developer.
Junior developer.
It's like a really hardworking
Yeah.
junior developer.
yeah,
And it went off and worked
can
for a
write-
week and like.
they can write code faster than anybody.
but not necessarily all follow all.
Sometimes
the-
they miss
Yeah.
the last thing. It says, "Let me help you fix the dark mode toggle." I didn't write it. You did. You messed this up. But that's fine. Just fix the toggle,
Yeah.
right? Waiting. Come on. All right, that's fine.
Still doing things.
Yeah. So
It's
they
funny. This amount of coding here is probably the dark mode is more work than it did.
more
to live.
complex than Azure API, OpenAI, right? We can suggest random recipes based on ingredients, but we can't get dark mode, right?
Brooke says the toggle doesn't need to actually work because everyone just uses dark mode.
A very good point. That's why it's disabled, Brooke. Kudos to you. But for those of you that want the flashbang of
Yeah,
the
that's
the
bam.
bright mode,
Wake you up in the morning.
say nothing lights up a room like light mode. Okay, now it's gonna update this here, this provider. So one of the things that as I was thinking through this app, which is a great app,
Mm-hmm.
I want to generate these things. Like you said, we come home or like, what's for dinner? I have got, a frostbite version of chicken,
Yeah.
whatever. But there's also dietary restrictions that, it's just life.
Yeah.
Some people are gluten-free. Some people don't eat bread. Some people don't do that. So that would be a nice little thing to also add in,
Oh,
right? Like we
That's a
have
big
these
deal.
things,
Yep.
but don't suggest to me to make a pizza if
Yeah.
I'm gluten-free. Like,
Right.
doesn't make sense unless it's like a cauliflower crust,
Yes.
right? Something like that. So that might be a good little option for us to add in. It's like dietary types.
Yeah.
Low calorie, keto.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. No dairy.
Vegan, whatever.
Vegan, whatever it is. So that might be a good thing to put underneath as
Yeah.
options. For
Okay.
us. So let's see if it's fixed our toggle. Then maybe we'll do that. Let me just refresh just to make sure.
Some
Still does-
comments here. So Patrick says, notice very happy to take credit when it works, but as soon as there's an issue, it'll say we. Or something.
Yeah. Let me fix you. Let me
Yeah.
fix your problem.
And then
All right, whatever. It doesn't work.
Sosa is saying, can vibe coding be used for big projects? And does Copilot remember the previous code written yesterday, for example?
It looks at the context of all of your code,
Mm-hmm.
right? So provided that you have all of the code in your working app, sometimes we'll work in multiple repos and things like that.
Yeah.
But whatever the context of your code that you have in your code editor, it should know it. And I can also pass in specific files. Like right now,
That's exactly it.
yes, right now I have my current file here is focused, but I can also designate a specific file with my with the Word file,
Mm-hmm.
and I can then pass in a specific name of a file, like an SVG or something like that.
And going
Pass
back
those
to
in.
what you were saying earlier, is you can actually have like a context. You could have a markdown document and say, here's what we've worked on so far. And then at the end of a session, you could say, go update the markdown document of our work log. You know what I mean? And you can pass in this context. And then can it be used for big projects? I mean, I think what you're showing here is if you scope it and you also, you're doing your regular commits. I mean, yeah, it can work across, and in fact, it does a great job across going across a pretty big repo. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm adding in those dietary options.
Yeah.
Options to AI. Let's see what it does for us. It still didn't get the toggle right, but we're moving on because was it Brooke? Yeah. Brooks suggested that
that dark mode
doesn't matter.
So we had another thing here, another feature request, but create a SQLite database to save your favorite recipes and add CRUD operations.
Mark one is favorite. That would be cool.
Yeah,
we can do that.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm marking a few here.
That's a good feature request.
Yeah.
So now it says, hey, I'll help you add the diet preference checkboxes and update the recipe generation to include the preferences.
Okay.
So
that's pretty cool.
Now it says, let's define the diet types and update the page component. So now it's going to look at the actual component of the page itself, this home page here, and add those in. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Boom.
That's nice.
So now we'll be able to add those in, and it's even defined the ones
multiple.
that I thought.
Yeah.
Right. I only said like dairy free, like gluten free, like keto. So it took those in, and I even put in the suggestions of what the descriptions of what they are.
That's nice
to put that in.
And something I didn't think about, but it allows their checkboxes because you could allow combo.
Correct.
Gluten free and dairy free or whatever.
Now they're going to update the API route. To include those, to pass it along to the LLM, to the model, to make sure it includes or excludes those.
Cool. So I am likely going to be tagged out in a couple of minutes. I got to run over to my lab. So
I'm in the Vibe Coder Goldfish Bowl.
There you go. I got to say, I would rather. I'm like, this is awesome. Super fun.
No problem. So it looks like it's probably just about done. Let's look at the route.js. It likes to generate errors and then fix itself. Like it's getting credit for fixing things that it broke. I'm sorry, I hit an error, but I'm going to go ahead and fix it.
Yeah, it's like it gets paid by each issue it fixes or something.
It's getting $1 for every
for
everything it fixes.
Token gets paid in tokens.
Okay, so we've made several changes. It's added a dietary preference support.
Mm-hmm.
This is really cool. I like that it does that, right? It says, would you like me to make any additional dietary preferences or just the current ones? Right now, we'll just keep all those. Let's go ahead and check it out. So let's refresh this. And let's say chicken.
Oh, we did have pineapple.
Pineapple. I like chicken and pineapple together.
Mm-hmm.
Pineapple, mash. Let's see what else would we put in there. Eggs. Let's see what it comes up with. Chicken, pineapple, eggs, and green beans. I don't know why I keep putting green beans. Maybe it's because it's easy to type. Let's say I went gluten-free, paleo. Go. It's just pretty. I don't even know how to check if it's true or not. Maybe you should tell me on the thing. But I know, for instance, like Mediterranean pasta. Well, Mediterranean pasta would not be gluten-free.
And
unless you had gluten-free pasta.
Yeah.
Right. Bean and vegetable soup. Okay. No way to really validate that unless we said, can you indicate? Indicate on the cards.
Yeah.
Which dietary
that's great. Yeah.
I don't know, version. What's the right word? Dietary version.
Restriction.
Restriction. I can't even spell. Is met. So valid issue. Like I just said, like, I don't even know if this is gluten free or not. Whatever,
yeah.
Right. So let's make sure we can, if we were actually selling this app or people were using that, there's no liability on us. That, hey, it's marked as gluten free or marked as keto or whatever.
Yeah.
And somebody doesn't make it and be like, hey, you told me. Your website said.
So a couple of questions here. Is the mock option active? So I think that was your toggle with the test code.
Oh, good question.
That'd be interesting to check. And then here, question from Amar: can you add in context of the API the fact that we need to follow certain design patterns? So
Somebody caught me. I did.
What's
We did have it on.
Oh.
Good catch.
Oh, okay.
Good catch.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, whoever said that.
Yeah. That was Sun Van.
Sun Vaughn, good catch.
Yeah. So, but you can definitely give specs on. I want to follow a specific design pattern.
Yeah. So there is a concept of, you know, you can do that in Copilot instructions if you want to set spec patterns around your business or around a specific design style.
Yeah.
You can put that in there. That way you don't have to constantly tell it.
Yeah.
You know, you can say, hey, follow these spec patterns.
Yep.
I want a front end that's like this. I want an API that's like this, you know, stuff like that. So you could do that.
Okay.
So there's certainly there are methods to do that, either by
Okay.
project or globally within your IDE. You can certainly do that. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, where's your
All
tag?
right.
You got a tag
I
team
know.
partner?
I know. I'm going to ping him.
I see
Yeah.
Pierce is hanging out there.
I've got some time,
All
but
right.
I got to run across the street. The labs in there.
Labs are across the street.
Yeah.
All right, so it says it's going to update the recipe card component first to display those badges. Good catch on the mock data. I wonder if the mock data was also disabling our. Nope, it wasn't. It wasn't disabling our button here. All right. I wonder if I click that. Okay. Let's see what else we're doing. What are we waiting on here? Now it's really working on this like notification of what's going on. So a couple of requests we had. One of the other requests is like being able to save it to a database.
Yeah.
Okay.
Save favorites. And then, you know, I am kind of, this is, I mean, just for trying it out, but randomly generate some recipe
Okay,
ingredients.
we can do that next.
I think that's kind of, you know, to be
Yeah.
like, because sometimes you also, what you're lacking is inspiration, right?
Mm.
You know, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to talk about this one here. RevFry is saying concept, vibe coding, ADD developers get distracted by shiny new things, avoid doing what we're supposed to be doing. I kind of actually disagree on this one because I feel like this is what you wanted to get done and you are getting it done super darn fast. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's I think that vibe coding is a little bit of a way for us to get in the flow of being creative and,
Yeah.
you know, trying to maybe vet an idea. Like I might not be coding an entire website like I'm
Right.
doing right now, but I might be like, hey, I've got an idea around maybe an API. I got an idea around a certain feature.
Yeah.
So I might be able to just code it up really quick without a lot of restrictions that might exist in my enterprise app that I'm working in. So I'm able to kind of just spin it up quickly and deal with it. So I think that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
But there are some projects out there that we started as kind of a vibe coding project,
And then
it
actually
ends
made
up being
a thing.
a thing,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I got to tag out
all right.
now.
Thank you, sir.
This has been awesome. I'm going to put it on cough just while we switch in. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Let's go back to our cards. Let's do a quick refresh on this site. Make sure we're not using our mock data. And let's say we got ham and cheese and macaroni.
Recipes. You can validate the gluten-free ones.
All right, I think we've tagged in here.
All right, Jeff, welcome. All right, so what we have vibed our way into is a recipe generator based on you get home,
Yeah.
you're busy, family, and you go, what are we doing for dinner?
Oh gosh, I hate that question. Oh, I hate
And
that
like,
question.
I thought you had it. No, I thought I had it.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
And then like, what do we got?
and then the picky kid asks, "You know what? I'm not really into."
Yeah. And you look in the fridge and you're like, I found some chicken and
Yeah.
we got some pasta and, you know, we got half a thing of pesto and,
Oh gosh.
you know, whatever it is, right?
Mhm,
It's
mhm.
Friday, right? You know, that type
Yeah.
of thing, right? So
You know what I found in the fridge?
what's that?
We're ordering a pizza.
Yeah, exactly. We are out of suggestions.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't got to that point yet. So what the way I started this off is I said, hey, I want a Next.js app. I want to use Azure OpenAI to give me some recipe recommendations based on a few ingredients. That's where we started.
Cool.
Okay. Now we're into refining the UI. I just recently added, I saw you walk by and go, hey, I know Jeff's got some restrictions.
Yes.
And I said, hey, I want to be able to maybe say I want dairy-free or gluten-free or like.
I love the allergen references.
So that's important.
Okay.
My wife and our family has some allergies related to certain things.
yeah.
Like, so wanted to put that in there. So like, hey, ham, cheese, macaroni might be in our cupboard.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
now it's like, cool, here's some cool things that we can generate. Right. And it's now we've also added the indicators as to what it meets as far as the restrictions. So I could just say, look, I only want vegan. And
Okay.
now get a little echo there. We got our DJ over here messing with our volume.
I don't know. All right.
So generate the recipes.
Mm-hmm.
There is no vegan options available for ham, cheese, and macaroni.
Well, it's cheese. It's not vegan by definition.
What if you
right?
have vegan cheese?
Oh.
All right. So what if we said paleo? Let's see.
Is there impossible cheese, like the impossible meat? Is that
Yeah.
a thing?
All right. So we have some paleo options, which is
Okay.
nice. Cool.
All right.
And I really like this. In fact, one of the other things that I did too is
No, wait. Where's it getting the list of recipes from? Is it just conjuring that up?
Azure OpenAI.
Okay.
So
All
I
right.
connected it to that and have a GPT-4
Mhm,
model
mhm.
and just pass it like, hey, here's some ingredients. Here's the parameters we want. Give me those
Okay.
things back. The other thing we did too is I went over to good old CodePen, if you remember CodePen.
Oh, we love CodePen.
Right. And I found a recipe card.
Yeah.
And I just gave it the URL. I said, hey, can you make this take some inspiration from this design, but also make sure that you give credit to Michelle up here in our design because it's open source to make sure she gets
Sure.
credit or they get credit. And it looks like they've taken the credit off. We did have a design in here that said inspired by Michelle Booker,
Mhm,
I think her name was. So what I'll go do now, and I'll just let it know. Looks like the card designer is not given proper credit. And I know it doesn't care about my spelling because I've been anymore.
Now, when you're typing
fix.
that, Lee on YouTube writes, I wouldn't trust AI with allergens or dietary. That ham and cheese was labeled vegan. You might have a good point there. Yeah.
It's a good point. We probably want to put a disclaimer on the website. Lee, thank you for that.
Disclaimer, I've been told that sometimes you want to have the AI double check itself on some of these things. Like, okay, you fetched this recipe, double check that it's actually vegan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you're onto something there, Lee. Oh, no, that's our friend, Mr. Magoo. Oh, my goodness. Hello. A couple folks are saying here, could we use Azure AI Vision API to take a picture of the fridge and find the ingredients to generate the recipe? I think you could probably, just in general, take a picture of the pantry, right?
Yeah.
Take a picture of the cabinet.
We could do that. Hard to test today.
Yes. Right. I don't think you even need Azure AI Vision. You could just bounce that off of ChatGPT and its vision capabilities.
Yeah, we could do that for sure.
But a little bit more for this. That's a little bit too far in depth for this session.
Yeah, for sure.
But are we publishing the source code for this?
I certainly could.
And then some folks that may want to wrench on that, they can certainly tinker.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. It looks like they have missed. The Copilot here has lost the reference to our designer. So what I might do is I do a little bit of hinting. So I would go and grab the URL again. Let's see if they have fixed it, right? And let's see here. We should add the attribution in a visible but unobtrusive way. So now it's going to look for it. It's going to make a footer and add it in the footer.
Nice.
That's pretty good, right? And we know that anytime we're sharing open source things, we want to make sure we get proper attribution.
Absolutely. Folks are contributing. Let's respect their contributions.
Let's see what the footer looks like. CodePen trending, community designs. It looks like it's giving attribution to CodePen. Let's see. Let's be sure to credit this designer.
Patrick, I like what you're suggesting there. I've seen benefit in doing this. Patrick on YouTube asks, does saying please and thank you, being polite to the AI, does that help improve the output?
I've been angry with the AI, so I know that doesn't help.
I've actually had it start to follow commands a little bit better.
I've said, you're really not good at this. After like a lot of time trying to fix a problem, and sometimes with very specific and or new technologies,
Yes.
there's just not enough runway for it to really understand everything. And I would
Enough of a code base for it to recognize.
I've given you everything. And I would be like, hey, you're just not really good at this. Like, we're spending too much time, as if I was talking to you. Like,
Sure,
we're not good at this.
Mm-hmm.
You're spending too much time on it. You're making it too difficult.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And most of the time, response is, I understand your frustration.
Where I've kind of used a little bit of, and it feels weird to get angry at an AI, and I'm the folks here at Build. Don't tell my boss that I said this, but when we ask the AI to do something, and I'll write a final sentence that says, if you don't do this right, I'll be angry at you.
Yeah.
And it actually improves the quality of some of the output.
We'll see about that.
Right?
I'm gonna change
Tell
the
it to
model
do
real
better.
quick.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got it fixed our attribution.
Oh, look at that.
And it linked to the specific design that we use, which is really cool.
Love
I really love that. One of the last things I wanted to hear, I'm going to ask it one more time. We've tried to get this to work. We wanted dark mode. It switched to dark mode.
Oh.
We did have one participant here let us know the reason that the toggle doesn't work is that everybody uses dark mode, so that's why it doesn't work.
Of course.
But so let's see. Still looks like.
Now, see, when I'm live coding, as you're writing that prompt, when I'm live coding, not only do they ask me to put in live light mode and dark mode, but they always ask me to add hot dog stand.
Not working.
That's just wrong.
Oh, hang on a second. Not working. Can you fix? And also add in. I don't know if Tailwind has hot dog mode. Add in hot dog color mode. Let's see.
Is it Tharusha on YouTube says being angry with AI is foolish. Just accept AI like a friend. Friends can always build great things. You're right.
That's
Absolutely.
true.
But it's being firm with the AI, right? You can be firm and tell a friend, if you don't do this right, I'll be disappointed.
Yes. Disappointment is okay.
Now, I see you've only got 3 commits here. Something I struggle with when I'm vibe coding is, what are the commit points? When should I do a commit?
When it works. So I said this, like, once I got the initial app to a point, I'm like, it's there. I'm able to test it. I feel good. I'm like, there's no broken parts.
Okay.
Commit. Right.
Okay.
Then I'm going to add my next feature.
Yes.
Right. And it might be like, I think we stopped when it was at a good point. Like, now I'm going to add Azure OpenAI to it. And the point is like, I call it my throwaway points. Like, if I'm like, I'm now going to try something new, it's not working.
Yeah.
And I need to just like throw it away and branch to something different. That's when I think my commit points are.
Okay.
We've been swirling a little bit. Now we're like at our design point right now. Right. So now it's going to try and fix our theme provider, which is good. So I really think about like, where's the point where I'm like, I think I'm done and I'm dead.
Would a good place to kind of draw that line and box it be around not quite a feature card, a Kanban card, or an issue in GitHub, but something maybe a finer grain inside of that issue or Kanban card?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah,
possibly. Yeah, I struggle with that too, because sometimes you just get in the mode and you go, ugh, I missed it.
Right.
I missed my spot.
It went too far. What are
I
we going
have.
to do?
I've actually have gotten to the point where I have swirled a long time trying to fix something and try something, and I have asked Copilot, "Can you back up to the point where we did this?"
Yes.
And been pretty successful
Okay.
getting it back to what I would consider a stopping point where I can kind of like, hey, we were still not great there, but we can shape it and be at a good point.
That's where I think that undo button in Visual Studio Code is so nice.
Yeah.
Like, as long as I'm comfortable pressing that undo button, I think I'm okay to commit.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm uncomfortable pressing the undo button, commit.
Commit. At this point, I forget everything we've done since my last commit. So I'm to the point where I need to get it to a stopping point and commit.
Yeah.
Right. Because if I hit the undo, I don't know where it's going to take us back to.
Definitely.
Right. So once we get this toggle button and our hot dog mode working, hot dog is going to be very frightening. I don't know if I'm going to get a red background or a yellow background. It's interesting because it's done this before. That's always what's curious to me is that we've done some Tailwind. We've done some CSS already. We implemented the dark mode. And I feel like sometimes when you ask or prompt Copilot to do some stuff, it's like working with a toddler.
Yes.
Sometimes. Like,
oh, yeah.
And I mean that in a positive way where you're starting from scratch. And like, we've been here.
I describe it as you're talking to a 7-year-old. They know enough to be dangerous.
Yeah.
But if you're not completely descriptive with them, look out.
Yeah. And I explain, now we know we've been working too long because it says, do you want me to keep working on this thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like that the more information, the more context you give it, typically the more success you're going to get. And if you're like, build me a website.
Yeah.
All bets are off.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You just have no idea what you're going to get. You say, build me a website with these, 10 features, with this framework, with this testing thing. I think that you're going to give it more of an idea of how to guide the road, as opposed to just like, hey, go do this thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's much like when search engines first came out, and folks were like, what's a flower? Or what kind of flower is this? Instead of saying like, hey, this flower has 5 petals and there's white, it's got a blue stripe and some green on the inside. Like, give it a lot to go figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
So people who are really good at doing searches are going to be really good at prompting and getting great results. So think about the prompt that you're giving to ensure the better success.
That 7-year-old's art teacher is going to be great at this.
Yeah, 7-year art teacher for sure.
So
it's taken a long time to do CSS. I feel like I'm doing this myself because this is how long it would take me to do CSS.
I struggle at this point with, is it spinning its wheels? Is it going too far? Have I not given it enough context in my prompt?
Jeff, the problem was your suggestion. It was hot dog CSS it was creating. That's what was taking so long. Primary. Yeah, that was the body color. Where are we getting primary? What's our primary color? Hot dog mustard. It looks like we're getting yellow as a background.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful.
That's right. So now it's going to update our global CSS to get that background.
Terrific.
I think the next thing I'm going to try and do, well, we'll see. See, we have any suggestions on what? Somebody want to be able to add favorites and save it to a database. I've got maybe 25 minutes to make that land.
Okay.
So if we can get this right.
The other direction, if you're feeling adventurous, that I would ask, can we put this in .NET Aspire?
It's already in Next.js.
Yeah.
No. I was just talking to our friend Glenn.
Yeah.
About my challenges in trying to make. I was now different. A lot of OTel, trying to use the dashboard and OTel and all that.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was really having some pain getting that to work. So
okay.
It's like, yeah, we know we're making a lot of great changes right now. If I started out as an Aspire app, cool. I think maybe we'll. What's the database they want? So maybe I'll use like a MongoDB database.
Sounds fun.
And maybe throw in some containers and a little Docker Compose.
Is there a database vendor within eyesight of us here?
Other than Elastic?
Their
Their search.
That's more search.
Yep, I don't see one. I am working on
Hey.
an ARM device.
Our friends that are here at Microsoft Build, name a database that we could use here.
Hopefully it has a container.
Postgres, a gentleman right outside the.
Postgres? Okay. Can I put it in a container? It's cool. It's doing a lot. Jeff suggested hot dog CSS. That's just what this thing is swirling on right now.
Come on now, Microsoft at 50 years, you gotta have hot dog stand.
Hot dog CSS. This is what I'm waiting for. Beware, back away from the screen because when I turn it on, there's going to be a lot of yellow.
Steve on YouTube suggested Prisma. Imran says SQLite. Patrick is suggesting SQLite. I wanted to give a chance for some of our friends here live at Microsoft
What's
Build
that last one? RocksDB?
to help out.
All right. This is recipe card. Hot dog theme. So good.
Come on, right? You gotta have a hot dog theme. Look at that. If you're gonna go ugly in style.
Still doesn't get our light theme. It wouldn't fix the light theme, but it'll give us a hot
But
dog
it'll give us
theme.
hot dog theme. Absolutely.
All right, cool. Let's let this continue. That's just fine. Let's make sure that everything else is still working. All right. Let's see. What if we have coffee, steak,
Yeah.
and tortillas?
What are you making, dude?
I don't. That's just what I have in my cabinet. Right?
Okay.
Let's just say that's what I
All
got in
right.
the pantry. I got coffee, steak, tortillas, and hot sauce. I know what I would make with that. But let's see
Okay.
what it says.
Yeah.
I think it also makes some assumptions of like you have this general spicy coffee steak wraps. Yes. So it's assuming that I have lettuce and tomato. Not likely on a Friday night at the end of the week. But yes, you marinate the steak in coffee and hot sauce.
Really?
Yeah, and then you put it on the grill.
Okay.
Delicious.
All right.
So good.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Yes. So a coffee rub on a steak is very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All
Cooking
right.
channel. All right. And you'll see even like coffee rub fajitas, coffee steak tacos. It's all about coffee grounds. Right. But yeah, you put that all on there. It's fantastic. Right. Really great. All right. So we're still getting good results there. They even gave us a hot dog icon up there a little bit. Kind of looks like a hot dog. Right. This is
It's better than a hamburger icon.
better than a hamburger icon.
That's right.
We're not getting light mode. We get dark mode and hot dog mode. Sorry, kids. That's all we're getting today. Cool. This is not true, but I'm not going to fight with Copilot anymore about that. All right. So let's keep everything. Now this is a moment where we commit,
Yes.
right? We'll hit our generate commit. And we did. We added dietary preferences, restrictions on handling, and I'm going to say, and hot dog mode.
Hot dog theme.
Yeah. All right. So we added those things. So we'll commit that.
I've become more and more a fan of the Copilot generated
It's
messages
usually very
for
good.
commits. They've been really good.
Really great.
So
Really great.
some of our friends that are here at the booth, have you tried the GitHub Copilot generate messages for your commits? Have you tried that?
Yeah.
No, nobody's tried it here. You make me sad.
This is your
Hit the
favorite
sparkle
button
button
in the
there.
whole world.
Oh my gosh.
It looks at everything that you've done since your last commit and summarizes that into text. It's much longer than what I would ever write because
Yeah.
usually it's just like
Yeah.
made changes.
So yeah, chat room there, watching on YouTube. You gotta check it out. It's really, really cool to be able to do that. I feel like it simplifies anything that I'm trying to write for a commit message.
Okay, so we had a friend outside that said Postgres. They want us to add Postgres. So this is going to get into a little bit of a prompt that we want to put in. We've got some features that we want to add. We need to store the features. We've got about 20 minutes to land this. Okay, so what I want to do is add a new feature to allow saving recipes as favorites to a SQL database. I would prefer the app and the database to be running in Docker containers and also use compose to run locally.
That's a pretty good prompt.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Sound good. Okay. Let's see what happens.
And while you kick that off, let me go back to the chat room here. Patrick says I use that the generate message function all the time for commits. Super nice. Wishing it also could get the work item. I found it often gets it wrong. That would be really cool, Patrick, if it could. But I think that's more something we want to do on a pull request, right? Because you might have several commits that make up a pull request that you're submitting to fix an issue or create a feature.
Yeah. I think there's some features in the pull request extension in VS Code that when you create the pull request and do the commit, it references that.
Nice.
I believe.
Okay.
If not, we can put in a request for that. So we've asked that question, or we want to add saving recipes to a Postgres database, and I even spelled Postgres wrong. Prefer the app to be in a database, to be running in Docker containers and use compose. It created my compose file. Cool. It's mapped the ports correctly. It's got my volumes mapped locally, put in my environment variables, which is great. There's one thing I know it's going to mess up. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah.
And it's going to be with my environment variables that I need for my Azure OpenAI. I'm wondering how it's going to handle it. I know how to handle it in Docker.
Yeah.
Because I've done this before with another app. So I'm curious how it's going to do it. That's why I'm slowly scrolling through this because I'm not sure where it's going to put it. It's created a Docker file for, this looks like my main app. Yep, dev. Node modules, going to run build, cool, set it to production, which is great. And yep, good. Now it's creating my favorite button on the component.
There's a question here from Teamed Craziness. They write, I read somewhere around the 500,000 context window, AI will start to daydream a little. Realignment would be key here. I guess if tokens are not an issue, context certainly is.
Daydream. Do we mean like
Hallucinating, I think is what they're referencing there. Yeah.
Yeah. The hallucinations do happen. I say that this, when I see it happening, I will apply correction, meaning that I'll hit the stop button on the engine.
Okay.
On the working process, like I'll hit stop or pause.
It's right there in the bottom right corner.
Lower right, you hit a stop.
Okay.
Right, and there's an alt backspace, which seems like a weird combination on a Windows machine. Or pause the request. If you hit the stop, basically all work has stopped, and at that point, I will say, "Seems like you're overcomplicating this." Right? Can we reset and try and keep it simple? And sometimes even my prompts, I'll say, here's what the task that I want to do. Let's keep this simple and not overcomplicate it.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So trying to do the correction. It's kind of like when you're training a puppy.
Yeah.
Right. And the puppy's it gets the zoomies. Right?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Wait, little yank on the chain, little correction. Same thing. And I just let the engine know, the LLM know, that's not, don't go off and create 1,000 bash scripts for me because it'll do that. When it's like, hey, I've tried to do this, and you'll see the output be, let's try a different way. And sometimes you see let's try a different way.
Yes.
Hold on, put on the seatbelt because it's gonna get a little nutsy.
I've run into that several times. I'm planning. I have a demo session I'm delivering showing a little bit of Copilot on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it comes back, oh, let me try a different way. And it does it 2 or 3 different times. And each time I cringe oh, is this the right? Is it going to get it right this time?
Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes I'll just say, okay, let's see where this goes. Right.
Yeah.
And there are certain tools that we have, right? Azure Developer CLI, the Azure CLI, there's things like that. Well, it'll start to write all these crazy scripts and I'll go, stop. I don't know we don't need a bash script for that because AZD does this. Right. And sometimes the response will be, you're right. AZD does do this. Let me try this way.
When you see those types of interactions with Copilot, does it make sense to kind of wrap that up and turn it into an entry in your Copilot instructions?
We have good MCP servers right now.
Okay.
And typically what that means is the model that you're using, like right now I switched to Claude 3.7 on it, might not be good at calling the tools, the MCP tools. MCP is relatively new. You know, our base model in Copilot 4.1 has had, like, as it was coming out, as we were testing it, was not great at knowing about certain tools, and we've made some corrections for that. And
Okay.
that's us. We would just let the folks that are running that, you know, there's other models as well that have challenges around certain things. And again, sometimes it goes back to, like, it just doesn't know what it doesn't know, right?
Okay.
And with Aspire is relatively new, right? It hasn't been around for 20 years, right?
It'd be different.
It'd be different.
Yes.
Yeah, but now will just do the hinting, right? I will go out to GitHub and find an issue. I will go out to the docs and be like, hey, here's the doc on how to configure OpenTelemetry, and have it bring that in and go, you know, it's nice. It says, thanks for letting me know, right? And it will then maybe self-correct, you know? So
Okay.
it's Copilot instructions is really helpful when you're setting context. If you have patterns, if you have things that you want it to do, like follow these practices around. Maybe I'm a Java developer and I only want to use Maven, right?
Okay.
I might tell it in my Copilot instructions, make sure you use Maven, make sure you're only using PowerShell scripts, you know, make sure you're only doing this type of repository patterns.
Okay.
You know, that's super helpful because that's what I like to do, or it's what my company does, or the other developers I work with.
It feels like a very pros-oriented FX cop to call back to
Yeah, FX Cop for sure.
tech from yesteryear.
Yeah,
right?
I would love to have FX Cop, you know, in a way to where, like for .NET apps, I think FX Cop, if you could build FX Cop into Copilot for .NET in a selective way.
Yes. Yes.
Like enforce these.
Here's
it'd
the
be great.
ways that I like to write code.
Yeah.
And enforce these rules.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
John was saying earlier when he was here, like for the pull request on how to do a YouTube entry or whatever entry, like he made his Copilot instructions that way. It's one of those things where, like, every time a thing comes up, you're like, put that in your Copilot
Yes.
instructions.
Yes.
It'll catch it.
How we doing? Is
Yeah, we've got. It looks like it's got a toast provider. It's adding for us for something. I think I saw it earlier. I was adding a toast provider for some reason. I don't recall. Some notifications. Probably like when I add it to my favorites, it's going to let me know. Thanks, I've added it.
okay.
Right? That's kind of cool. Didn't ask for it. I'll take it.
When my kids are preparing breakfast, they're my toast provider.
My toast provider. For sure. So I like to, like, while it's iterating, I do like to go and look at the things that it's made changes to, right? See what's been added, see what layouts have been changed. So here's the toast provider it's added, which is cool. I like to look at the Docker file, see what's going on there. I know it's missed my environment variables. That's fine. I'll figure that out. We can just use the mock one for now.
Okay.
So I can use mock data or I can use API. So look, it's created a favorite recipes.
Nice.
They're probably going to be able to query and list our favorite recipes that's there, which is nice.
We have a question here from Steve on YouTube. Steve asks, can Copilot use the developer's context of Azure CLI?
The developer's context. It only uses the local context.
Okay.
It depends on what the prompt is. So for instance, if I might need a little bit more context, Steve, about what you're asking, but we know about your resources. Like if you're logged into the Azure CLI on your local machine and you say, hey, can you generate me a script to insert a test file into my blob storage?
Sure.
Right. The Copilot will, it's the Copilot for Azure tool will do this. It will create that script with your subscription and your things in the actual file.
Okay.
which is really great. It's context aware if you're logged in. I can ask it like, hey, what's the list of my URL for this particular Azure Container app?
Yeah.
Right. If it's yours, we can query your Azure resource groups
Okay.
and give you that back. So we know the context of where you're at. But I hope that answers your question, Steve. But we do have some awareness of your Azure resource graph as well.
I could see
if you're logged in.
I could see some system admins and ops folks then using Copilot to do some of those system maintenance things then.
For sure. Yeah. If you like Custo queries, huge.
Oh,
So
gosh.
like writing those really specific queries are hard.
Yeah.
It's trying to create.
Yeah. What's it doing there?
So the first one I tried to do was looks like setting some databases in my env files, and it.
I like that it pauses when it attempts to run some sort of command locally.
Yeah. One thing I showed John was, I think it was before he came here, is sometimes it'll perform some act like, hey, we fixed this thing, run the app, and console output will come here. And I'll say, you've messed, like there's errors. Can you look at the terminal? And it will actually read the terminal and say, oh, I see where the error is. Let me go ahead and fix that.
Good.
So you don't have to like copy and paste it.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting Copilot to analyze logs, error messages, and provide that fix.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
So helpful out there. Look at that. We got hot dog stand working still. That's great.
Yeah, everything's like, I like to test things as it's doing some stuff right. And I can still put in, here, this will be a good one. Some yucca, some black beans, and maybe have some tortillas, and maybe some, empanada.
All right.
Empanada. And let's use live data. And let's see. Well, it's not going to fit any of those, so that's fine.
Is it?
And now there's one issue. This is cool. Now it's making changes live, and it looks like there's probably some JavaScript error in there. One of the reasons I like Next.js too is I can just copy the error from there and bring that in. But it's still working on some stuff, so I'm not gonna mess with it right now. It's probably connecting the databases and stuff on the API, and that's okay. So now the other thing that's really cool is it actually likes to create READMEs a lot as a note taker. It'll actually tell you all the things that it's doing.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it do that.
Let's see if I can open a preview here. Open preview. So it'll tell you how to get started with the app, how to run it. Thanks for deploying on Vercel. This is not.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Copilot.
Thanks. We'll fix that. But Next.js is a Vercel framework, right? So that's probably why it's probably coming right from there.
Certainly.
From everything. It's totally fine.
So, there's a comment here from Tharusha saying, these days I'm learning DevOps. Vibe coding apps like this is pure joy. I'm learning to appreciate it more, but something that I struggle with, help me out with this, Shane.
Okay.
We've seen, particularly when we asked it, hey, generate a hot dog stand theme. It was going for a couple minutes there.
Yeah.
But when I'm coding and I've got the ideas flowing and I'm in the zone, what do you do with that energy while the agent is cranking away and generating that code?
Yeah, that's a good question. Sometimes I can just type in the prompt. I sit there and type, so I know what's going to be next.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. You're kind of queuing up the next one.
Yeah, queue up stuff.
Yeah.
I like to use I'll open up Notepad and type, like, here's all the things I want to add to stuff.
Yeah.
Share some ideas.
Okay.
That I want to do.
Yeah.
There's a delicate balance, in my opinion, between giving it enough and too much. Right. I like to develop a feature at a time. How I would if I was using this to develop on an enterprise app. Right. I'm not going to say, go add these 15 features to my enterprise app, because then it's just going to get confused on what to do and how to implement it all.
Yeah.
It's one thing at a time. So I might start to spec out maybe in a README file. Right. So I can open up another file in this app while it's spinning.
Sure.
Right. I can look at here and I might say
browse around.
I can open up and maybe I just want to spec.md file. Now I'm here. I'm doing my
start.
thing, and I can say like, we need to add a way to deploy the app to Azure.
Yeah.
With maybe ACD. Probably should add Playwright for testing.
Definitely.
These and while it's doing some stuff, I'm watching if I can. These are just some features that I maybe want to add to things as I'm going along. So that's kind of how I air quote deal with the time.
Continue that energy that you've got flowing around this.
Because now that I've started to do all this, I'm like, I could add this. I could add this.
Yes.
But now I'm like, I'm waiting.
Mm-hmm.
So I can just, these are some things that I could probably do.
Michael comments, multiple windows. Is there any benefit to opening another Visual Studio Code and tell it, hey, in this other section of the application, go start working on this thing?
Yeah, that's
with
hard.
Another.
That's hard because there will be collision, I think. Because sometimes, and I think John mentioned this earlier in our session, is that John would be like, hey, can you add this button to this page? And it'll add the button and goes, hey, while I was here, I also did these other 15 things. It starts to just sometimes just jump off the rail and do some other.
Wasn't that a Malcolm in the Middle meme?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, I need to change the light bulb.
They changed the light bulb, and then I was like, next thing you know, he's like shackling the roof or something like that. Yeah. So it's very much, it can do that. It's like, oh, I noticed while I was adding that button, there was an error in the TypeScript. So I fixed the TypeScript, and when I saw there was an error in the TypeScript, and I need to go fix my TS-config. Oh, the TS-config is too long. I need to break that in middle files.
I've seen it in C# files mentioned, hey, there's a compiler warning around this. I took care of that for you.
Yeah. It does all those things. It's like it's got ADD almost, right?
Almost.
Yeah.
Let me tell you the fact that it takes that Boy Scout rule of leave your code better than when you started reading it. It really takes that to heart. And as somebody who has hundreds of compiler warnings at last count in my other projects that I'm working on, that makes me so happy that it cleans those up.
Yeah. Now, to sometimes get around that, I have in the prompt, I need to do this, only do that, just make this one change, and I will say, this file is good. This file is good. Don't change that file.
Don't touch this.
Don't touch it.
If you touch this, you will make me angry.
Don't touch it. And
I will be disappointed with you.
Usually, the response would be, I understand that we're good on those files.
Yeah.
We'll make the one change to routes.ts or whatever.
Oh, that's great.
And I'll say 99% of the time, it's usually pretty good at doing that.
Yeah.
And it's almost like I wanted to come back and say, are you sure? Because I'm going to touch it anyway. And they're like, stop. Right. And now it's doing some things like docker start.sh. I bet that's just
come on now.
Yeah. So these are just echoes. I don't need that. npm run db setup. So now it's created a bunch of npm commands. Let's update Docker Compose to use our start script. I only need to run Docker Compose up and Docker Compose build.
Copilot, you're being too helpful.
Right now, you're just overcomplicating the challenge here. Right?
I just want a database.
Now let's finalize by creating a Prisma migrations directory. Right. So now it's doing migrations. I don't need migrations. This is a init. Right. So it's trying to cover all bases, which I appreciate. And I think we're just about at time.
Yeah. I'm not sure what time the session ends.
I would have to check the board. Actually, I took a picture of the board. I can tell you.
Did you?
Yeah.
So industrious.
I'm efficient like that, Jeff. I'm very efficient. Let's see here.
John was the other guy.
John was the other guy. John, Jeff. Jones.
I'm the guy with the hat. He's the guy with the
545.
545. We are at time.
Here's a summary of what we've accomplished. It says.
Wow.
Did I land it last minute? Did we have another last minute land?
He needs this
Let's
for
see.
the birdie.
Can we do Docker Compose up and see if it works? Hold on to your hats, folks. We're going to try it.
You can do it.
I am going to guess not.
No.
Thanks. Mapping values in is not allowed. Well,
Is there a sad tuba sound effect on this stream
yeah,
deck?
wah, wah, wah.
Oh.
Docker compose up failed.
Fix it.
Watch C terminal.
Let's see if it can help us out here as we
Is there somebody after me too?
wrap up. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Den. Good old Den's coming.
Den's coming in next. And we're going to, I didn't hear what he wants to build.
He says his little thing says vibe coding something awesome. We'll see.
I mean, can we just put that into the Copilot prompt?
Something
Make
awesome.
me something awesome.
Make me something awesome. Yeah. So I will. I'm going to take a seat out of the circle tables. I will get it to a point where compose up will finish, so we can save our things, and I will commit it to my GitHub. SP Boyer is my GitHub, and folks can pull down the template
And give it a try.
give it a shot.
All
and,
right.
see what we can do. Make sure my keys aren't committed because that's important.
Yeah.
I'll have to change my keys because I docked myself earlier. I'm blaming John for that. He didn't hold the button down long enough. Let's see if we can get this last fix here. I don't know what it's changing. I think it's just got the format incorrect here. Okay, that looks good.
Looks better.
We got a check mark. Green check marks are always good in the command. Usually means it ran without an error, and it's now it's going to pass that up. Looks like it's now valid.
Yeah.
Now they're going to check the override file, which I think is just probably variables. Yeah. I feel like this should be a lot faster when it comes to just a couple of text files, but it's YAML, so I'll give it a break.
Yeah, watch it insert tabs instead of spaces.
It's going to get formatting wrong.
Well, I'm looking at line 8 there, and I'm feeling the formatting wrong
Yeah.
consideration.
It's expected a string.
Well, yeah, and that command should probably be on the next line.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let's see here. Yeah. Docker
Line
to ensure
endings.
script has the right line endings. Come on now.
Get her done. Here we go. All this because you wanted a database.
I didn't want it. It was suggested.
It was suggested.
I would have gone with the text file.
Okay, chat room, this is all your
That's
fault.
right. I would have gone with the text file, kids. Text file for the win. Do it old school.
Give me a
Old school.
CSV out there,
Right.
right? That's all you need.
Like now it's like, hey, now we just need to be simple. Let's just make this nice and simple. All right. While that's still running, let's test this just for funsies. Let's just make sure we can get it.
Is it
good
going
in.
to? Hey,
Just get our mock data, and get your hot dog mode. And we'll call it a
fantastic.
day. Yeah, we're good.
What more do you need?
Yeah. All right. I'll commit this to my GitHub, and we'll get that Docker stuff working for you.
All
Call it
righty.
a day.
I think that's where we're going to leave off for
Yep.
now as we transition to our next guest vibe coder.
Yeah, that'll
Thank
be
you so
good.
much, Shane.
Appreciate it, man.
All righty.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in the chat room in just a few minutes as we get set up for another round. There we go. How you doing there, Tim?
I am good. How are you, Jeff?
Oh, it's so good. I've enjoyed the live coding experience here and interacting and talking to folks that are passing by here at Microsoft Build, talking to our friends that are watching live online on YouTube, and we're going to do something new here. Why don't you take a second, introduce yourself to our friends that are watching out there?
Cool. Yep. Hey, folks. I am Delimarsky. I'm a product engineer at Microsoft, and I'm excited to be vibe coding with you today.
Oh, let's have some fun. So, do you have an idea where you want to go? What you want to start with here today?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I do.
Okay.
As you can tell from my T-shirt, I'm a Halo fan.
Oh,
Leaderboard that exists on the Halo Waypoint website.
sure.
And I thought I'm gonna build a more modern one,
Okay. Okay.
just for my own purposes, just because it's something that I care about.
I love that idea. Can we switch over to your code then and start
Let's do it.
start iterating through this?
Let's
All
start
right.
iterating. So I'm going to use Copilot agent mode, of course.
Yes.
And let's see. I'm going to switch to agent. I want this to be a web app. And I think what I will do is I will just ask agent to go and bootstrap it something for me. I'm thinking React.
Okay.
React is good. I think it's good.
Okay.
Let's bootstrap a React app that can be a Halo player leaderboard. All right. I'm excited to see what actually is going to happen.
I love that you started with just one sentence and let it figure out and give us something to start with.
Yeah. I like this because I have this idea, right? Like I have this kind of a concept of, I have it in my head. I know what it should look like.
Yeah.
But I also am a little lazy and I don't want to write out too much.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go and bootstrap this experience for me first, and then we'll iterate and then we'll improve it.
So for folks that are at home, maybe they've got their GitHub Copilot free account and they want to try something similar here. You just have a folder open.
I just have a folder open.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. And I feel like this is a cool on-ramp for the non-developer, for folks who aren't sophisticated, don't know React, and they can just get started.
Yeah.
So
I'm not a web dev. I am not a web developer. Look, I've been writing client apps.
Okay.
I love .NET.
Uh-huh.
But when it comes to web dev, I'd rather AI do it.
Okay. Okay. I feel like, and what's it telling us there?
It is currently, let's see, it's installing the packages. It's looking at React, React DOM, React scripts,
Okay.
all the templating stuff. Let's see what happens.
I feel like this is where these are the things that my non-technical family members can get started with.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
I want a little leaderboard for, in your case, Halo, but for whatever it is. And then after they get a little bit further along, that's when they come over. Dad, can you help me with?
Right. No, I think this is where the superpower of AI comes from. It's that enablement story. It's that ability to basically bring in a whole bunch of scenarios to life.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say like it's, I don't want to overly trivialize it.
Certainly.
Right?
Certainly.
But there's a good degree of just, hey, I have this idea, but maybe I don't have the whole like skill set to build it. Can I still build it?
Yeah.
That's powerful to me. That is
Absolutely.
extremely powerful.
There's something about everybody can be included and can try this out, and everybody can take those first steps on their developer journey.
Oh, absolutely. And we know that that's, again, it's a great enabler for more ideas to come to life,
Absolutely.
for more capabilities to come to life from people that previously maybe did not have the skills.
Yes.
And that's okay. And we grow.
I know I don't have CSS designer skills. I know this because my wife has seen my websites that I've built and said,
yeah,
really, Jeff?
Yeah. No, look, like I said, I'm not a web developer. So when I try to redesign some of the websites, I was like, man, this is too much CSS for me. And then I look at, what Copilot can do for me, and I've done it a couple times, and the results are stunning. And I'm not kidding. Like I'm not exaggerating. It is stunning.
Now we do have friends watching out there on YouTube. How you doing out there? can we take some suggestions from our friends as we're going along here, as we
Absolutely.
get some features built, take some suggestions. They might not always be the friendliest of suggestions, but let's
yeah.
Shane was building a theme selector in his last one, and let's add hot dog stand to this. Shall we?
Absolutely. We'll always have a hot dog stand. Why not?
So chat room, you out there, right? And we're looking at the camera over there. How you doing? We want to make sure that we hear from you. Drop your comments, your questions as we're going through and Den's building this Halo leaderboard. We want to hear from you. What's your experience using Copilot, trying out agent mode? What questions do you have about getting involved and taking this experience and maybe going through some first steps with your non-technical family members and showing them the magic of developing?
The magic of, I like that framing, the magic of developing.
That first time that you show, right, you show your family member, you show a colleague, hey, look at this thing that I built, right? And their eyes light up. Oh my gosh, it solves X.
Yes.
That's magic, right?
It is magic. It is literally the feeling of seeing it on your screen and seeing the idea come to life.
Yeah.
Nothing else beats it. I don't know. Like, to me, I'm looking at, like, look how quickly it bootstraps everything.
Holy
by the
crow.
way. Like, I have a whole bunch of stuff. Like, how long do you think would take me to do this from scratch if I want to bootstrap a React application? It's a whole bunch of time.
Well, I mean, my Stack Overflow foo is pretty good. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm pretty good at searching Stack Overflow.
Yeah.
And it is going to town there. I mean, it's generated
still
a bunch of files.
Yeah, it had a bunch of files here.
Let's create some basic components for our Halo leaderboard. And it knows it wants a header. Okay. Now wait, why is it building a dashboard?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
That's the wonderful thing about a lot of this stuff is, like, we see where it goes.
Okay.
We're vibing here. We're letting Copilot take the reins for a little bit.
Okay.
So
now our friend Shane in the last session, when I was working with him, he liked to have the browser open and watch what it was building as it was going along.
Maybe useful, but for now, I just want to see, like,
just
let it
watch the code evolve.
Watch it complete.
Okay, cool.
Some kind of buildable version. And what I love about this too is that sometimes you'll see that errors will pop up.
Yeah,
but that's okay. We guide it to the right path. We help it resolve it.
Look, my obsessive compulsive, like, I'm okay with letting warnings go through in the compiler, but errors, that will not do.
Yeah, that will not do. We block that right away. I wonder if if only there was a way for us.
Look, it's even creating an about page for you.
Yeah, it's really creating everything.
Okay. You're muting us entirely?
In the house, yeah.
That's half the point here.
And this came from Angie. Well, I'll leave it up a little bit. I was told to bring you down. I know. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try and get away with this and see what happens.
So a couple comments that we see coming through here. Developers developing AI to help the companies get rid of developers. No, not helping companies get rid of developers, helping developers be more productive. Look at how much more we're able to do more quickly.
I love it. I love this idea because we're able to iterate. We have ideas. We have things to build.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't we want to build that faster?
Yeah. Right. That's always the question of, hey, I've got this deadline. Get it done before my deadline.
Booster. Yeah, it is a productivity booster.
We have blue. We have blue.
It started. Oh, errors. Look at us. We'll have to fix this.
Yes. And on YouTube, Michael says, I appreciate seeing different skill sets utilize AI. I agree. When folks from different skill sets bring their different approaches to create prompts and help us out, it's interesting to see how it grows in applications.
This is what I do. So we have errors here.
Yeah.
I literally paste the error into Copilot and just let it go.
Now, that's an interesting approach. So in previous sessions, I've seen folks say, "Hey, Copilot, take a look at what's in terminal.
Yeah.
There's an error there. Can you fix this?"
Yeah.
I that's interesting to me. The copy paste does the same thing.
Mhm.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's basically I look at this through the lens of it knows what it's doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
to a degree, of course, but these are the kind of things that it should be able to just fix.
Right. Because it wrote it. It should know what
Because
it
it
is.
wrote it.
Where it came from. Definitely vibin', says Nicola. I agree.
Yeah. This is the kind of stuff where, like, sometimes for like hobby projects, I have this kind of no stress attitude where, you know what, we'll just
iterate.
let it run. Just iterate.
But do you find I've run into some frustration? Oh, I dropped my. There we go. I've run into some frustration where I wanted to build something. Hey, go build this thing.
Yeah.
And it starts taking a while. It's
Yeah. It does. Sometimes it does.
like you're ruining my vibes here, Copilot.
Yeah. Look, it's we're gonna get there.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Let's see. So you're trying to use Tailwind CSS, post CSS plugin, so to continue using. Okay, so it looks like it might need to install additional packages. That's okay.
Okay.
See, that's another thing. Like sometimes I work with NPM, and I'm used to client development. I'm a .NET developer, and I used to using NuGet and a lot of that kind of components that come with it. And boy, it sometimes feels like there's so many NPM packages that I don't fully know where to use what, because again, I'm not a web developer by trade. So
I'm not a JavaScript NPM person. So you're right. Some of these packages are foreign to me.
yeah. So and sometimes it's helpful. Like I know React, I know about like Vite or any of these kind of frameworks, but for additional details like CSS. Let it figure it out.
And I look at this like how I know a couple of French words. I can't put them together in a sentence, but I know a couple of French words. It's the same way with me in JavaScript frameworks.
Look at that. We're running into errors still. But
Ooh. Okay.
We have some kind of it's not pretty.
And there is a giant Twitter icon at the bottom.
Giant Twitter icon. I think something is wrong with our CSS, but it looks like it's trying again. So let's close this out. It's still airing out, but it looks like
it's
might
writing
be,
something.
it might be iterating. Let's see. Let's continue. Let's have it continue.
Okay. So that continue button comes up every now and again. Why is that come up? Is it just like,
I don't know.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. I did put VS Code in what's known as YOLO mode.
YOLO mode?
Yeah, you only live once. You just got to accept everything.
Okay.
And I just have it run and just go through the steps and make sure that it, just accepts all the changes, installs the required packages.
Okay.
And if it needs to overwrite and rewrite some of the files, it can just do that.
So we're building from scratch here a Halo leaderboard using React, all from scratch. And we don't know what we're doing. We're just telling it this is what we want. All right.
Well, we know some of it. I don't want to say like we don't know what we're doing. We know some of it.
We know enough to be dangerous.
There we go. That's a good framing right there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's what I tell my wife when I'm getting ready to cook dinner. I know enough about the recipe we're cooking to be dangerous. Do you want to take a risk?
That's how I feel about a lot of the web development pieces. Let's see, but it's creating. Looks like it's updating our package.json. I still have not seen a good design yet, so we'll need to make sure that the design actually shows up.
There is an app CSS that I see there in that change set on the right side. Okay.
Yeah. And you know what? This is another thing that I like about a lot of the vibe codings. Like we can have a repository and we can check in these changes. But sometimes you just have to wipe the slate clean and start from scratch.
Yes, right. The fact that I have that undo button there, that when we get to the end of this prompt, iterating and working here, we can click undo and just toss it all.
Yeah, because if I know for a fact, sometimes if I get stuck, then I'll be like, hey, man, Let's do it again. Like I know what I
One
want.
more time.
Like one more time. Let's do it. Because it's like as with a lot of these things, especially because it's a hobby project, right? It's not, we're not writing production code. It's sometimes helpful to just see where it goes and say, all right, you know what? Where I initially started was not the right place. Let's do it again. And this is where we can refine our prompt. We can make sure that we adjust kind of the framing a little bit and get it to the right place.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I mean, to be clear, though, I mean, this has been running for, looking at the clock here, it's been running for more than 10 minutes, but
Yeah.
it's generated a ton of content for us.
Yeah, it did. It did. Let's see. You know what? Like it looks like it's going a little bit like off the rails with the config file. So let's see.
It's actually reading the terminal.
It is reading the terminal. It's actually really good at that sometimes. Like it spots the error and says, I'm gonna go ahead and fix it.
Okay.
So we'll try this. We'll try this.
Those API keys really need a better solution. I think you're onto something there. Yes.
Yeah. The API keys is a perpetual problem. I'll tell you that much.
Hmm.
But you know what? Maybe we should be a little bit more specific with our prompt. Maybe we made a little bit too broad of an assumption. We
Okay.
said that we are using React and it's just too confused. Because maybe we should be a little bit more precise. What do you think?
Okay, I can agree to that. I'm curious how many components it brought in. How many folders are in that components folder?
Only 3 files.
Oh no,
Only
I'm thinking.
3
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of node modules.
Oh, that I'm scared to open. Oh my goodness! Look, I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
I am scrolling. I am
Yeah.
continuously scrolling. But let's see.
Okay. Would you like the app to run on another port
On
instead?
another port instead. Let's continue. Sure. I'm sure it can guess which port to use instead of 3000.
Right. So.
The beauty of unpredictability of LLMs. All right. Looks like, look, it even went ahead and stopped process name node. It just directly said, look, I just don't want node running because I want to start it on port 3000. It is committed to port 3000.
Stop.
Yeah, let's see.
Now,
Okay.
did it prompt you to actually accept that command?
It did not. That's YOLO mode. That is YOLO mode because
Okay.
I enabled it and said, look, just do whatever needs to be done.
Okay. Now that's something we can turn on in our version of Visual Studio Code.
Studio Code. Yeah.
Is that a user setting or is that a
It,
work?
it can be a user setting, yeah.
Okay.
And you basically say it's YOLO mode. But you know what? Like it goes a little bit like off the rails. And this is the beautiful thing about vibing is like we can refine the prompt and start from scratch. So I'm just gonna stop it.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna see. Let's go remove this, and we're gonna select all of this, and we're just gonna blow
You're
it
gonna
all away.
nuke it.
Yes. Let's just delete it. Let's delete it. That's the again. I
Somewhere-
love this because while you're iterating on this, you can completely just delete it and not feel bad about it. It's like, that's
Somewhere
fine, it's
Hundreds of thousands of tokens are screaming in pain.
fine. I feel you, but I have a project.
Try
to build.
again.
I have a project to build.
That's right.
So
I need to
we're
be
gonna undo
productive.
this. All right. So we're gonna start a new chat here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and delete these folks here.
All right.
All right. So now we're gonna be more precise.
Okay.
I want to build a Halo leaderboard.
Okay.
Use Vite for this, and minimize the number of custom CSS related packages that you bring in.
Sure.
Minimal is better.
Okay. A little bit more directional in design here. UI design.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not afraid of tweaking it later. That's again, we're start with the minimal, then we add more to it. And I think maybe that's the better approach actually. Maybe that was my mistake at the very beginning where I just went too broad
Okay.
and I just assumed that I want all these packages.
So I think that's a good tip for folks that are trying this out is be as descriptive as possible
Yeah.
about that starting point
Yeah.
and try and focus on just that starting point.
Yeah. And earlier today we were on the keynote with Amanda and Mario
Mhm.
for PRD or like the spec-driven development. And we talked about exactly that. It's like you can have AI create a PRD and then have it compose based on the PRD, which can be helpful. I'll tell you that it is 100% super helpful.
Cool. Yeah.
So let's see. So it's iterating. Look, it actually went ahead and like it recreated a lot of the structure very quickly, which is awesome.
Yeah. Now, for those that are watching online, some of our friends that are watching here live at Microsoft Build, I can't tell what model you're using there. There's always this question about what model should I use.
I'm a fan of Claude 3.7 Sonnet for code.
Okay.
You know what? Like this again, it's based on taste.
Sure.
But I found myself that it produces the best results when it comes to code-related tasks, and especially for agentic tasks.
Okay. Now, to folks that aren't familiar with the models as we're watching it build and generate here a little bit, what does Claude 3.7 bring us?
I think it's just trained on more code.
Okay.
And that allows you to create better representation of whatever you're doing. And again, a lot of this is anecdotal experience. I'm sure folks that have tried, when we talked about .NET Aspire, for example, I know that GPT-4.1 can be a little bit more efficient at creating that. But for web applications, I find Claude to be the best personally.
Okay. Now, I'm going to share that I've been using Claude 3.5 with .NET Aspire, and I might be using that in a demo session on Wednesday.
We got to be there
with .NET Aspire and a little bit of Playwright dialed in there, and I find Claude 3.5 to be pretty good at that. I haven't the GPT-4. I've run into some errors with that.
Really?
Yeah. It's
what were the issues?
I've run into issues where it goes and tries to bring in NuGet packages that don't exist. Right? Like, sorry. That's not really a thing. So
yeah, that can be, and this is the part too, where for some things you kind of need a little bit of that expertise, a little bit of that gut feel of saying like, I know where to look.
I know where to look. And also there isn't a large repository of .NET Aspire apps out there yet for it to be trained on. Yet
is the keyword here.
That's right. So maybe we need to generate some more.
We need to generate some more. Yeah, train a model.
That's right. So now, what did you accept there?
It just asked me to continue.
Okay.
It prompted us to continue, and that's what we're doing. We're continuing.
Okay.
All right. It looks like it's updating the index HTML to reflect the Halo leaderboard theme. That's actually another thing that I love about this is that it generates, like sometimes I have an idea in my mind, but I can be very constrained in my idea. And I want AI to see like, well, what did you come up with theme-wise, right? Like what theme did you think is appropriate for this particular topic?
Okay.
And sometimes it comes up with very unexpectedly good results.
Okay. Like, is it going to lean into the Halo theme and colors and fonts?
See, that's the question. What is the Halo color theme and fonts? I have an idea what it is, but does the model?
This isn't Forrest Gump with a box of chocolates here, man. I want some CSS.
I want some CSS too, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what it creates. Now, I also caveat this. Like we're talking about Claude 3.7. Like you'll notice that sometimes, depending on which model you use, it can be faster or slower. Claude 3.7 is a little bit over eager with a lot of things that it produces, and it can be a little bit slower. So it's a trade-off.
I've heard it can be a little bit more verbose.
Yes. And it definitely would jump to a lot of the things. Like what I've noticed, sometimes I would ask GPT-4.1 to do things, and I'll say, hey, create me a UX test for this feature. And it will go ahead and just create the test and be like, here you go, there's the test. And the Sonnet model sometimes be like, oh, I created this test, but also I'm going to go ahead and create another test and another test and another test. And, it
gets carried away.
It tends to be very thorough because, like, oh, I see that you also are not testing this component, which is great. But sometimes just one test.
Yeah.
That's it. So again, that's also the great thing about Copilot integration in VS Code and VS is that you can switch the model depending on what you're doing. Let's see. Now it's now it's doing CSS, so it's updating the leaderboard table.
Good.
It's very thorough. Like I'm looking at it. It creates mock data. It looks at player stats. It creates all these different views for it. The filter, like this is fantastic. Like I'm sure we'll see the results. I'm sure something was going to be broken, but yeah.
A stats filter.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right.
That's another thing that I know. Like, for example, for CSS, sometimes you get over eager and creates multiple CSS files with duplicative styles.
I've run into this. Yes.
And I was just like, I think you just need one CSS file. I
Yes.
think you need one CSS file and put everything there, because as we're vibing, we have to change styles sometimes. And you're like, well, this button looks like it needs to be more blue than red.
Yeah.
Great. But the problem is, on different pages, this style can be repeated. So you end up with a blue button on one page and a red button on the other page. And then you have to tell us, like, oh, hold on. This is coming from a different style file, but it's the same button. But it's okay. This is where, like, knowing enough to be dangerous, but also knowing where to look and say, you know what? This is what we need to optimize for is super helpful. And see, I know enough about the fact that, like, I do need one CSS file.
I prefer
one CSS file. Now, is this production? Oh, let's see. It's trying to run it. Okay, it's not spell checked. That's fine. Okay. It's not happy with the fact that it's not spell checked. Looks like there's a syntax error in app TSX. Is it going to
fix it? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now we have some suggestions coming in from chat. I'm gonna press pause on them because we're still trying to get the initial app running.
Yeah. Almost there. Look, it succeeded building it. I love this. I love that it actually is. We have a local host here.
Yeah,
let's open a browser. Simple browser.
That it's going to. Come on now, fella.
No. Look, it errored out on some multiple experts the name default. Okay, but so it summarizes and says, like, well, okay, I've done my job. You have the stuff. Let's take the error here. We're gonna say, look, you run into this and say, cool, go fix this. See, I am lazy like that. I just paste the error in the chat and just let it go figure it out.
So something that I've learned about that might be helpful in this scenario, I've learned about something called the Playwright MCP.
Oh, it's awesome. We showed it this morning. Yeah, you want that.
So right, the Playwright MCP, it's a model context provider, basically a tool that you can plug into the AI process to go do something. And the Playwright MCP will let you automate a browser.
Yeah, it's great. The beautiful thing about the Playwright MCP too is that once you integrate it with your Copilot, what you can actually do is start your site and say, you know what? I'm new to this team. I do not know what I need to test. Explore the site and find me things to test.
Yes.
See, that's the thing. Oh, but all right. So we have the 5175. Let's go here. Let's go to our browser. It's empty. There's nobody on the leaderboard. That's why.
You wound me there, Copilot.
Okay. So maybe we need to update. Let's see. We kept the file. We're gonna reload. And this is where we tell it, look, the page is empty. The landing page is empty when it's rendered. I'm going to stop it here from the terminal and let's see what it does.
Now, why do you have to stop it at the terminal?
Just because it felt like it.
Okay.
I have, like I'm sure at some point it's going to run into issues where, like, oh, the port is occupied. Let's find a new port, and we'll just say.
And we'll run into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just avoid that issue altogether. Let's see. So now it's scanning the index HTML, mock data, app.tsx. Actually, maybe mock data is problematic. So I can just close this. I see some red.
I don't want to see red.
See, like, players highlighted. This is index CSS. Leaderboard table. Must be imported using a type only. We got some friends stopping by.
We're actually going to tag out here.
Yeah.
And our friend James is going to jump in and help out, working with the chat room and talking through as we're vibe coding a Halo leaderboard. We're hanging tight here. It's found some errors.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's going to fix it here. But I'm going to step out, and our friend James is going to join it. Thanks so much,
Jeff.
It's been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure.
And I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
What's going on, Den?
Hello.
Hey, friend. Good to see
Hey,
you
friend.
again.
Good seeing you as well.
Oh my goodness. I'm James Montemagno. It's my good friend Den. We saw Amanda's session with Mario earlier. We vibe coded that entire pet application. in,
Yeah,
no
we
time
did.
at all. It was ridiculous. I don't know if you know. I'm also a huge Halo fan.
Really?
Yep. Did you know that my Xbox Live gamer tag is a 4-letter name?
4-letter name. John.
No, it's Motz, M-O-T-Z. But I was a Xbox Live beta tester,
Wow.
like on the original Xbox,
Wow.
way back in the day. I was like diehard. We used to have LAN parties, everything like that. So I'm interested in what's happening and what's going on. So every time I see a Vite config, I know basically to just run away.
Yeah. That's how I feel about most web development, to be honest. But we're trying anyway because we want to have a running web application.
Oh my goodness. So you're building a Halo leaderboard? Is that what's happening?
That is exactly what I'm building.
Oh my goodness. Is there a real API for that? Or are you going to build your own?
Kind of. So
cool. Yeah, we're monitoring the chat. We're seeing what's going on. We're excited to see what's going on. Is it? Have you built it and run it yet? Is it like a real thing?
no. So yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
had some errors here, so we're trying
Classic.
to fix them and make sure that our Copilot is actually modifying and fixing the errors.
Of course it is. You know, we did earlier. Sam was in here, and it was the most magical moment in the live stream history. I think is because Sam doesn't know anything about mobile development. That's my expertise. Background is mobile development. And Sam's like, "Oh, I'm going to do like you have a React app. I'm going to try React Native and kind of go down this route." And that went like terrible. And then he's like, "Okay, I'm going to try it with Flutter." And he's like, "Okay, I'm going to go on this Flutter route." And struggled with all these packages and all these things. And like literally in the last 2 minutes of the stream, Copilot's cranking on these errors and output is like fixing and packaging this. And it's like, cool, let me rewrite the entire charting library. I'm going to throw away the old implementation. I'm doing it. And then
amazing.
It comes up. And it's just like, it just like works 100% from scratch. It was like, it was crazy. It was so amazing. So
it's still working. It's cranking on
It's
this.
cranking. We call this cooking, Harry. So Harry asks, is this the new agent mode? Yes, agent mode is available in VS Code, Visual Studio, and in preview in Xcode, in JetBrains IDEs, and Eclipse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even so, if you're a Java developer, there you go.
You're good to go. Yeah, this
You're
is
good
new
to
agent
go.
mode. Now you can select models. You can do a whole bunch of stuff over here. You're Claude 3.7 it.
I'm a Claude 3.7.
I am.
It's you know what? Like we tried this for the keynote that we talked about. Like it can be a little slow sometimes, just because it's much more thorough. It's cooking.
It's like a really good rice cooker. So you can go get a rice cooker, or you get a Zojirushi. This vibe coding sponsored by Zojirushi, baby elephant, the #1 rice cooker in the world. And you can brown GABA rice that, and you let it cook, and you just let it go.
Let it cook. Man,
let it cook.
It really likes that blank page for some reason.
Oh, did you tell it that there's a blank page and you should fix that? I bet it didn't set up a React router on it, or is it a server app? I don't know.
Yeah, this is interesting. So it actually went and it modified things, but I don't think it does the rendering properly. Like I really don't. See player state. It has
it's those 2 lines of CSS that it just added.
Oh,
here you go. Routing structure. Full page width. It's cooking. It's cooking.
I'm not sure it's cooking in the right direction though. Like I gotta tell you, like sometimes I'm like, you're looking at CSS when I see errors with like state from React or the player model here. So
I mean, that one just seems like a warning, so that might be okay. Yeah,
but never read.
Oh, it's going to add some debugging though, so that's really encouraging.
Debug into mock data.
Well, so here's the thing. I think what's interesting about 3.7, it loves to explore.
Yes.
It will.
It loves that.
You give it a prompt, and it's just going to cook, and it's just cooking all day and all night. And it's just like, you know what? It's going to just keep updating stuff. It's like, I'm just going to keep going. It's like the most exploratory model I've ever seen, I think.
I also got to say, one of the things that I like about vibe coding and just going through this process is that sometimes, like if I look at a Vite application or a React application, like I'm not entirely sure how to like structure the project properly.
Yeah.
And even though sometimes it fails, like, and it doesn't actually produce what I wanted, but I'm like, here's how you do mock data. right? Like I can
Yeah.
declare like, oh, I can declare like almost like JSON lookalike. Like this is great.
That's
All
cool.
right, this is kind of cool. And then I go and I iterate myself sometimes. I'm like, oh, cool. Oh,
Yeah.
create a mock data class. Sure, why not? And then go from there. And it's just such a like. Sometimes you just go with it.
Yeah. And look at this. Like you could learn really quick about how to optimize the sorting logic because you didn't ask Claude
Yeah.
and Copilot to do this. But Claude likes to explore.
Yeah.
Claude's exploring.
It's over eager the way I explain it.
It's
Like,
very
it's
eager.
basically like that's what I was telling Jeff is that it goes through the process of like, oh yeah, sure, I'll write a test for you.
Yeah.
And I'll write 5 more tests for
Yeah.
you. So let's take a look here. So it runs it inside the browser. So let's go to Edge. It's still empty.
I think something's wrong. I say close. Here's what I say. Close. Oh, look at all these terminals. Close all those
Yeah,
terminals.
Let's just delete all that.
Delete all of them. And then here's what I say. Tell it to get rid of whatever terminal is right there and like just reboot run it again.
Yeah, let's do this. All right, that's what I was telling Jeff. Like sometimes it helps you just blow everything away and start.
You're gonna delete the whole thing?
Like, oh yeah, I have no
Are you
problem
sure?
with it. Yeah.
Oh my! No! Don't do it! Ah!
No. We're doing it. We're doing.
Are you gonna start a new
because-
thread at least?
Yeah, we're definitely starting a new thread. But one of those things like undo and continue. I like that because sometimes it goes too deep,
Yeah.
and you're like, man, this is architect. So we're gonna try again, but this time, so I'm gonna delete this, and let's do this. I'm gonna pray up and say.
Did you give it a nice prompt?
Okay. I use Vite. Minimize the number of custom CSS related packages you bring in. Minimal is better. Let's start with just the landing page
There you go.
that shows player tags, total CSR, and make sure that the broader theme fits the Halo universe.
Wow. I
All
like
right.
how you're like, let me give it more complex prompt. But you did say just give me just a landing page.
I think this is where, I want to be a little bit more narrowed down because once we have the landing page, look at that. Create new workspace. All right.
It's like, you know what? Whatever you add, throw it away.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I notice that like you have to really steer it maybe to a good starting point, like a good first start. Because once it gets in that state, from there we can evolve it. And then we can be like, okay, now add this page, now add this page. Because as we talked about, sometimes it can be over eager and it starts designing things like way out of the box and it gets hooked on things that are not necessarily important yet. Like, oh, I'm going to go and design an admin dashboard. Like, I don't need an admin dashboard. Like, I just give me a landing page first.
Oh, yeah.
Which is kind of cool. And that to me is like the whole point of this is I explore. I myself am the explorer here. I want to see where it goes. I want to see what it actually builds out first, and then we iterate, and then we just iterate again.
I do like that it used the template, so hopefully that puts you in a good spot. Now, I did decide to use the React TypeScript template, which is always great.
Yeah.
I had, so our pet application, I actually had it scaffolded in React, and it didn't use TypeScript. And I said, rewrite what you just have in TypeScript, and it actually did a great job. I did have some problems with like some of the React router stuff because I don't know anything about React, but it fixed it. I just told it. I was like, hey, the screen is blank. Oh,
Let's
boom.
see.
Okay.
Wow, it
Look at
created
all
a
those
bunch of
files.
stuff.
Well, I guess it called the command line to do it at least. So that's good.
Yeah.
So it's going to scaffold something out in general.
Let's see what it does.
Yeah. What's kind of cool too is like the files changed. So the files changed are interesting because it didn't include the files that the command line generated. Like it didn't generate those things, right? So it is not necessarily making those changes, which is cool.
Yeah. I love the ability to just scaffold things quickly. That's where I think the value of Copilot is just shines. Like that scaffolding is so freaking quick.
Yeah.
So quick.
Andreas asks, is new agent mode? Yes, this is the agent mode. We're inside of VS Code right now. It's available in a whole bunch of IDEs and code editors. Is available in Copilot Pro. No, it's also available in Copilot Free. You can use agent mode in Copilot Free as
You
well,
can?
Thomas. Yeah.
That's
of course.
awesome.
Yeah, of course.
Look at us.
Yeah, there's obviously limitations of things that you're doing. So maybe you don't want to use an over-eager.
Yeah.
Actually, 3.7 is not available in Pro or in Free. It's only available in Pro. 3.5 is. I'm a 3.5 fan.
Which is so good. It's still really good.
3.5 is not as eager. 3.5 is not as exploratory. I tell 3.5 what to do, and it crushes it. I like to scaffold with 4.1 personally because it scaffolds quickly.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll try that.
you
We'll
could
iterate
have.
on this first.
You
Yeah, but
could
now
have.
now I'm sticking with 3.7 for now.
That's what you.
I'm confident
You
it can
live your life. Yeah, you live your life. Down says, "Is this how engineers use AI at Microsoft?" Well, it depends what people are building.
Yeah. Look, if I'm building a production product, it's a different conversation. This is like we're vibing here. This is like we're just gonna see where this goes. This is a fun little side project that I never have the time.
Never have the time.
And when James reached out about like, hey, do you want to just vibe code us? I'm like, sure. It's been on my to-do forever, and I finally get a chance to build it.
We'll see how far we get.
We'll see how far we get. But I already have some ideas of like, okay, so maybe I need to, like, here's how I structure mock data. Here's how I set up the app. Here's how I do the index configuration and so on and so forth. So I was telling Jeff that I'm not a web developer.
Neither am I.
I like client dev.
I'm a big client dev fan. Really, you're a big client dev fan? What do you build? What do you build mostly?
I like for the past, I don't know how many years I've been doing like a bunch of Python, C# and WinUI. Yeah, I'm big on client.
That's my life is all client all day. I'm a big Windows dev, big iOS and Android dev, big Mac dev.
We know that there's a rich future for online and connected services, but I there's a certain fun to client dev.
Yeah,
wouldn't you say so?
I love client development.
I love client dev.
I love it. Oh, this is cool. It's just going to create an SVG for it.
Wow.
Now, 3.7 can do SVG generation for you. So that is one thing. It's going to create a themed fave
Why is it
icon.
doing a fave
icon. Why are you doing that, Claude? No one asked you to fave icon, but it's going to do it.
But I'm excited to
anyways.
see what it does.
I'm excited. Can you click on it? Click on it. Click on those.
Let's see. Is it going to actually render? An error occurred.
You got to click it. Oh, because it's not done yet.
It's not done yet. Oh, okay.
So that's really fascinating too. Is like it's spinning, so you can see it spinning over there. It's not done yet. It's still generating. Oh, come on, be faster.
Let's update index CSS. Let's create a Halo themed logo.
Oh my god! Wait, how's it going to create a logo?
Is it going to be another SVG?
It's got
to be another
SVG.
This is amazing. We're in a roll with generating SVG.
So we were doing this pet app, remember? And then I was like, do pixel art, and I had Claude 3.7 do SVGs.
Yeah. Look, it even updates our header to use the logo, whatever that header looks like. I am.
You find out.
I'm a little scared.
I'm terrified.
I'm a little scared.
Once you get up to a few icons, once you get up to 12 plus files, I don't know what's happening. Andreas asked, "What's the model best for coding?" I don't know. I go back and forth between different models all the time. I'm like I said, I'm a big 3.5 fan, a big 4.1 fan. I don't know. You're a big 3.7 fan.
I'm a 3.7 fan.
Every once in a while, here's what I do, Den. I get into a funk and I can't get out of it. My vibes are low. I go into a Gemini 2.5.
Ooh.
And I just say, fix everything. Gemini.
Well, look at this. It actually it understands Halo conceptually because it says for each rank I'm going to generate a SVG, Onyx, Diamond, Plat. Like this is kind of cool. Not gonna lie, like it knows what Halo is.
Oh my goodness, this is great.
But like, look, it went off the kind of like off the beaten path a little bit and be like, I'm going to generate the SVGs. I'm not, you didn't provide me any graphics. I'll do graphics myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to be my own designer. Which that's another thing we tested today, like the Figma MCP.
Yeah,
which
really
is kind of cool, right?
Yeah,
like
that's super cool.
If you have a designer and you have a Figma, you can avoid Claude generating SVGs for you.
What's really cool is in our session on Wednesday, our demo session here, I have this video that Rachel made from the Maui team, and she uses the Figma MCP server. And what's cool is it can basically, the Figma MCP server can generate PNGs and JPEGs. So you can just like dump those into, you don't need to generate them. They'll just be there. So, it's happening.
NPM run dev. Let's see what's happening.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see. It errored out on something here.
It
has an unexpected curly brace. We have a look at that. It's found. Let's fix it. Sure.
Well, here's the greatest part. So when I don't know about you. So how I vibe code at work is I see that there's an upcoming meeting for half an hour. And right before I hit the join button in Teams, I kick the go.
just go.
No, I do have to check in for the continue and
Yeah,
pause.
yeah,
but
yeah.
besides that, I just tell it to go and let it cook.
But wouldn't you say sometimes the YOLO mode is really kind of cool?
Are you in YOLO mode right now?
Yeah, I'm in YOLO mode,
Okay.
but continue is the only one that actually pops
You
up
gotta
sometimes.
do it.
So the server is running. Simple browser. It's working. It's working. What?
Did it open? Can you open the?
Let's see. Let's pop this in the browser.
Do you have Node installed on your machine? How
I
come you
do.
only do Control Shift R maybe?
Look at that. No, it's blank.
Why is it blank?
I don't know.
Dude, I think
Hmm.
something is wrong on your machine.
We demoed it this morning with
I
it.
don't know.
We've exhausted our luck for the day. Like the demo was it, and like, nope, no longer rendering anything for you.
It's impossible that it's blank. Did you go into DevTools or something like that? There's got to be
No,
something.
no. This is, I mean, yeah. Let's see. It's fixing the CSS, but let's see. I don't know if the CSS was a problem.
Does it think it's blank? What does it think? What does it
Let's see. Let's update app TSX to use our new components.
say? That's good. Oh, maybe it did.
App CSS to match our new component structure. Okay. All right. You know what? Sometimes though, I notice that like if these files are not kept, like we have not done the whole keep thing,
Mhm.
it actually has 0-byte files. So
Oh.
maybe we need to
No,
first stop
let
it.
Let it cook on.
Let it cook
It's
a little
cooking.
bit. You think?
I don't know. Well, the cool part. Oh, we have duplicate export.
default apps. Let's
See?
fix it. Okay.
Let's fix it.
All right. It fixes the errors it created, which
It
is
does.
good. It's good.
Oh, and now look at this. It's going to add player avatar images.
Okay,
Just hit
let's
stop.
Let's stop. Let's
Okay,
stop.
hit
Let's
keep.
keep. And then we're gonna restart here and do an npm run dev ourselves.
Okay.
And let's see if it runs.
Something's got to be there.
Oh no, it's blank.
Refresh. Why is it blank? F12.
F12. Let's do F12.
F12s. Like what is there?
Hmm. It did a whole bunch of requests and it did the thing, but it's blank.
What about console?
Console. Syntax that requested. Maybe that is what we need. So see, I'm just gonna copy paste this.
Tell it and then tell it just fix this problem and don't implement new things.
Yeah, just fix this error and do not implement.
See, I think it's because you used V and you use that. Like you gotta keep it simple. You can always add. I don't even know what V does. So I don't know. I'm just saying words I don't know.
Yeah, sure. V Tailwind CSS. Yes.
Tailwind, Fluent, WinUI 3.
See, that's what happens when client devs get in front of a web development environment. It's like, I bet you somebody's watching this right now and be like, it's obvious, it's in your face. You got to fix this freaking export. But we're just like, oh yeah, sure. Leaderboard table TSX.
Robert says to view the source on the website.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thomas says instead of main CSS, maybe try main.module.css.
Yeah.
But is it just reading the CSS file incorrect? I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Let's run the development server. Okay, let's
See
run
if
it.
yeah.
It is. Is it running? No,
It's
yeah.
it successfully
Starting.
runs it.
It
just
does
doesn't
run
render anything. Let's check the output. But like there's no
What is-
output
there
to
is no-
check.
Yeah.
It's not rendering. It's just empty. And
Yeah,
let's see.
let's
View
use
page
source.
source. Ooh. Script. SRC CSS. You know what? Look. I'm just gonna copy this and then say stop it and be like, okay, fine. Let's start a new chat.
Yeah, start a new chat.
And we say this app renders
A blank page. This happened to me in my
blank
React app.
page at the start. Here is what the source looks like. And then we say, fix this to
Now.
make sure that the content renders properly.
I will say it has generated a lot of code for you. And
It
also,
did.
I'm gonna interrupt. Where's the assets? Oh wait, here it is. Oh, Halo
It's-
logo,
it's,
Halo
hey, look,
leaderboard.
you know what? That's kind of nice.
Rank. There you go.
That's not
Halo.
quite accurate, but sure.
There's a back. That is
I
an
don't know why it
SVG.
likes the letter M.
It likes the letter M.
I don't know why M.
There's that's supposed to be diamond and then gold,
Onyx.
platinum. I mean, it generated those. This is the real thing that
I
happened.
wonder now, why M? What's the relation of the letter M?
I don't know. Node modules.
Modules. Yes, that's
Modules.
what it is. Let's pop this open. Halo leaderboard. No, it's still blank.
Why is it blank?
It's still this is by the way, this has never happened to me before. Like I've bootstrapped many apps this way and I have never seen it blank. So maybe something is
Incognito.
incognito. Let's go back to the server is running here. Something is let's see, let's go back. Instead of the source, we're going to look here and then see requested modules does not declare at main TSX. Okay, let's look inside main TSX. So here,
right there.
Maybe so. Okay, so let's. There is a problem importing player in main TSX. See the highlight?
Yeah, this is from the console output.
Fix it. I'm gonna yell at it. You know what? Like sometimes I also notice like it can be overeager, but if you like do all caps, it's just go, oh, sorry, sure, I'll fix it.
I'm so sorry.
Make sure we're importing it correctly.
Yeah, you better import it correctly.
It's a good thing it's a hobby project that we can spend the hour just like fiddling around with this and seeing this is actually correct since the player interface is properly exported from players.
Where's the data?
But look, maybe this is the error. We need to tell it. Stop
that. Just to hit go.
There we go. We're gonna nudge it directly. I understand the issue now.
We forgot a time.
Yeah,
ding,
yeah.
ding, 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 thanks.
I guarantee. See, that's what I'm saying. Like some web developers watching right now and be like, "What are they doing? Like, come on, man! Like, do you not know how types work?" And I was like, "Okay, so npm run dev ourselves this time." PNPM, right? Because we didn't have PNPM. It's npm run dev. Right. Okay. All right.
Hey! Wow! All you needed to do was tell it the error. It would have figured it out.
It would have figured it out.
eventually.
Yeah. Look
Oh
at
my
this. Like
goodness.
I do like the styling.
Oh, it's very good. Look at that drop shot. Okay. Den, remember when you threw away the entire app earlier?
Yeah.
I bet it was the same exact issue. I mean, it's the same exact issue.
Hey, this is how you know that I like, like modern problems require modern solutions, and that means throw away your project and just rewrite it. That's it.
So I think some of the problem was that file wasn't open, right? So I think it probably was that. Can you click on other pages? We did stop it like midstream?
Yeah, we told it to just get the leaderboard.
Yeah, just the leaderboard. Yeah.
So let's see. Does this actually work? So if it is,
Oh,
look,
ooh.
filtering works. I like the
Good
see. This is what I like that it actually had some concept.
And we stopped it before it generated a bunch more SVGs for every single player.
I like that it instantly added not affiliated with 343 instances of Microsoft because it's like, yeah, clearly you're trying to build Halo stuff and you're not the guy to build it. So it's fine. It's fine. It actually got to a decent design. And this is like where
That's pretty good.
I think that what I will do in the future, I know we're close to time, but what I want to do is basically hook it up to the API and make sure that this data is dynamic. Now that we have the scaffolding done, now that I'm clearly a Byte expert, like I like that it looked the colors and everything. I am still fascinated by the letter M. I don't know why the letter M is there. Like it's just it makes no sense. But
I love that it generated the leaderboard. Is there anything else you want to do? I know they're not here yet, so.
Man, let's see. We can tweak this design a little bit, maybe. I wonder if we can add sorting to the table.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Let's see what it does. So
open that file. Oh, it is open already.
But you know what? Like main TSX, this is where the leaderboard. Okay. For the leaderboard.
Start a new thread.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm a big
for the leaderboard. Let's make sure there is sorting. By CSR.
Oh, nice. Not only one, only by CSR.
Just
not by
CSR. Well, I mean, because it's like, we'll get to that. So let's see what it does.
Oh, it even competitive skill ranking. It knows what it is. Wow.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm fascinated by the fact that it knew what Halo is. It knew the ranks. It knew the various things. And I was like, oh,
we were in these meetings, and then didn't I said it knows. It knows.
It knows.
Now it didn't know what the error was that you needed. You needed to tell it the error. I blame that. You know what I blame that on? I blame that on React though,
You
because
can blame it on me.
I blame it on you. It should have output that in the error log though. There should
Yeah,
have
I
been
think
something.
so.
And then
I think
then
so.
Copilot would have been able to see it. So I blame that on V.
I blame it on me not being a web developer to actually know where to look, because I can feel it through the camera we're looking at, is that there's somebody that's like screaming at the screen of like, just import the thing. It's like,
Fix the type. Add 4 characters in.
It's like the video with the vibe coder in 2025, like make it more modern.
Make it more modern.
Not that modern.
Not that.
It runs fluid on 0 FPS. That's amazing. Let's see. So leaderboard is the ability to sort by CSR, and it looks like it already rebuilt it. No problems found.
That's good.
It's completed. There are no. Here's the summary. Okay, so let's summary.
good.
Let's go to the browser now. We're here. Hey, look at that.
Oh,
Hey, sorting works.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. You know what you should do next is tell it to have like a really cool, like you don't want like a cool drop down to see certain ranks. Like maybe I only want to see diamond
like
rank.
a filter.
Like a filter. Like a yeah, keep that. Keep that.
Keep that. That
Keep
looks
that.
nice. So for the ranks, implement a drop down filter.
Yeah, where I can select multiple.
Filter where I can select. Oh, I like that.
Yeah. I know.
I
Yeah.
can select multiple.
You know what? It probably would have done that anyways. You know what I found. I like context is queen, but like I like to tell it things. But you are in 3.7, so I bet it would have figured it out.
Yeah. I also see like because it's 3.7, it always like tries to explain what it's gonna do, which is kind of nice.
I love
like,
that.
Because sometimes I'll look at this and be like, no, definitely not, and
No.
you just stop it, and then you start a new chat and you just go with it.
You know what Pierce was telling me? He said that he wrote a custom instruction to not do that and say don't put any output, and then it actually did terrible because it's using the context from what it's thinking to iterate on the plan. So it's using the window to like think about it.
Interesting.
It's kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got it working. I would have been very upset. If
And it's the same in the last few minutes. It's like, here you go.
Here it is.
It's the
sometimes you cook, and you keep opening it, and like there's still a little bit of water on the bottom of the rice.
Sometimes you burn it.
Sometimes, yeah. You throw it all away. That's what happened. You overcook the first one.
You overcook the pancakes. You gotta make some new pancakes.
Oh man, that is the worst. The worst is you have like a nice like Belgian waffle. Like, oh, this is great, and then it's like cooking.
Yeah.
And then you miss like the light. The light goes off. Why you make an audible noise? Like make an audible noise. Bello Waffle Cooker Pro from Best Buy that I got for free because I bought a DVD.
We're not sponsored.
No, not unofficially sponsored. Well, people were telling me this unofficially sponsored by Mini Swarms, but Mini Swarms like sent us the stream box so that I could review on my YouTube channel. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this little box. It's very powerful. It's got a Ryzen 7 in it. I was like, I'm bringing it to build and powering our stream. It's tiny. It's literally our Elgato capture card, sponsored by Elgato, is like a third the size of the entire computer. Okay, so Robert says, how do you know what 3.7 does versus 3.5 versus 4.1? All the different models. How do you know, Den?
Here's the thing. You have to experiment.
Experiment.
Because you have the drop down in VS Code. You just have a task and run it with 3.7. See what it produces.
Yeah.
Do another run with 4.1. See what it produces.
Yeah.
Like that's the only way to know for what exactly you're trying to do. Like how good it's gonna be.
Yeah. They all are very opinionated in different ways. Like 4.1 does like so 3.7 is just like I'm gonna keep going and going, and like 4.1's like I'm gonna do one thing. Do you want me to do more?
Look what it's doing. It's like let's add a visual indicator showing how many players are currently visible based
You
on the
didn't
filter.
ask
I
it
didn't
to
ask
do
for
that.
any
Why
of
did
this,
you
and
do
it's still
that?
doing it. That's okay
What are you
though.
doing? Is it okay? I don't know if it's okay.
But sometimes I'm thinking like, man, maybe it's thinking more about UX than I am.
It definitely is. It definitely is better than us at UX.
Yeah.
So Robert, I'm a big exploratory type of model picker chooser, and they do different things based on different frameworks. But there's other things you can do too. Like you can use context 7 to give it context. You can use fetch commands. You can give it a whole bunch of context.
Yeah.
And there's Andrea says, so if 3.7 is using the context from the windows, why do new windows every time? Why not? Why do you use new window every time and not just use the existing chat?
Because sometimes it gets stuck.
It gets stuck. Well, also it has too much context.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
think of it. I like to think of a chat window as a task to be done.
Yeah.
So once I finish that task, it doesn't. So if I say, okay, now go do this other thing, it doesn't need to know about implementing this feature.
Right.
It's just going to use it. It's going to get confused.
Yeah.
I mean, it may not get confused, but it might just take longer, and then you want your context to do it. Oh my goodness.
It did it. So let's see. It took a while, but it did it. Let's refresh. Okay, there's a filter by rank.
Whoa!
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
This is nice.
That's nice. And there's a clear all button. We didn't ask for that.
Nice.
And it works, and it goes away.
There's a search, like it moved, like showing all players. Let's see if I select this. Look, 3
Oh,
out of
wow.
10.
We didn't ask for
Look
that.
at the UX though. Like it has these like
Of
glowy
one.
shadows, and
It's like ranks of 1 because you filtered for 1 rank.
yeah. And I said 3, and it's a
Wow.
filter. I see. This is the kind of stuff where like I didn't think about the glowy UX at first, but now it's there.
You got to have glowy.
You got to have glowy things if you're
No.
building any Halo thing. You know,
No.
it's just there.
The one thing I like to do is add confetti to every app. So every
Moving emoji. If anybody was on a stream, like you should see the demo that James did and help us, and he put some of the animated emojis that are floating around the screen. That's a nice touch. We should definitely do this sometime.
I mean, it was. I remember you asked me like, "What is the prompt to do the floating emoji?" I said, "Put floating emojis in the title bar." Tell it to put floating emojis in the top navigation.
Put relevant floating emojis. Put relevant floating emojis
that fade in and out
in the top bar that fade in and out
on the z-axis.
On the z-axis, or
on the z-axis.
Oh yeah,
it knows. It'll figure it out. So
on the z-axis, sure,
it'll figure it out.
I like that I have 2 co-pilots in the booth here. I have the
love-
co-pilot and I have James.
I'm an idea guy. I'm just an idea guy. Waffles and ideas. That's all I got.
Waffles and ideas, and rice.
And rice.
And rice.
Unofficially sponsored by Zojirushi. If you do not have a Zojirushi, you are not cooking.
You
correct.
are missing out.
You are missing out.
This is the one thing I learned is good rice comes from a good rice cooker.
Yep. Yeah, Sinister says Google what each of the models do. Check the context size, the windows. Yeah, you also can only feed it so much. I think Pierce would know how it must cut off some context at some point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like here, this is nice.
Hey, look at
emojis,
that.
or else it was going to
Look at
generate
that.
SVGs.
It's like rocket, a
No, I
planet
like
because
that.
it's Halo related.
Yep, I
some
like that.
some awards, star,
I like that.
trophy,
Wow.
aliens. Of course. Why? Of course, it's Halo.
Of course, it's Halo.
You gotta have it.
Do you have a favorite Halo?
This is gonna be a controversial opinion.
Yeah, good.
4.
Wow, interesting. Halo 2, I think. I really
Yeah,
enjoyed 2.
yeah.
I
2's
also
good.
really loved Infinite. I
yeah.
played the entire. I didn't play any multiplayer in Infinite. I only played single player.
Did
I
you-
told my wife, I said, I just got Infinite. And I said, you're not gonna see me for the next 4 nights. And I'm gonna
Yes.
and I was like, because I know when I get into Halo campaign,
It's
All
floating
right.
emojis. Well, they're on the z-axis.
tell them to float faster.
Yeah,
they're not floating fast.
They're not
enough.
floating. They're just appearing at
They're
random
appearing.
spots. So
That was pretty.
no. See,
they're
like it's
flo-
kind of moving.
They're fading
Let's
in and out.
let's make the motion better. Let's
Tell it make.
let's make the motion more modern.
Well, you could have just used the same context window.
Motion of the emojis
Mhm.
more
Bet-
modern.
More better.
More better.
But not that modern.
Not that modern. See, this is the kind of stuff like sometimes it's just fun. It's just
Yeah,
fun to
just
see
fun.
like what is gonna come up with. Like what is more modern in its size?
More modern.
More modern.
Oh, here we go. It's gonna modernize it. It's gonna.
I'm just glad this time it did not generate a bunch of SVGs. Oh wait, no, it did. It did for the Onyx, but like, man, I was afraid it was going to generate for like the header and stuff. I was
yeah.
legit afraid.
Oh, ooh! It was using. Now it's using a cubic Bezier
Instead
like
of
that.
easing out.
I like that. Float emojis.
Float emojis.
Now we're iterating. So I've seen so far today a lot of people are creating new projects from scratch.
Yeah.
Letting the big cook happen.
Yeah.
I'm a big iterative cooker. So now we're just adding features, right? And like I would be
Mm-hmm.
committing nonstop, right? Like
Yeah.
every single time. Commit that. Commit that.
Yeah.
Commits are free.
Yep,
Pierce said commits are free. So I I was helping Sam earlier because Copilot kept really running to run his Flutter app on Mac OS, and you can pass it a command line arc. And I'm reading the error, and it's like, you don't have Xcode installed. And Sam's like, why won't it run? It's like, Sam, it says it doesn't have Xcode. So I came over and like, let me Copilot you really quick. And let me just, I love being the Copilot for the Copilot. Do you just, I was talking to Hanselman. I said, when this is happening in real time, I'm like, I like to like parse, and I'm like parsing the data it's putting out in real time. Is that how your mind works when you're sort of like AI coding like this, or do you ignore it? Do you not even care?
Like sometimes I don't even care. Like I look at it's like, oh, it's just a bunch of TSX files, CSS files. Now, when it comes to writing maintainable code, sometimes I look and be like, wow, that's too many CSS files. And I was telling Jeff before that like it can create too many CSS files, and then repetitive styles are there, and it's like, oh man, we got to fix that. But let's see. Hey, look at that.
Oh, that's
they're
much nicer.
Floating better.
They're floating
kinda
better.
There, like,
they're floating better. Yeah. I think before they were barely budging. So
now we have some floating emojis. Kind of nice.
Cool. That's nice.
Look like this again. It's iterative, and now that we have this foundation, now I can start walking through the API. I can start walking through all these kind of customizations that are needed.
I like that. You should tell it to use emojis for the player profile photos. No one's here yet.
With random backgrounds.
But with random colored backgrounds. I was just going to create SVGs. Dan, I was just going to create SVGs.
Yeah.
Claude 3.7, your official
for
SVG
the
generator.
Avatars. Use emojis
only.
And put a random background in the circles.
Ooh, based on the first character of the player's name that is associated with the color of the hex.
Make it a gradient. Make it a modern gradient
with a glowing background.
With glowing background
on the emoji.
On the emoji.
Perfect.
On hover.
Oh no!
Pop a card open.
Ooh. And do something.
Just pop a card open.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. See, also like in a normal environment, I would go and check this in before it starts iterating and making changes because it can screw it up. It can make it so much worse.
So a good vibe that I do is whenever I open a new tab, that's a good time to commit. Especially, but even mid vibe of a feature, I will do that because I'm always committing. Because again, commits are free. In a branch, not just on me. See, this is the fun. So to me, I don't know how you feel. Prototyping, doing things, even if I'm just, let's say I was working on a brownfield application. And I was like, oh, I need to implement this new feature. I might just like go and do something fun. Just to like, to ask it ridiculous, awesome things that maybe are awesome at the end of the day. Because you're never going to probably give it this. You're never going to think about implementing this. There's so much CSS. You're never going to implement this, Dan, ever in your life. Who's going to implement the CSS? Nobody.
Not me.
Not you.
Not me.
Only Copilot can. Copilot, the official CSS editor of 2025. I love my job. I love this.
Yeah,
I love it.
No, very much the same. So it's still it's
cooking.
It's cooking.
You just put it in. We gave it a bigger thing to cook.
Just let it cook.
Let it cook.
Yeah.
It's
one of those things definitely where I learned patience from watching Copilot iterate.
You do. Oh, ooh.
Use memo.
It's removing stuff now. Let's import it to remove the unused use memo. What are you doing?
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's add the animation for the glowing background effect to make the player avatars more dynamic.
You better.
We didn't ask for animation though. For glowing, we just had glowing emojis. See, this is the example where it's like it becomes over eager. Now it's like I'm going to make an animation.
It wants you to.
So this is back to the point. Like we do need you to experiment with different models and see which ones of them produce better output for what you're trying to do, because the experience can vary.
I love it. Ooh. I love when there's like a single line change. What's a single line? This is a little bit of line. Oh, okay. Oh,
there's the
good change.
All right.
Good news.
All right.
There's good news today.
Good news.
Hello, Mr. Kennard. You should see what we have cooked. Den has cooked up.
Oh, look at
Oh
this.
my goodness.
Hey, look, we got emoji.
Ooh,
Oh,
oh!
look at how
Wow,
nice this is.
that is beautiful.
That is kind of cool.
Wow. Is there an animation on that?
Is there?
Kind of like when you?
Oh, it kind of
it
pops
kinda
a little
pops
bit.
in
But
a
like,
little
see,
bit.
look, we'll need to adjust like some of the icons because they're like, look at this is kind of stretched. It's like an
Wow.
oval. Like, but like, think about like how long would it take this to write
Wow.
this from scratch?
That is, I
Yeah?
don't know, at least 10 years. At minimum. Do you see how much CSS? Ask it how many lines. No, don't ask it how many lines of CSS.
It's gonna rewrite my entire CSS.
commit.
commit.
Oh my goodness.
And of course, we spot bugs. Like we see the scroll bar here goes to
Yeah.
like this piece here that
Mhm.
doesn't need to be there, but this is great. Look, I can hover over and it can bring me up additional
That is
details. So
crazy.
I love this.
That is very
I really
cool.
love. I also like. I love that the names are very thematically
Yeah.
appropriate. Master Chief,
Master Chief.
Cortana, RB Elite. I mean,
Oh,
come on,
brings
man.
the beef.
The Arbiter,
Arbiter.
the Arbiter,
RB Elite,
Noble Six,
Noble Six.
Sergeant Johnson.
That's pretty good.
This is like
Major
I love to see the data it was trained on and how much
Flood
it was, like,
Infector for the flood. That's pretty good. That's really good.
Pilot
This is
Echo. Yeah, no,
crazy.
it's great. I love this. This is
Yeah.
I think this is the kind of stuff where I will see it now and be like, I need to go home and make it a real thing.
You do need to make it.
I need to make it a real thing. I need
Oh.
to hook it up to the API.
Make it so you can click on one, then go to a detail page.
Do you want a detail page for this, or do you want
Yeah.
something else?
I don't know, whatever you want.
Hmm.
Well, no one came over. We're gonna stop
keep
at 7. We're
vibing
gonna keep
here.
vibing. Whatever you want to do next.
I'm trying to think like what is the functionality that I'd say like normally like hook it up to the API, but it
We don't
takes some effort.
We don't
So,
got time for APIs.
Yeah, we don't have time for APIs.
Yep.
Orchestration.
That's crazy talk.
You know what? Let's say like, look, you let's also include a CSR graph
Ooh.
in the player card.
Ooh.
Simple ask that normally would take anybody without CSS experience probably a year.
You know what I was gonna do? I was gonna ask. I thought you were gonna ask it. You figure out the next feature to add to the app, and you figure it out.
It's 7 p.m. I'm exhausted. Find the
Figure
feature
it
for me.
out. Yeah. Can you hear us over there, James? You can hear. Okay, good. Perfect. I don't know. This is incredible.
No, the design, like see, this is the kind of stuff where sometimes I love exploring what it comes up with, so that then I can say, "That's the design I wanted.
That's the design you
That's the
wanted.
design I wanted."
That's the design I wanted. I didn't know I wanted it until Copilot
I didn't
made it for me.
Yeah, I didn't know that I wanted the glowy
Now I have
emoji
it.
thing, but
Now it's here.
now it's here.
And now I only am going to build apps that have glowy emoji things.
And
on
now I
and
can go and
glowy backgrounds.
pitch this to the Halo team. Be like, guys, look at what we
Hello?
vibe coded.
Come on, Halo team, step up. That's what I say. We need this.
This episode is not sponsored by Halo Studios or its affiliates.
Yeah. Or is it?
Or is it?
Oh, I don't know. There's a great demo talk if you're here at Build on how the Xbox Live Services teams uses .NET Aspire to orchestrate all of Xbox Live. It's crazy.
Which .NET Aspire, look, man,
Ah,
like
so good.
after David Fowler introduced me to it, it's
Mind blown.
mind blown.
You just need to sit down with Fowler for about 4 hours and he'll
Like,
convince
just
you.
remember the demo we did this morning.
Oh my goodness.
2 lines of code to get your database into Azure SQL.
That's-
0 Docker files, 0 configuration.
I don't
It's
want
just there.
No YAML. Get out of here, doctor. Get
No
out of here,
YAML.
YAML. We don't want that. We don't want that in my life. Actually, every Copilot instruction says that I have my Copilot instructions. It says never write YAML, never write any Docker files. I refuse. If I see a
I
YAML
refuse.
file, I will. If you try to generate a YAML file, delete the repo. I've given up. We've gone too far.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, it did
It did it. So let's keep it.
Wow, it did a lot.
Let's
of
go to
things.
the site here and refresh this. All right. Moment of truth. Are we going to see the graph or is it going to be screwed up?
Did it?
No.
What is this
no.
M? What is that?
Well, that's like, I don't know why it fixed the letter M because look at it's also in the icons. Everywhere. It's the
there's
letter M.
there's a really cool like grid in the background too. Wow,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
I'm ready.
But,
I'm ready.
let's see. Okay.
I'm ready.
Oh,
that's
Look at
nice.
that.
That's
It has a
beautiful.
graph. So if I hook it up to an
Wow.
API, let's see. Did it randomize? No, it didn't randomize the data.
Oh, well,
It's
tell it
still
to
the same.
randomize
Yeah,
the
it's
data.
kinda
everyone.
like-
Everyone has unique CSR.
Yeah.
history.
But
That's
like,
cool.
it's
Everyone's
random data. Yeah.
Everyone's doing better. That's
This
cool.
is amazing.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Look at the design. Look at the stuff we
beautiful.
built.
I didn't do anything. I just kept telling you.
I mean, I didn't do anything. We're just
Yeah.
vibing here.
James
we are
says there
just
should be a
vibing.
leaderboard for Vibe coders. I
Yes,
don't
we
know.
should.
We should. Wow.
We should.
We're vibing. Well, now we have an audience here.
Yeah.
Live from and Martin's here. I think they're gonna kick us out here
I think
soon.
they might, but I
I
think
don't
we
know.
did good.
I think we did.
We did
I didn't do
awesome.
anything. I just talked.
Hey,
dude.
we just talked.
This is wow.
We just talked.
We just talked.
We just talked.
And Copilot implemented.
And
We
Copilot
cooked. We
did the work.
let it cook.
We let it cook.
Okay, chat, we want to thank you for hanging out with us. We're going to be back tomorrow after the keynote in the morning, vibing all day, all night. We got big vibes tomorrow, big vibes on Wednesday. I'm going to be
Yeah.
coding on Wednesday. Can you believe that? Uh-oh.
Wow, you're coding like
Yep.
all day, every day.
Yep, I'm going to do some Blazor. I'm going to do some C
Mm.
Sharp.
Gotta be
over
watching
here as
that.
well. It's going to be good stuff.
Good stuff.
Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with us live from Microsoft Build 2025. Check us out if you're on VS Code. You know, there's also live streams. Pierce, Burke, and I have a live stream show on Fridays. Anybody can be a guest from the team. It's called Let It Cook.
Let it cook.
Let it cook.
You have to be there.
You gotta be. You
gotta
be out
there.
Let it cook.
Gotta let it cook.
Not this Friday, but next Friday. We'll be letting it cook even more because we're cooking all week here at Build. Yeah, Sinister Claude does make pretty UI. It does do UIs really
Yeah.
nice.
Once you get it to actually import the type correctly,
It did. Once
it
you
does get the type of the UI right.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're gonna get out of here. Thanks everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow at Microsoft Build. Dan,
y'all.
thank you so much.